Alrighty, I think we're gonna get started here. Once more, the barking dog. Hello everyone, and welcome to the Citadel. The dog is about to go in his kennel. I don't get it. It's not like I haven't done this before. Anyway, welcome everyone. Thank you guys for joining me, I really do appreciate it. As the title has shown, we are restarting the game. I did not give my character a beard, and it's bugging me. I played yesterday assuming they hadn't had beard implementation or I couldn't figure it out, so I didn't worry about it and got to dinking around online looking at what other people were doing finally and found the beard selector, whatever. And we need a beard. So we're going to start over. It'll be probably a very similar character to what we were running yesterday. I didn't have any issues with it. I was kind of enjoying him. Might change a few things here and there. The other thing too is I don't remember everything I did down to every click, so there'll probably be a few changes in dialogue, that sort of thing. We'll try and move through the prologue a little faster today. I won't be reading everything like I was yesterday, but I'll still read most of it, assuming this is your first time through with us, and you missed yesterday's stream for whatever reason, or didn't watch the VOD. Which is fine, I'm not trying to pick on it. But anyway, so that's the plan for today. Tomorrow we will be continuing Rogue Trader, hopefully continuing this character tomorrow, and I won't have forgotten, I don't know, hair or something. And then Monday will be Mech Warrior, is the plan. So, yeah, thank you guys for putting up with this. Hopefully we can have some fun today. And hopefully we can see some new stuff today, so. With all that all said and done, I'd like to get into it so that we can actually hopefully get to some new content and get on our way. So welcome to Rogue Trader. We're going to go new game, main story, difficulty. I didn't have any problems with the difficulty yesterday. So I think we're just going to leave it at normal. We want a custom character.
Hello there.
Hey, Jameson, how you doing, buddy? That was the artwork, the portrait we chose yesterday, but I'm thinking we might change portraits, actually. Yeah, he's just too suave for us. Doing meh, I'm sorry, bud. Yeah, we're not that suave. Though I think the symbol here, that star, and then he's got one there, represents nobility? Marks them as a noble? Are these guys... She's an admiral. Commissar, he's an admiral too. Well, maybe not, because he's got the star there. Psyker, soldier, random dude. I didn't look up the guy's name for the evil dude from Pocahontas. I was gonna do that after the end, because that's who that guy looks like. The skulls on the pauldrons or whatever. Yeah, we're going with him. Okay, appearance. We're going male. Hair. Let's check out these beards first. The beard will determine the facial structure. Well, that's Blackbeard right there. Holy hell. That's Moses. Oh, I kind of like this default beard they gave us for this character. That's emaciated. I don't know, the smile looks weird in this universe. Looks kind of good. Are there any, like, more well-groomed but thick beards? Obadiah. I'm good with that, I guess. Got two. It would appear that the scarring on the face is random. Unless... does that change it? No, it doesn't. Appearance... does the face? No, the face doesn't.
I am but a vessel.
I'll make it happen.
I find it interesting how many of these guys have eye augmentation. You know, when you go to augments, there's actually not a single one that replaces the eye. What do I want to do? Is that the hair we want? Way too pretty, boy. Let's go with that. There we go. Now everything's the same color. Homeworld, we are going to go with the Death Worlder. We get a minus to Fellowship and Intelligence, unfortunately. Origin. What's that on his belt? Oh, it's just a skull in a box. Okay. I like the Crime Lord's outfit. The getup is good. I think we're going to go back to the naval officer. I was enjoying him yesterday. Naval officer and their allies in 3 cells. They also cannot be forcefully moved or overpenetrated. Can only be used once per combat, though. Over time, the noble's ability affects the servant. The servant gains +5 to all characteristics until the start of the noble's next turn. Anytime the servant attacks a target that the noble dealt damage to last turn, the servant gains field bonus. So this is Fellowship based, which we took a -2 because of our homeworld. -5 to Fellowship. Maybe this doesn't have... No, it has -5 to Fellowship too. Triumph, Tech Use, Darkest Hour... What is logic used for? Makes the character's rational argument more convincing, allows to notice any logical inconsistencies in other people's words. Helps to operate cogitators more efficiently. I think we're gonna do Persuasion. Like we did Warrior. I want to increase his intelligence back up. Strength, toughness. Persuasion. I want the Firestorm class. Invictum Erebus. Unforgiven. Ooh, I kind of like that. That's kind of a good one. Can I just point out that this is a frigate with 25,000 souls on board? That's a small capital ship. Estimated tonnage 6 megatons. Daring Destiny. The souls don't have to be attached to the bodies, you know. Thanks. I wonder, do servitors count as souls? The Daring Destiny. I like that. For a rogue trader, I think that works beautifully. The Daring Destiny. Citadel. Is that what we want? This is our last chance. To change any of this. He is epic. I think we're good.
An excellent place for contemplation. One has the best view of the cathedral from here. Mesmerizing, wouldn't you say? An impeccable manifestation of the God Emperor's sublimity.
Have we met?
Allow me to introduce myself. Conrad Voigtveer, Master of Whispers, in the employ of Her Ladyship Rogue Trader Theodora von Valencius, at your service. I haven't had the pleasure of speaking with you in person before.
Conrad bows his head and focuses his attention on you. Commodore Citadel von Maynard, Lord Captain of Drusius's Blessing.
My regards, Lord Captain. Though perhaps I should refrain from addressing you thus. Well, aboard this vessel. With all due respect, Commodore.
Vigtavi Vatari? Vig Vatari? Smiles faintly, but you are not sure it is directed at you.
I will be frank with you. You may forget your past titles, no matter who gave them to you, or what their origins are. From the moment you and the other candidate were brought aboard this void ship, your fate changed. You now serve Lord Captain Theodora von Valencias, and carry the burden of an heir of this house. Henceforth, you share your dynastic name with her ladyship. Bear it with honor.
Why am I aboard this vessel? Why have I been brought here?
So that you may fulfill your blood duty. Whatever obligations you had before, they are henceforth null and void. By order of the Lord Captain, you have been requisitioned to serve the rogue trader, indeed blessed by the God Emperor. I see that you are shocked. Yes, you understood correctly. Lady Theodora's authority indeed supersedes that of those whom you obeyed before. The Lord Captain's power is so great that she is capable of performing unthinkable feats, such as changing the fate of a servant of the Imperium. Your fate.
You have a curious title, Master of Whispers. What are your responsibilities?
To put it plainly, I am the head of the network of spies and informers who serve the interests of House von Valencias. I uncover weak links both among Lady Theodora's retinue and in the ranks of her rivals. I eliminate our vulnerabilities and exploit those of others.
Tell me about the one whose ship I find myself.
I would rather not discuss the Lord Captain behind her back. Especially not on board her ship. No one knows better than I that whispers are wont to attract particularly close attention. Suffice it to say that her ladyship is the bearer of the sacred warrant of trade and a woman of immense power and entitlement. However privileged your position may be, I ask that you do not incur her anger by being disrespectful or obtuse. Lady Theodora despises both qualities.
You say I'm one of the road trackers there, so there's another candidate?
That is. And you will meet him soon enough.
I assume you had some goal in mind when you decided to seek me out. Let us address it.
But of course, I have come to invite you to a meeting with Lady Theodora. I imagine you have many questions for your patroness, and I'm sure she has just as many questions for you. It is regrettable that you haven't yet had an opportunity to speak. It has been an arduous voyage thus far.
God damn it, Squirrel. Immense entitlement, capable of great anger? Is this lady's first name Karen by any chance?
The Lord Captain and Master Edelthrad von Valencias are conversing on the observation platform. Let us join them there.
Theodora
To be made.
is the first name. Next. Can I can. Massive conference table, obviously crafted from real wood, a resource of incredible value on board a void ship. Deck Enforcer. If I see you raise your head again, I'll hand you over to the tech priest for servitization. Oh, great. This is a nice
Keep
place
your
to
wits
work.
about you.
Show data on void screen. The sacred mechanism has been interfered with without due reverence. The duration of the data processing cycle has tripled. Incomprehensible information is displayed on a large screen above the cogitators. You can make out references to unfamiliar systems and words among the numbers and logistic symbols. Hey, Lily. How you
Rise to the
doing?
top, or get left in the dust.
I was going to ask you, Lily, do you get a lot of people who come to your streams offering to sell you artwork? When did Baldur's Gate 3 get a Warhammer mod? It was released Thursday. It was the official first day. Noble guest, worker. Candlelit altar with a copy of the 2,348th volume of the Lexis Imperialis, the Codex of the Sacred Laws of the Imperium. Couldn't resist, and you know it.
I always keep my options open.
Also, it's usually via Discord now. Interesting. I had 3 people stop in yesterday and offer to sell me artwork after following my channel. It's actually a Skyrim Warhammer 40k overhaul mod. That would be a thing. Skyrim.
One of the Fon Valencia's trophy rooms. Perhaps you would like to take a look around after your audience with the Lord Captain.
What's happening? Run! The servitors have gone berserk!
With the slow death of Twitter, they've gotten desperate. It seems interesting.
Taking calculated risk is my second nature. I'll see to it personally.
Also, good news, waiting on some of the things to clear with Steam. But we are in the works of getting a Steam page up for the game. Nice! Made enough pre-order sales. Congratulations. One thing I do love about this game is I can click here and I can say, well, I want to do this action. Can I? Well, that's based on this result here. I can also, I don't want to move there. I want to move back here. Okay, that's fine, kind of thing. You don't have to guess if you're in range of shit as much, because it'll actually hologram where you go to. Which I love as an ability. Before you actually have to commit.
It's as good as done. Another enemy down.
What suspiciously poor timing for such an accident. Servitors malfunction on the officer's deck at exactly the same moment when the rogue trader and her heirs are gathered here. I have blocked all passages between the upper and lower sectors of the residential decks. If this is a deliberate attack, it should stop the culprits from advancing their plan.
Where were you guys 5 seconds ago?
I'm afraid I must remain here. For Lady Theodora's safety, I have to oversee the execution of these orders personally. I hope you will have no difficulty reaching the observation platform on your own. It is just at the end of this corridor.
So basically, I have a little over 5 months to give everything a polish and balance. Nice.
I always
Well,
have
good
a
luck.
backup plan.
Wires of the servitor's head are still smoldering. It would seem the cause of this malfunction was the short-circuiting of the motivative force. Tarantula sentry gun constructed with the blessing of the Adeptus Mechanicus using a standard template construct in the manufactorums of Kaiva Gamma. Lehman Russ battle tank reclaimed and restored by the grace of the God Emperor, the first to breach the capital walls during the pacification of Vortex Chiton. This exhibit is unfinished. Another symbol of House Valencia's valor will be displayed here at some point in the future. The violet alloy, which upon closer examination turns out to be a handcrafted object, symbols carved with a primitive tool are visible in the surface. Ooh, what are you? These windows look into the next room, not outside the void ship. You cannot make out anything through the cloudy glass, only the weak light filtering through from that side. Time to get dinner. All right, have a good look at dinner. Have fun getting dinner.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Black shard resembles obsidian. If you look closely, you can discern a strange, barely perceptible glow inside the artifact. A massive golden amalgamation interspersed with sparkling particles. The stone on the pedestal is no doubt solid, but its surface shimmers and changes hue, as if someone has captured a piece of turbulent sea within the rock. A strange object that resembles sea coral, the porous surface is pitted, a sign that it has been underwater. Probably sea coral, then. A gray-green crystal with white veins. A low hum can be heard coming from the artifact. Someone hasn't been cleaning. You know you got a good trophy room when you have a Lehman Russ tank in your trophy room.
Let us not dawdle.
The Grand Void Ship Temple occupies the entire space below the officer's deck and is lit by countless candles and lumens. What's the purpose of that thing?
Is there money to be made?
No initiative, no independent thought, only the Omnissiah's commandments and adherence protocols. The lifts carry people around the decks, moving with loud grinding noise. Damn. There's an elevator.
I always keep my options open.
Beg your pardon, your lordship. After the incident with the servitor, the passage is closed to everyone until Arch-Militant says otherwise. I heard that Seneschal gave the senior officers another public dressing down recently. I don't know what it was for this time, but Worsnian would latch on to any slip-up as an excuse to give someone an earful.
Keep your wits about you.
Oh, well, I activated that cutscene. This is simply irrational, Lady Theodora, says the man dressed in peculiar garb, his voice tight with tension, his face, half of which is covered by sinskin, is twisted in a grimace of displeasure and disbelief. Assimilate into the trade structure would be political, and economic suicide, particularly practically an admission of heresy. Blah. Tall, gray-haired woman pins him with her gaze, her cybernetic eye flashing crimson. Then suggest an alternative that will satisfy me. I have described the situation, no worse than my seneschal could have done. Make a decision. What will you do with Aeon 6? Edorath. Adelthrad. Excuse me. Survey the room. Your first impression of Adelthrad, who appears to be about 30 years old, is of parchment-like skin stretched over a tightly bound mass of sinew, implants, and bone. The nervously twitching fingers, the face twisted in a slight tic, and the jerky movements are all signs of some illness or defect that have taken over his physical form. In stark contrast to Adelthrad, Theodora von Valencia's features appear to be as if they were carved from marble, eternal and indestructible. Head raised high, proud posture, hands clasped casually behind her back. Everything seems to emphasize the difference in status between her and Adelthrad. Behind the two of them, you see two more men. One is a gray-haired officer of impeccable bearing who is studying the contents of his data slate. The other is a behemoth bristling with holsters and baldricks containing all manner of weapons. Our second candidate has joined us. The dry female voice and the powerful feeling of being watched force you to look at Theodora. The rogue traitor is looking straight at you, and her gaze, like herself, is predatory and oppressive. Citadel, approach and give me your answer. Skills tests, we're good. Consider the hypothetical situation. Aeon 6, a new world on the fringes of the Chronos Expanse. High seismic activity, regular magma eruptions, metamorphic rock de- deposits, prospects for large-scale mining. The world is populated by natives who worship some theoretical underworld spirits that protect those who offer them sacrifice. Flights of fantasy, you might say, but attempts to install ore extractors have failed for the second time. The mining crews sent to the planet's surface simply vanished overnight. My question to you is, what would you do with this poisoned treasure? Those spirits could well be the natives' name for dangerous aliens. I would first verify if that is indeed the case, and if the population engages in xeno worship. Theodora arches an eyebrow. Reasonable and prudent. However, chasing after ethereal creatures may prove a rather long and fruitless endeavor. Ethelthrod scoffs. Apart from Xenos, an untrodden planet might be teeming with myriad horrors that are far more dangerous and difficult to eradicate. I suspect that you, Citadel, are simply unaware of their existence. I gave a straight answer to a simple question, which, as I understand, was more than you could do, Ethelthrod. The color drains from Ethelthrod's face, which distorts his features further. Insolent, ignorant upstart, how dare you! Ethelthrod, Theodore's tone renders him silent. I believe I gave you an assignment on this ship. Explain to me, then, why my senior congregator is still dawdling about the officer's deck, instead of proceeding to the middle decks to commence the inspection of the compartments in his purview. I beg your forgiveness, Lady Theodora. Your presence has such a profound effect on me that I will forget the time. Ethelthrod bows ceremoniously and takes his leave without sparing you another look. Theodora's gaze follows him as he leaves. Then she turns to you. So, Citadel, why are you here? I do not know just yet. I hope you will clarify that. Theodora smiles wryly. Clearly a luxury that few of us can afford. There is a reason why I did not explain all clarity, excuse me. A luxury that few of us can afford. There's a reason I did not explain all the details of the question I posed to you earlier. Beyond the borders of the Imperium, seldom is one granted an opportunity to enjoy information in abundance. This, however, is one such opportunity. My name is Theodora von Valencia Massimo Afskaras. I am a rogue trader in the service of the God Emperor of humanity, and my rights and freedoms are vindicated by a most sacred relic, the warrant of trade, kept aboard this very vessel. Mine is the honor to venture into the darkness beyond the Imperium and carry humanity's light where powers wicked and heretical reign. A bold death and ruin to us all. Reign and bode death, and bode, not bold, bode death to us all. It is my decision alone to determine the fate of whatever I find past the bonds of the explored void. Every world I discover along with all there is to find, excuse me, therein, resources, people, riches, and mysteries, is mine by right. I command millions of lives, rule over numerous planets, and possess fortunes that no planetary governor or commander could dream of amassing. And you, Citadel, are one of those with the Von Valencia blood in their veins and a rightful claim to this inheritance when the hour comes. A bold death to us all, yes. One of. Does this mean that there are others? Naturally. Some have yet to arrive on board, but you have had the pleasure of meeting one of them. Ethelthrad may be somewhat disconcerted by the scale of the responsibilities that may potentially fall upon his shoulders. However, fudge. However, I have a good feeling about him as a candidate. Blood right alone is not enough to earn the high honor of becoming the bearer of a warrant of trade. Nonetheless, your abilities and talents may yet prove useful. If not for the role of Lord Captain, then for the role that of their closest ally. Theodora sighs and looks away pensively for a brief moment. Alas, even those responsibilities can at times be too challenging for those who share your blood. Kunrad Vigtaver served me for many years before he made his mistake. You tired too, Lily? I got like 12 hours of sleep last night, and I'm still tired. The Master of Whispers is related to you? His kinship to me is most distant, as is yours. Nevertheless, he does bear the name of Von Valencia, even if he avoids using it publicly, and as such, strictly speaking, can be considered, God damn it, my heir. Voitver? Considered my heir. That door, however, is closed to him. Voitver's performance in his current role is satisfactory. Or it used to be, at least. Your saddle side. The G is silent? No. Voitver's. If you are satisfied with Ethelthrad, then what sense is there in having this conversation? Why are you wasting your time on me? Theodore shakes her head. Impatience. I'm rather fond of impatient people. They are not as quick to resign themselves to circumstances and more eager to show initiative. Even if I do choose Ethelthrad as my successor, I will still require loyal advisors. The skills and knowledge you acquired in your former life may prove invaluable here in the Kronos Expanse. It's very German. As I was explaining to actually my mother last night, all of these names and words are just designed to screw with anyone who's not used to it. I mean, when was the last time you met someone named Theodora? You were once a Lord Captain yourself, aboard your own ship. You know everything there is to know about the life of this gargantuan beast and its thousands of crew members. You know how fickle machine spirits can be, how weak-willed are the rabble from the lower decks, how a single tactical decision can turn the tide of a battle. Few people can claim to have such priceless experience that is so highly sought after in my calling. You know someone who goes by Theodora. Ironically, she's from Germany. And maybe that's the issue. I don't know very many people from Germany, and that's why I've never experienced this name. But I've never experienced this name. Theodore, I knew a kid, there was a kid in my elementary school who everyone called Teddy. But at least rumor had it his real name was Theodore. Hell, there was Theodore Roosevelt, a president of the United States. San Juan Hill and all that. But, you know, it's just the female form of Theodore. Yeah, I know it's the female form. I never knew there was a female form until this. Moreover, Theodora inclines her head slightly. Your remarkable mental abilities are noted in your profile. If you can find a way to exhibit them in the service of the Von Valencia dynasty, well, so much the better. Thank you for clarifying. May I ask my questions now? The Vox affixed to Theodora's attire suddenly comes to life, but all you can hear is unintelligible noise. Theodora winces, shuts off the transmission, and gives you an imperious nod. So, side note, new phone is so freaking buttery smooth. I'm glad you enjoy it. Sorry, what went through my head was The Rock in Jumanji 2 going, "Oh, my hips are like butter." I'd recommend the Jumanji, the new Jumanjis. They're good. I have some time before the navigator gives the signal to initiate the void ship's transition out of the warp, and my presence is required on the bridge. It was good. I liked it. Yeah, I did too. But then you gotta love The Rock. The incident took place on the officer's deck. Some servos went berserk and attacked the crew. Welcome to the jungle, right? Yeah, welcome to the jungle. Is that so? Perhaps the technomats were careless during maintenance. Or it could be the warp playing tricks on us in spite of the Geller field. Or perhaps there is something to all the stories about the ship being possessed, after all. Theodora laughs nonchalantly. The gray-haired officer gives the rogue trader a look of cautious disapproval. Lady Theodora, for the God Emperor's sake, surely you do not intend to start repeating idle rumors spread about by uneducated riffraff. Enough, Abelard. Such hearsay amuses me. Idra eagerly retells me everything she learns from the whispers of her unseen advisors. She turns to you. The ship is thousands of years old. It has enough hidden nooks, manufacturing cogitators, and unused compartments to make ignorant folk speak of specters dwelling inside the bulkheads and plotting against those who yet live. Where's the ship headed? Rykad system, the domain of Rogue Trader Winterscale, one of my peers and rivals. Only 3 rogue traders exist in the Cronus Expanse, and each of them possesses resources comparable to mine. Excuse me. Perhaps you will one day assist House von Valencia in surpassing both of them in affluence and splendor. I set the course for Rykard on the demand. Theodora grimaces. She gives you a stern look, then shrugs. For a very specific reason. Perhaps I shall yet appraise you of the purpose of this voyage, but now is not the time. What are my current responsibilities? Observe, learn, absorb. It will take time for you to find your bearings aboard this vessel and in your new position. Eventually I will find a post that suits you, as I did for Edelthrad. Until that time comes, consider yourself my aide. Gracious Lord Captain, surely there are ways I can prove myself worthy to be your heir. You can start by not asking questions of the sort. I have no need for sycophants. I will draw my conclusions when an opportunity to prove yourself arises. As for when you will be granted that opportunity, only the God Emperor knows. Guess I have no more questions. In that case, I shall head to Theodore's Vox awakens once more. This time you pick up shouting. The Lord Captain freezes, listening to the Vox cast, then nods and draws her weapon. Disturbances reported on the adjacent decks. Seneschal, if the need arises, protect the new blood. She glances at you. It is possible that the chance to prove your worth, may present itself sooner than you may have anticipated.
No mercy to those who oppose Von Valancius.
Hey, Tanya! Chaos is coming for the ship? Of course chaos is coming from the ship. Have you seen? Well, I guess I'm not the captain yet. Got it. Stop the battle!
One fewer target.
Two fewer targets. A lot fewer targets. Bullet in the kidney, bullet in the kidney. That wasn't my kidney, but... $90, 93 out of range. Oh, it shows you where the best place to make the shot is? Huh. You go there. 90.
I'll see to it personally.
Character has just missed. No shit. So that was scripted.
Who
Reload.
if not me?
Pain and duty go hand in hand.
How'd you like this?
Ow. 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 Poor guy.
On it. We never stood a chance.
Character just landed a critical hit. Got it. Croata? What is Croata? Aha.
This will leave a scar.
No, it won't. There'll be nothing left of him. There is no scar if the body is juice. Theodore waves her hand in a commanding gesture. Mort! Take a team with you and clear the path to the transport line. Do not let a single Horson survive. He's vaporized, yeah. Rogue Trader turns her eyes to you. Didn't bat an eye when that scum burst onto the deck. Not bad. I've seen many an officer who panicked at the sight of combat on the upper decks. The false sense of security offered by their position makes them that much more vulnerable to the harsh realities of warp travel. She looks at the Vox in her hand. All you can hear is lifeless static. What's happening? From what we have seen, Citadel, I can speculate that we are dealing with some variety of madness induced by warp travel. The Seneschal is astonishingly calm for someone who just survived a sudden attack. Such episodes are not uncommon among Voidsmen, who have found themselves outside the boundaries of real space. Through such episodes seldom spill onto other decks. Horson is a phrase that needs to make a comeback. Horson is a phrase that needs to make a comeback. It's a good phrase. The cryptic word Croatoan was found carved into the palisade of Roanoke colony in the early colonial days of the U.S. Abelson looks like Spine, not gonna lie. Spire. He does look a little bit like Spire. So Croatoan is it's either an island or a group of natives that may have taken them in. Is the theory. Also, you know the difference between a enzyme and a hormone? I have a feeling I'm going to regret this knowing you, but what's the difference, Lily? You can't hear an enzyme. Yep. I knew I was going to regret that. There's no saving some folk. Theodora clicks her fox a few times. The casters are not working, or have been sabotaged. Either the warp is toying with us, or someone went to great lengths to cut the ship's communications. I will need a direct channel to the engine seer, Prime, before I can get a sense of what we are up against. Whatever it may be, keep your weapons at the ready. I imagine it will be some time before we no longer need them. Tech priest whose specialization is the maintenance and repair of the sacred machines. Blame Jameson? Why blame Jameson? Is it because he introduced me to you, or is there a more subtle reason? He introduced us, yep. Okay. How could there be armed people in the ranks of the crew who would dare to attack the Lord Captain? Seneschal gives you a gloomy look. Trust me, Citadel. This is hardly surprising for a crew of thousands. The lower decks are a fertile environment for discontent and heresy. No matter how one tries to incinerate any seed before it can take root, all it takes is a hint of warp influence to cloud the minds of normal, obedient cattle. Heresy detected. Very true. Sporadic riots on the lower decks never reach these compartments. Theodora's anger causes the Seneschal to shrink slightly. No, the tumults of the rabble are always contained within their own territory. This is too well organized. It is spreading too rapidly. The incident with the rampaging servitors may be connected to what is transpiring now. Possibly. Quite likely. Theodora winces and flicks the switch on her Vox a few times. We will investigate at a later time. Right now, we need to isolate the affected compartments and try to assess the situation. What are your orders? She breaks eye contact with you. Mort has gone on ahead to clear a path for us. If you want to make yourself useful, go after him and see if the arch-militant requires aid. And be quick about it. Massive golden structure never stops moving for a moment. Light bounces off the orbits. And figures representing celestial bodies.
I always have a backup plan.
Elevator. So a star map. A physicalized star map.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Oh wow. Laying down on the job? Shame. I can see the deck enforcer all the way down here. Damn, that's cool.
Is there money to be made?
Elevator, yes. Do you have a problem with the elevator? Conrad Vigtiver lets out a sigh of relief upon seeing you. Thank Providence you are alive and well. Rat thing go burr. Always on time, eh, Conrad? The moment we finish chasing the riffraff around the deck, you show up. Always just after the fighting's done. You could set your chrono by it. Conrad poignantly looks away from the arch-militant to you. Mort, pull yourself together. The arch-militant looks back at you. What, did the Lord Captain send you to chivvy us along? We are all done here. I'll report right away. Mort pulls his Vox from the belt and hurriedly reports the situation. Master whispers, what is happening on my ship? The Voxnet is silent. The Voxmaster's not responding. Armed assailants have stormed the officer's deck, and my arch-militant just destroyed several more heretics on the way here. Is this a severe case of warp madness? Have some of my crew lost their minds and forgotten who they are and whom they serve? Report. I have not yet received word from the that thingy regarding any Geller field failures, but communications were already unstable half an hour ago, and now they have ceased altogether. Whatever the cause may be, the consequences are spreading fast. I am receiving scattered reports from the middle decks, and the only Vox cast from the lower bays are one-way heretical gibberish. Vitvari pauses. The madmen have already reached the officer's deck. Suggests that this outage was planned in advance. Perhaps this is an organized mutiny. Mutiny? Who would attempt such a thing in the warp? Lunatics, fools, heretics. Your ship hoses thousands upon thousands of people. Pernicious thoughts and warp-induced delusions could have tainted any one of them. It is a difficult notion to accept, but such risks are inescapable. First, we have to confirm that the bridge and the Navigator's Sanctorum are secure, and I have the means to do both things at once. Her expression changes as her eyes flash ominously. Theodora looks at Vidvir. Edelthrad, where is he? I must know if he is unharmed. A psyker aboard a ship that is potentially being assaulted by the warp could pose a greater threat to himself and others than a whole army of madmen with improvised weapons. I tried to locate him, but the last thing known about his movements is that he arrived on Transitional Deck 18. Blast it. Master of Whispers, find Edelthrad immediately. Seneschal, locate Tless and the Sister of Battle. Both are to remain at my side. Arch Militant with me. I must go to my study, and it appears that we might encounter heretics along the way. Citadel. Theodora glances at you thoughtfully. If I may, Lord Captain. Vitvira's voice is soft and cautious. Transitional Deck 18 is at the heart of the disturbance, and if our goal is to bring Edelthrad back, I could use some support. After all, I am not as adept at directly confronting enemies of the house as the esteemed Arch-Militant, and taking into consideration Edelthrad's psychic powers, then it's settled. Citadel, find Edelthrad and bring him here, in whatever state you find him in. This elevator, she points to the massive doors, leads to restricted compartments such as my personal chambers and the bridge. Do not let me down. I require you both. Do you understand? In whatever state. What does that mean? Kunrad coughs. We are in the warp. Considering the attack, there could be a disruption in the Geller field, and the infiltration of malevolent forces onto the decks. Psychers can react to such things in the most unpredictable ways. Enough, Master of Whispers. You must not allow my heir to turn into a mindless mutant and to perish under Enforcer fire. Do whatever it takes to bring Edelthrad back to me. Oh, if anyone here has Amazon Prime, Deathloop is currently being offered via Twitch on Epic. Good to know. I hear and obey, Lord Captain. Theodora waves a hand impatiently, then move out. More to come. Vitvar gives you a nod. Are you ready to head to 18? It's a long walk, and you do not have the proper gear. Have proper gear. I shall make do. Lead the way. Of course you will. He rummages in his pocket for something. Lady Theodora would never have someone she couldn't rely on as one of her heirs. But this is no longer relevant. With a pop and a sharp crackle, something hits you in the abdomen, and you are consumed by unbearable gut-wrenching pain. I promised you a special destiny, Citadel. It is time to fulfill it. Do I need to burn you for heresy? Maybe. Who are you talking to?
Careful, careful. Be gentle with our guest. He has an important mission to complete during our visit to the Warrant Chamber. And for that, I need him breathing. Oh, you are back with us, I see. Delightful.
Vigdvara, you two-faced scum. You're the one behind this mayhem.
How perceptive of you. I'll help you with the next insight. I need you here for your blood. You have the option to share it voluntarily, or I will squeeze it out of you myself.
Tibbers. So I was watching someone last night that had figured out a way to completely break Argentna, where for 2 turns every kill would give her 1 AP and 1 MP, so 1 action point, 1 movement point, and she could fire up to her rate of fire, and had a Laz sniper that had 6 rate of fire. And just broke her. So every unlimited she got, she could basically map wipe. Damn, that's impressive. I am not that familiar with the system. This was in Act 1. Damn. Someone knows the system well then. This is still the prologue, and I don't know that much about Act 1, so I can't say. But that's impressive. Thanks for sharing. I am not that good when it comes to rules knowledge.
We are in the anteroom of the Warring Chamber, this void ship's most hallowed vault. There, beyond those gates, lies the relic that gives Theodora all of her power. The sacred Warrant of Trade. Only one obstacle remains on my path to obtain
I'm Commander
it.
Shepard,
The
and
gates
this is
of
my
the
favorite
chamber
store on
are
the
guarded
Citadel.
by the Sentinel. An ancient device that will only open the door to a true heir of a dynasty. I expected to do this part myself, but never mind. You will offer your blood to the Sentinel.
The Tibbers, thank you for the follow, man. I really do appreciate it. Welcome to the Citadel. My builds are all over. I'm going to restart tonight when I get home. Now that I have an idea of what I'm doing. Yeah, I know. I thought about doing that, but I don't know the system enough. I forgot to include a beard when I made my character, so we restarted. I need to have a beard. So yeah, I played yesterday, got a little bit into it, figured out a little more what I was doing. I have some things I want to change up, but for the most part, I'm still not that far in the game to know the system very well, so I'm curious to see how it goes. I also am just more of a casual player, personally, than a lot of people. So, best of luck with your new builds, but... why are you doing this?
Why? Because I am following an order. What is happening on this ship right now has been in the making for a very long time. All that remains is to obtain what my master sent me for. The Warrant of Trade.
What is it, inbred? Is your blood too thin for the Sentinel?
On the contrary, the Warp's blessing has raised me too much above your kind, Fon Valencius. The Sentinel refused to submit to me. But you can help. After all, isn't that what family is for?
What sorry, pathetic excuse do you even have for your apostasies? You sordid, wretched piece of Grok's shit. Ooh, I like Grok's shit.
Wretched? What do you know about wretchedness? Theodora's cur. Are you hoping to buy a grain of her indulgence with your blind loyalty? Oh, I know this delusion. But thank the gods it no longer has power over me. Humanity can rot. I no longer serve mortal kind. Once my work is done, I'll make that pompous wench Von Valencius watch as I sacrifice her entire dynasty and commit their fate to the gods. And you will be the instrument by which I will accomplish this righteous act.
Skill tests and dialogue. The blade flashes in the dim light, and drops of blood appear on your palm. For a brief moment you feel nauseous, your head is spinning, and then quiet whispers begin to flood your mind. More and more sourceless voices echo each other, drowning out your own thoughts, replacing them with a single urge to go to the gate. Go to the gate. Go to the gate. Fight the voices. Nope.
I doubt it, my dear. But that's enough talk. Fulfill your destiny.
I wanted to fight the voices in my head, damn it. I missed that option. I misclicked. In the gateway arch, you see a cogitator with a human likeness built into the front panel. As you approach, the torso twitches slightly. This is a servitor, an obedient automaton created from a lobotomized human being. The sentinel turns its head to you, one of its eyes sockets lighting up, and with two ember-like irises. Examine. Succeeded! You carefully inspect the design of the gate cogitator. What immediately catches your eye is the strange alloy that was used as material for the machine's components, some of which are unfamiliar to you. You suspect this might be some kind of archaeotech relic. The servitor on the gate begins to move. With the screeching and groaning of metal, it leans forward, closer to you. Its lower jaw opens with a drawn-out shriek, much wider than the jaw of a living human could. The servitor's mouth is filled with sharp metallic fangs that glint in the dim light. The vid screen to the right of you lights up, showing strings of mysterious symbols on a green background. A whisper runs through your consciousness, insisting, demanding sacrifice. The voice that filled your head after Vitvir wounded you with his blade did not go away. On the contrary, their source coiled itself into a tight knot somewhere in the depths of your mind. Look back.
Did you forget something? I suggest you hurry.
For anything I could use as a weapon. Fight heresy. You look around in hopes of finding at least something that could work as a weapon. Your search is in vain. The chamber anteroom is completely empty and in perfect working condition. Nary a broken panel or a protruding piece of rebar in sight. We already clicked on that. Oh, the servitor looks noticeably different than the ones you are used to. Its skin covering is stretched tighter together, stitched together with copper thread, and it has metal hinges in places of the standard joints. It seems that the creators of the Sentinel did everything to ensure that the service life of this unit would be much longer than that of an ordinary automaton's. Place your hand in the Sentinel's maw. It's the only option I have left. The Sentinel's jaws clamp around your hand, puncturing your skin and sinking into your flesh. A few dark drops fall into the servitor's throat, and immediately you hear humming as the servitor's motors start up and the pump stir it into motion. The vid screen of the cogitator flickers. Several long minutes pass, the sentinel's jaw remains closed, and you are beginning to feel sick. Perhaps if you were to lean against the gate, you could catch your breath. Maybe even close your eyes and pretend none of this ever happened.
High levels of caustic humus. The subject is in a state of heightened stress. Do you require assistance?
You do not understand where this quiet voice is coming from. Crackling in static. Is it the sentinel? The cogitator? Is it a figment of your weary mind? Whatever it is, you can clearly hear every word. Who is this?
Genetic code identified. Child of House von Valancius. Do you require assistance?
You hear the voice again, and this time you realize that it's coming from the two speakers built into the sentinel's shoulders. You hear a displeased grunt in your mind, as if the lurking entity has sensed something that is not to its liking. By the way, considering bringing back a free game I made over 20 years ago. Cool! Yes, Sentinel. Traitors threaten my life and the safety of the warned. Pain shoots through your head and subsides just as quickly. It would seem the entity coiled in your consciousness does not have the ability to do you any real harm. Gone into Discord mode in my brain.
And this is my favorite store on the Citadel.
Tried to do it. Sounds good, Lily. The Sam Ham Witch. Nice, buddy. Welcome, welcome, bud. Thank you for the follow. Sam Hamwich. Nice. Nice. Welcome, welcome, bud. Yeah, it's a good name. It's a good name. Thank you for the Prime sub, buddy. Thank you so much. Welcome, welcome. Appreciate all the support. Sam Hamwich. It's just off enough to make you think without like screwing you up. My pleasure. Keep it at it. Thank you so much.
Request accepted. Initiating defense protocol.
End dialogue.
Well, there is still another way.
We're calling that defense protocol. Okay. Get a pass in my book. Normally, I'm not a fan of Sam's. Those are my ex. I want to open this again. The enormous gate, so it's not registering here. Interesting. Enormous gate match the importance of the thing they protect. The massive doors are made of heavy metal and look impregnable. By God, this ship defends. I know, right?
I always keep my options open.
I love how the cannons open fire. Everyone turns to engage the cannons, and then the statues just light the candles around themselves. What about Samo Hugh? Yeah, I'm lost. Sorry. More candles. See? Candles. No idea who. Okay, so I'm not the only one who has no idea about that one. Also, I expected the writ to be something I could carry. Old Hong Kong action film actor. Interesting. Very likable Sam. I'll have to look into that. I'm not familiar with that, though. I can't say I've watched much Hong Kong film. Let it be known that by my will and by the true words of this document, I appoint this person to be the bearer of the warrant of... Yeah, no. I will hopefully be able to read it when it's stored in the log afterwards.
Escort the child of the house to safety.
Servo skull crackling gradually turns into comprehensible words. What madness is happening here? Who are you? Who addresses me?
Temporary obnubilation following acute stress. Mobile unit of the Warren Sentinel standing by.
Are you the Warren Sentinel?
Mobile unit of the Warren Sentinel designed as a personal escort of the child of the house and a means of communicating with the rogue trader's subjects. Mobile unit standing by.
I need to contact someone. Preferably Theodora.
Voxcast frequencies disrupted. Initiating setup. Establishing connection.
In place of the mechanical screeching, the Servo Skull's Vox projects the voice of Theodora von Valencia, distorted and ridden with static, yet still recognizable beyond a doubt. Voxmaster, restore communication with the Navigator's Sanctum. I'm trying to contact the bridge. If anyone can hear me on this frequency, regroup all available forces and head to the upper decks at once. I repeat, regroup all available forces and head.
Communication protocols breached. Signal latency assessment unavailable. Unable to establish two-way connection.
I need a weapon. I'm utterly
Distance from the
defenseless.
current location to the nearest arsenal. Initiating situational calculations.
I knew a Sam growing up who was a pretty good guy, too. Did I know a female Sam, too? I think I did. Yeah, I did. Sammy, yep. Servo Skull goes silent. My brain just switched. Servo Skull goes silent. Its relays clacking. Second after second pass, and you realize that the Servo Skull will not answer you. Will not answer you. Leave me away from here.
Middle and upper decks. Assuming the probability of safe placement in areas of concentration of armed units. Calculating. To prevent unauthorized units from breaching the warrant chamber, preemptive sealing must be initiated. The mobile unit will start executing the received order immediately after the safety of the warrant is secured.
Let's calm down there, Lily. You're getting a little intense. Use the journal. Alright, will you update? No, you won't. Gosh darn it. That's why I censored. I do appreciate that. If I leave,
Let us not dawdle.
come back, will you update? No, you won't. Warrant of trade and bestowed upon them and their Yeah, if you want to read the warrant of trade, I'm sure there's somewhere online you can find it, everyone. I do apologize, but there seems to be some sort of display glitch bestowed upon them and their dynasty, the Great Mission. It has
Rise to the
disappeared.
top
It has
or
not
get left in
progressed.
the
I
dust.
don't know if I missed something. So yeah, we're just gonna let it be.
I always have a backup plan.
Master! What? Whatever are you doing in the warrant chamber? How did you... Throne preserve me! What is the meaning of this?
Seneschal Abelard, thank you. Warren's Abelard has lost some of his former polish. His forehead is sweating, and one of his sleeves of his coat is torn and soaked through with blood. Nevertheless, despite his heavy breathing, he stands firm, and his gaze is demanding, albeit somewhat surprised. He surveys the carnage around him, his brow furrows, and he places his hand on his weapon. Konrad Vitvira is a traitor. When we parted ways on the officer's deck, he stunned me somehow and brought me here.
What?
He intended to take revenge on Theodora for something, and trying to reach the Warren was somehow part of the plan.
Oh, holy God, Emperor. I presume he is the one responsible for the mutiny. And, Master, I wish to remind you that you are to refer to the Lord Captain as Lady Theodora.
Vigvira openly admitted that he is the mastermind.
Saints' blood! Then it is small wonder that the heretics are so well organized. I thought his order to seal the passages between decks was his attempt to stop the attackers from spreading to other levels. But now I see the real reason. It was to stop the enforcers from intervening. At least you are alive, and now safe, Master. Alas, I doubt we can afford to look for a compartment to sit out this disaster. You're in a bad way. I can treat your wounds. I have a Medicaid kit with me. And, for the love of the throne, now is not a good time to be walking around the decks without means of self-defense. Here.
I would like to know why he's walking around with an axe, an auto pistol, and a flak chest plate when he seems to already have weapons and gear. But, you know, what the hell. Inventory. Axis. Pistol. Armor. And I cannot give myself a med kit yet. But I can click you. So I went through all this yesterday. If you want to hear me read it, watch yesterday's stream. Otherwise, I'm just going to go through the...
So this wound will make a fire. That is a noticeable improvement. Now you're prepared for the trials ahead. The lower decks are teeming with heretics instigating the rabble to revolt. But that is the least of our problems. The ship's enforcers are rounding up the scoundrels and suppressing the resistance. The situation on the middle decks is much worse, although strike teams have already been dispatched there. All communication with the bridge and the engineering bay was lost. So, apart from scattered voxcasts, we have no information to go on. But that is not the worst of it. All these jolts and shaking are most alarming. These are signs that the navigator and the master helmsman are having difficulty translating the ship out of the warp and into real space. I fear that they may have already lost control. We must reach the navigator's sanctum and get a handle on the situation. If we can manage that, some aboard this vessel may yet survive.
What exactly has gone wrong with the translation?
I am no helmsman. Oh, God Emperor preserve me, navigator. However, I have spent my entire life aboard void ships equipped with warp drives, and I know that portents such as these do not bode well. It could be that the Geller field has faltered. Perhaps the navigator was struck down by warp corruption and is fighting for the last shreds of his humanity as we speak. If we get thrown off course, we will be forever lost in the war. Naturally, we would likely not have long to live in that scenario. But I will not resign myself to such an outcome just yet.
How'd you find me?
You sent me a Vox message. Specifically, a Voxcast on the officer's frequency, which I had the good fortune to receive. You mean to say you did no such thing?
I think the Warrant Sentinel may have sent that message. It appeared when I opened the chamber.
Warren Sentinel? The Lord Captain barely ever ventures down to the chamber, and I was at her side only once or twice when she did. But I did not see anything of the sort. The Warren Chamber is an ancient and rather sacred mechanism that the ship's tech priests treat with the utmost reverence. I assume that whatever it is that you did, you must have activated certain processes and caused the Sentinel to awaken. But then, Why did none of it happen when Lady Theodora did the same?
That's an interesting question. What can we expect to find in the Navigator's Sanctum?
During warp transit, the Sanctum is closed to all who are not involved in traversing the Empyrean. And for good reason. For the Navigator to open their third eye and perceive the way, the Sanctum must be bathed in the energies of the Immaterial. Only a Navigator can withstand such an ordeal. For the rest of us, any contact with the warp is fraught with perils such as loss of sanity, spontaneous mutations, and death.
Abelard does not bat an eye as he lists all the horrors that you are about to face. I heard one of Theodora's Vox
Lady
casts.
Theodora's. Which one? The last one I received was about the Navigator's Sanctum, and that was a good while ago. In any case, let us hope that the Lord Captain is well, and safely in charge of the ship's defense. In the meantime, we must do all we can to prevent the ship from veering off course.
The Navigator's Sanctum. Very well. Lead the way.
Absolutely. Let us proceed.
Wave of static suddenly erupts from the servo skull, and you can make out Theodora's words through the noise. To arms, loyal sons and daughters of the God Emperor. Fight the heresy and corruption that threatens to consume our home, and with all your might destroy those who have dared.
The Lord Captain is calling her crew to battle, which means the Vox networks are set up for broadcast transmission, not message exchange. Splendid. While the rogue trader inspires proper resolve to fight in her subjects, you and I shall prove that her trust in us is well deserved. Onward!
Run, fools!
Or fall!
I'll turn you into corpse starch.
This is great. Nice people. Abelard, go here. I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that. Cutthroat. Okay, they're all cutthroats. You go there. Begin. Oh no, he tried to hurt me. 0 damage? How did that? Okay. Abilities. Okay. Yeah, we know how this works. I know how this works.
I'll make
Slicey.
it happen. Another enemy down.
Oh, he goes splat. Charge!
Personal.
Splat. Opportunity attacks. Characters with melee weapons can make an attack of opportunity. If an opponent in an adjacent cell initiates movement, it can also trigger by some abilities. All characters with melee weapons, including members of your party, can make attack of opportunity. Chance to hit and deal damage are calculated like normal. Okay. Violent squelching murder. Yeah, that about sums it up. Abelard has the special ability to charge. So does my character. We don't need to worry about it. Insane small laughter. Yep, that sounds about right too. Area attacks. Bomb. Swing.
Reduced to dust.
Gooey. See, brace for impact. Yeah, he's an admiral background, or an officer, imperial officer background.
I will do my duty.
You're supposed to fall over. Fall down, go boom.
I've suffered worse.
What's your background? I'm an imperial officer as well. Can't you tell by the hat? Who else gets such a fancy and cool hat? Friendly fire. Be careful. Got it. Officers for days. Yes.
It's as good as done.
Nice shot.
Indeed. I took care of this one.
Experience points. Speaking of which, win BFGA 2? BFGA 2. Big frickin' Gaia attack. I have no idea BFGA 2. Battlefleet Gothic. Ah. I don't know. It's still on the list. There's a ton and a half to do right now, unfortunately. Collecting loot. Cargo. I'm gonna just do this. Select all. Close. Mech Warriors Monday. This is today and tomorrow. Maybe Wednesday?
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Is there anything doesn't appear to be? Alright, before we go any further, let's level ourselves up. Available skills. Athletics, carousal, coercion, demolition, Medicaid. Affected by the strength of the character, ability to traverse difficult terrain. I think we're gonna give him Medicaid. Max carouse for potential offspring. Represents the character's talent to manipulate other people through intimidation or reach their desired goals via threats and pressure during dialogue. So it doesn't have anything to do with potency. We're going to go Medicaid because that will allow my character to treat wounds. You can already treat wounds, so we don't need to go Medicaid with you. To resist negative effects. That actually sounds like a real... Oh, carouse. That was coercion. What's carouse? It's the ability to resist negative effects applied by poisons, stimulants, or alcohol. May give access to new dialogue options. So now, well, first, the las pistol is better than the auto pistol. And we can put the bandages on now. Navigator Sanctorum. Save.
The Navigator Sanctum is directly along the passageway. I pray to the God Emperor that we are not too late.
Dual wielding las pistols?
And so, he will enter the halls of the blinded guide and witness the radiance of the final dawn through the cracks and fall victim to a whim of fate.
Master, watch your head. Idira, would it be too much to ask that you phrase your soothsayings plainly for once? That was too close.
So to answer your question, you can dual wield. There's a skill that gives you the ability to do that. Right now, the issue we run into is that we are limited to one attack. Base, character, no special abilities, no anything of that nature. You have your movement points, you have your action points, and you have one attack. You can't do more than that. Now, there's a bunch of abilities that give you an additional attack that'll remove the limit on attacks. But there's also a skill that allows you to make a second attack with a weapon in another hand. I think it's just a single attack, though. Like a single point-blank shot rather than like a spray of bullets or anything. For an additional action point beyond its base, and there's a deficit to hit, I think. The other issue with going the dual las pistol route with our character is the fact that our character is more melee-based.
Sorry, old man. The voices are so loud I can't even hear myself. They shriek, they sing, they... Oh, Abelard, how they sing!
Like any captain should. Yeah, they are, right now my character is a warrior? Yeah, it's a warrior, which is the melee focus, whereas the soldier is the gun focus. So what we need to do is get a cybernetic eye for Citadel, then convince a bunch of orcs that he obliterated their war boss by glaring at him. You do realize, Squirrel, that would mean that if I glared at any of those that were convinced of that, wouldn't they also die?
This is Idira Tlas, personal psyker and diviner of Her Ladyship Theodora von Valensis. Idira?
I'm not drunk, old man. I'm suffering the effects of the warp that is seeping through these walls. I see the ship's fate. To die in the waves of the immaterium, fall under the burning rays of the final dawn. And in the roaring blaze, I see a figure standing. Who is it? I have no answer.
The key takeaway is that you'd get the ability to obliterate people with your eye, yeah. I say that you're sparing them because you're feeling merciful. The entity in your consciousness shrieks and crawls in deeper, its claws scraping against the walls of your mind, as if the presence is trying to hide from the seer standing before you. A diviner, are you?
The voices from beyond the threshold whisper to me. Sometimes their murmurs are clear, they grant insight. Sometimes they drive me mad. But I am patient. I know how to listen and discern. But now, with this clamor around me, too many voices, too loud. And you are von Valancius, one of Lady Theodora's heirs. Well then, we finally meet.
You hear a few clicks from the relays in the servo skull, which has followed you all the way here. And Theodora's scrambled words give way to a voice vaguely familiar to you. Officer's frequency, to all who can hear me. Those with a weapon in their hand are to gather on the officer's deck at once. I repeat, Gather on the officer's deck at once and prepare to launch a counterattack.
That's Ethelthrat. Oh, Emperor's Providence. The other heir lives as well. Quickly, we must head to...
Not so fast, old man. If we drown in the warp, Lady Theodora's heirs won't be any good to us. If Ethelthrat's like me and hasn't yet surrendered his mind or body to the mercy of the warp, then he can still hold on a little longer without us.
Blast it. You're right. First, we need to deal with what is happening here.
How do you know who I am?
What? You think Lady Theodora didn't ask me to peek into the darkness behind the backs of those she sees as her prospective heirs? I have seen you. I have seen the footsteps of your past and the wounds of your heart.
You flinched at the seer's words. No doubt she's referring to the nightmares the torturers inflicted upon your body and mind. Your muscles contract involuntarily, as if steeling themselves once more for the inevitable pain. What are you doing here?
The whispers called me. The ones I could make out among all the screams and screeches. Those who are rocking this boat hit us where it hurt. They went after the navigator, our guide through the warp. Other whispers called me to the enginarium. But it was too late. I heard the cry of our master Cog, and the silence that followed.
What? You don't mean the Enginseer Prime is...
Said, without a doubt. And the voices wail, heralding countless nightmares, cackling at each soul among the hundreds that are now joining the warp. The shriek from the Navigator's sanctum was louder than the rest. And it's better that we save the Navigator than some lever puller from a cooling module or a cook from the middle decks.
It's nice to find a person. We lost a tech priest, yes, we did. Let's see if the navigator is well.
Oh no. No. Nothing is well about him. Can't you feel the chill crawling on your skin? The eyes watching you? The warp ice has already encased the bulkheads. What follows is calamity. But we're not just going to stand here and take it, are we? The state of things in here suggests there's a navigator around. Maybe one who's crippled or at death's door, but still kicking. And since our skin hasn't peeled off our faces just yet, his third eye must be closed. At worst, it's a little roughed up. So what are we moping around for? Let's go protect that noble mutant while we're still alive.
Oh, selecting people. Piece of pipe left noticeable dent in the floor. Well, it's a good thing that didn't hit me.
Keep your wits about you.
Locked door. Hurry, destroy the field. Don't keep our master waiting. Mac and cheese with tuna fish. I don't know how I feel about that.
Is there money to be made?
Whispers are getting louder.
Huh, I'll bleed you dry.
I don't know if that's a to thank kind of moment. Start the battle. Abelard. Abelard the Despoiler. Yeah, I know. anything's gonna get me in trouble, it was that comment.
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones.
Swish.
Reduced to dust.
That's more of a paste than a dust.
It will be done. One fewer target.
The hologram. Paste dust, tomato, potato. Tomato, potato?
Who, if not me?
We need to work on your shooting ability there, Citadel. This is a conversation that must be had. Indra's abilities. Because she's a psyker, she can do some scary things. Oh, this is because she's an operator. Never mind. Analyze enemy. I'm gonna look at you. She's looking at you! Zitzer? Oh yeah, we're just gonna Zitzer everyone. It's gonna hurt. But we auto-heal at the end of combat, so who cares? The creature in the chair appears as if it has become one with its throne. You see pink, parchment-like skin stretched between the seat and the limbs that have too many joints for a normal human being. The navigator is breathing heavily, the air whistling as it exits through the two dark, gill-like slits on its cheeks. The creature's eyes are shut, the two ordinary eyes as well as the third eye that sits in the center of its forehead. I believe Master Vespidus still lives. Abelard flinches at the sight of the stretched skin and the dark marks on the face of the creature. The servants are dead, but the chamber, thank the Emperor, is still sealed from the warp. Well, we have a chance of leaving the place alive. Give Abelard a pointed look. Abelard clears his throat. Master Vespidius. The navigator stirs, barely able to lift his head, and half open his normal eyes. A dark drop rolls under the closed lid of the third eye, down his face, leaving behind a black trail. Your time is short. The voice is coming from the Vox grill at the base of the bizarre chair. It is unclear how the navigator is able to produce human speech. Our time is short to do what? Suddenly the navigator's body starts thrashing in place. It lurches forward, then falls back into the seat, then thrusts forward again as its bones crack and its skin tears open. However, the fusion between the body and the chair appears to be stronger than these wild impetuses. The mutant remains seated, but leans as far forward as he can. His layered remnant slowly turning crimson. The gill slits burst open, forming two hideous, screaming, mouth-like pits. Fall to your knees, mortal, and behold the final dawn. Indra shrieks in terror. It came from beyond. His body is not his. Indra's scream is echoed by the silent cries in your head. The unseen creature triumphs at the sight of the navigator, succumbing to the paroxysms of corruption. Its march thunders under the burden of hopes. Unseal your heart, and I will flood your souls with myriad of words and meanings, each one a potent of salvation within me. Save the ship, save the crew, save the Imperium. I think we're at the part of the ship, part of the crew portion of the Navigator's existence. The Navigator continues to convulse violently in his seat, shrieking and cackling. But then his fit stops abruptly. His face is drenched in black and crimson. The dark ooze from under his third eyelid has turned from a trickle into a stream mixed with the blood coming out of his nose, and there is purplish swelling around the eye. Run! Flee from this place while I still have the strength. The words come out of the Vox as a labored rattle. I can contain the intrusion, but not for long. We must begin the translation. Leave the warp. But it can't be done without the Master Helmsman's help. Who torments you? The edge, the Navigator starts thrashing once more, his gill mouths bursting with crazed laughter. Kneel before the ascent of a new champion. When the rite is complete, this shell will burst and thousands of maws will accept the sacrifice offered to the edge of daybreak. By the bringer of twilight, the one marked by the will of the gods. Each word rings through your head like the tolling of a bell, as the countless voices joined in, screaming into your ears. For a moment you lose your bearings. The unholy chorus must be trying to confound you and with sounds not meant from this world. I'm gonna get the ship out, yeah. Lord, what do we do? What is that supposed to mean? A rite, a sacrifice offered. Oh, my heart tells me that Conrad was not deterred by his defeat at the Warren Chamber. What? Conrad betrayed Lady Theodora? Indred clutches her head. But how is that? How? He was as loyal as a dog. And I didn't hear a thing, I swear. The Navigator, or rather the thing that is so determined to seize his body, erupts into mocking laughter. The footfalls of the bringer of twilight are veiled by the will of his master. Tear out your eyes, she who is to become the champion's servant, for you need them no longer. I want to help you. Tell me how. Navigator takes a ragged breath. Run. The sanctum will be sealed. I will hold it off. Hold on, and wait for the signal from the Master Helmsman. Then I will commence the transition. So, run. Run! The Navigator's still alive, but barely so. What do we do now? Seneschal gazes at your figure and at the figure in the chair. Ship can only begin the translation with the assistance of the Master Helmsman. If he is still alive, it is worth a try. We must get to the bridge, but we will need support. Our only option is to fight our way to the officer's deck. And join forces with Edelthrod and his people. I believe we will also find Lady Theodora there. She must have heard the call to arms that the servo skull relayed to us earlier. Indred reaches her hand out towards the Navigator, but pulls it back at the last moment. Vespadius, good luck, and thank you. The Navigator does not give her a response. Black tears mixed with blood are streaming down from under his closed eyelids. And the Vox, the base of the chair, is bellowing out static interspersed with distant echoes and otherworldly laughter. Navigator appears dead. Only the slight movement of his chest and the twitching of his eyelids let you know that he is still clinging to life. Got the lovely bunch of coconuts. There they all are sitting in a row. big, one short, one some as big as your head. Collect all. Close. Alternative weapons. Collect all. Close. I love the chair, like you know, there's such utilitarianism and Spartanism throughout the whole ship, and then there's just like a couch. The Navigator's Sanctum is the private haven of the ship's guide through the warp and a death trap for anyone left inside after translation to the Immaterium. Everyone loves a good death trap. I have a lovely bunch of coconuts. Pistol. And an axe. 810. 911. 911. Alternative weapons, you mean dwarfs, right? God damn it, squirrel.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
They aren't dwarves, they're, what are they called? Stubs or something?
I always keep my options open.
Officer's deck. Squats, that's what they're called. I knew it was condescending and not very flattering. One hell of an elevator. Poor dude. You almost made it to the explosive barrels.
Your ship's as good as ours. It's all over for you.
I shall pity not your enemies. I shall heed not their pleas.
Somebody shoot me.
I shall betray not your tenets, nor stray one step from them. Take not your gaze from me. Leave me not without your grace.
I told you he would protect us.
My God, my light, my Emperor.
Can I just point out she put 3 bolter rounds in a dude? There ain't much left of that person. They're short, portable, and if you grab them by the legs, they can dual-wield melee weapons. That means you could potentially 4 weapons at once. Squirrel, that's terrifying. And yes, we have a Sister of Battle, apparently. The white-haired warrior turns to face you, her dark eyes blazing. The weapon quivers in her hands, and, for a brief moment, it seems she is not going to stop, and will instead continue eliminating every target she sees, starting with you.
Sister Argenta. Sister Argenta, it is a relief to see you. We require all the forces we can muster.
The Seneschal's voice seems to bring the warrior out of her battle trance.
Your face. It is unfamiliar. Who are you?
The young woman called Argenta lowers her weapon and scans your small party with an intense gaze, then she settles her sights on you. Citadel von Valentius, the Lord Captain's heir.
The hour is dark and daunting. The ship abounds with corruption. The faces of friends who are twisted by sneers of heresy. The eyes of comrades ignite with the archenemy's hunger. I will do what I must to halt the advance of the Dark Forces. But in these dire moments, little can be trusted. So I must know, why are you here?
So Sisters of Battle are not like they use very similar gear to Space Marines, but they are not like Space Marines. Apparently, according to lore, due to hormonal issues, they could not do the genetic augmentation to women. So, Sisters of Battle are women who are very, very pious. I don't know there's a special selection committee to them, ceremony to them. There's a bunch of training. Then they are given a version of power armor that is similar to a Space Marine's power armor, but not as strong. And a bolter, usually a bolter weapon, that is designed for human use. Normal, unaugmented human use. They are the military... they are... I don't know if they are the, or if they are one of the militant arms of the Ecclesiarchy. But yeah, they don't... That is correct, Squirrel. They don't undergo the augmentations. There's some rigid training, there's some brainwashing. I don't know about the upbringing, whether they have to be kids when they're brought in. But they are not the augmented superhumans. They are normal people. The other thing, though, that the Sisters of Battle are known for is because of their piety or whatever reason, they are very associated with miracles. There are several Sisters of Battle that have reincarnated, even, apparently. And cannot die, so. Or do not stay dead, I should say. Saints and miracles, yeah. Argenta gives you another stern appraisal. You catch something strange in the dark depths of her eyes. Some internal struggle or a wordless question. In the end, however, she nods. But yeah, no, they use a lot of the same gear, a lot of the same, or similar gear and similar tactics as far as brute force is concerned. But they are not Space Marines.
Sister, I beg of you. Now is not the time for interrogations. The ship is under attack by heretics. We've been betrayed by our esteemed Master of Whispers. Edelstrad the Heir is waiting for our aid, and Lord Captain Theodora is expecting a report on our success. We are here to deal with the situation, so I suggest we all do just that.
Basically second-rate Space Marines? To be honest, I wouldn't say that. They're kind of in a different league. Or a different category, for me. You could say that, I guess, to a certain extent. The other thing, though, too, is like, the Space Marines aren't... It's like comparing Army with Special Forces. Kind of, yeah. Although it's more like... Well... I don't know. I don't know much about the Special Forces stuff. But the Sisters have a lot more religious fervor to them as well. Than Space Marines. I mean, Sisters are generally at least portrayed as fanatic to the nth degree, whereas, at least in my understanding, Space Marines are a little more realistic. Sisters are Special Forces, pretty much. I'm no traitor, sister, you can be sure of that.
If you speak truthfully, the Emperor will not forsake you. If you are lying, you will not escape his retribution.
The guide, the ruler, and the higher power to which humanity offers their prayers for aid and deliverance. Most would be driven mad with despair if they knew the truth. Yeah, probably.
I cannot wait to rain righteous fire down upon each and every heretic.
What's a warrior of the Adeptus Sororitas doing aboard a rogue trader's ship? Your orders serve the ecclesiarchy, do they not? Space Marines are just tanks? Space Marines use tanks, so no, they're not just tanks. But yeah, they are kind of tanks.
Sister Argenta is a guest of the Lord Captain. And that story deserves its own time and conversation. Under more appropriate circumstances.
I love that line yesterday when I heard it, and I love that line again today when I hear it. Sister Argenta is a guest of the Lord Captain. And then he goes, that doesn't explain a damn thing. We'll talk about this later. We're referring to the difference between degree of training, materials, and numbers. I don't know what the sisters get for training. It's hard to say that anyone other than maybe the Custodes? I think it's the Custodes. Anyone other than the Custodes maybe get more training than Space Marines.
Enough idle chatter. I am where I must be, and that will suffice.
Where are these people with you?
Overseer of Middle Deck AL-84, my lord. We were rounding up everyone we could find in the attack compartments when we ran into an ambush. Just about every enforcer fell. These are the survivors.
You want to be an angry box with a gun? I can understand that. What is happening in the officers' decks?
Massacre, my lord. And heretics are not just killing the crew. Some kind of blight is sweeping through the decks, filling the air. I saw people going mad the moment they breathed it in, screaming about their dead comrades, tearing out their eyes. I implore you, my lord, be on your guard.
We must get to the main hall of the deck.
Through this door. I shall join you, for it is my duty to the God Emperor to destroy this heresy.
We will follow. For now, we will hold off any heretics who might try to crawl in through the cracks to join the main assault. And we'll take a look at the generators while we're at it. Those villains made a mess of the cables. Oh, I wish we had a Tectomat with us. But we'll see what we can do without one.
Basically, sisters are selected, trained, and geared to suit their needs. Space Marines the same. An individual Space Marine has a much higher level of investment and likely a much higher level of failure rate in their production, though. I would tend to agree with that statement. Especially when you include the genetic mutation in there that the Space Marines get.
Good to hear it. Sister?
Ready. May Terra's light illuminate our path through fire and darkness.
There's a box here with stuff in it. Ooh. Set of icons? Excons? Yes, excons. Magazines of purified bolts. Crate of trank injectors. Okay then. Equipment. Okay. This is I got better axe. Equip better axe. Right? Well-maintained axe versus axe. So this is your axe plus 1. Sister. Axe. You may ask them a question. Yeah. Got the lovely bunch of coconuts.
Always keep your eye on the price.
Explosion base blasted a hole through the door large enough for a person to get through. Can you imagine a Russian sister battle named Yuri?
Keep your wits about you.
The Japanese probably can. Generators hum softly. When you draw close, your skin begins to tingle from static discharge. Everyone loves a good tingle. That could have been phrased better. There's a box. The door will not move an inch. It is blocked. Sophia? What about knowledge? You. Salvage Omni Processor. What is this about knowledge?
Rushna Doro. Challenges make the spoils that much sweeter.
How do I want to do... Oh, she's gonna go pretty early on. Philia Sophia. Love of knowledge. Why didn't we detour to the trophy room? I hear they had a Lehman Russ tank on display there. Yeah, I know. With any luck, they didn't put any fuel or anything in it, though. Depressing.
This is unacceptable.
Oh, you poodoo. That's frustrating. I guess I could shoot everybody.
God Emperor, move through me! Be the fire in my heart!
Ouch. Yes.
What? Was that you? Or...
What the hell? This is gonna hurt, but what the hell? I didn't get electrocuted! I thought for sure I was gonna get electrocuted. Types of cover, yes. Cover this.
Make it happen. You never stood a chance.
That's what I thought. You're not gonna attack him? Well, okay.
Victory is imminent. Reduced to dust.
No, he is something other than dust, buddy.
At your beck and call. I took care of this one.
Aha! How do I want to do? Lovely bunch of coconuts. $40.71.
Doubt is for the weak. Faith
Reload.
without deeds is worthless.
Aha. Attack to kill melee adjacent enemies' ability to perform attacks with ranged. Got it. Which means that when he goes to shoot, he's gonna whop him. Cause it's her.
Will do.
Haha!
I'll see to it your end was inevitable.
Ow! He shot me.
Indeed.
Aha!
What's your target?
Ho-ho! Now where are you gonna go? Ow!
I'll do it.
Stuff! I probably don't need that many. White-haired lady, kind of cute. Where have you been, Lily? Replica of the Valencia's void ship sits on the pedestal. Labels indicate the main compartments and decks of the vessel. Had to go do up something upstairs? Fair enough. She is a sister of battle, which means that her one and only love is the God Emperor. So you're kind of shot out of luck there, lady. I apologize. Titles and authors are printed in gold on the spines of the books. The library contains works on Imperium theology, law codices, biographical sketches, and chronicles of the greatest military conflicts in the Chronos expanse. And the Calixus sector. Just means I have to commit heresy and replace the Emperor. That's not going to work out real well. I think even if you committed heresy to the point where you were somehow able to replace the God Emperor, I don't think she would change
Rise
sides.
to the top or get left in the dust.
This ocular implant was a worthwhile investment.
This ocular implant was a worthwhile investment. Okay. Collect all. Key, machine rights. Golden Tonki? Golden Tonki. Okay. She called Adeptus Sororitas. Yep. Hey, Baruch, how you doing, buddy? Sure there are ways in universe to persuade her to change her mind. Baruch would probably be more knowledgeable on this, but I don't know if there is a way to change the mind of an Adeptus Sororitas. They are about as devoted as they come. Most saints are direct Adeptus Sororitas. I wish I had a fireplace in my spaceship. They brainwash Born. The cozy seating area is completely destroyed. Pieces of furniture and splinters are scattered everywhere. A dark stain and dark stains cover the floor and upholstery. Permanent changes? Unless you're going to become a chaos god and mutate her, which good luck with that. I don't... Are you Slanesh?
I always have a backup plan.
Do I have to worry about you, Lily? Challenge accepted. Grox meat rump steaks. Okay. You are the embodiment of chaos. Yeah, Slanesh is lust and overindulgence. Engraved flasks. Jewelry cargo. Skill tests. Complete. Saves. Maps. Logic. Let's logic this sucker
That's
up.
how it's done. Is there money to be made?
I shall ascend to goddesshood and replace all gods in the Warhammer 40k universe. This is my new goal in life. I wish you the best of luck. Pristine crystal cores. Servo stuff. Bombs and gloves. Tech use. Collect. Gloves. You fail.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Tech use. I want to put on the tech gloves first. Yeah, I like the Admiralty's hat. Plug it in, plug it in. Tech use 88.
Just as I planned. I always get the job done.
Jeeves? Jeeves what?
That's how it's done.
Plug it in, plug it in. You didn't see that coming?
Should I divine our next step?
Her head. It's plugged in. See? Plug it in. Plug it in. That's what goes through my head when I see that. I'm sorry.
Just as I planned.
Ooh, shotgun. Collect all. Let's give you the Schwat. Or we can give her the Ooh, let's give her the Schwat. Las pistol. You have an auto pistol. I might have a Las pistol. Okay. I believe that is everybody.
Keep your wits about you.
Oh, I am very witted. My wits run deep.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
I mean, we are going up a stairwell, so rising makes sense.
Never doubt me.
I assume there was an easier way of doing
I
that.
always keep my options open.
Woo, we leveled up. That's how you open a door. Yes, very much so. Endure. Summary. Complete. At this level, everyone just gets their ability. Unfortunately, there's nothing new to pick.
Is there money to be made?
Fallen Stella has blocked the path to the lifts. You will have to look for another way to Edelthrod. Saint Darius. Boom solves all problems in games. 63%.
Failure is just a temporary setback.
Alright, multi-key.
I always get the job done.
Officer's helmet, plus 5% armor. And actually, we're gonna give it to you because you have shit armor. But I want to not show the helmet.
Let us not dawdle.
Massive podium rises above the gap in the main temple. A bold architectural decision that could turn into a disaster with a well-placed shot. Well, I can't do anything right now with it.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
What's wrong with the officer's helmet? It looks very smooth and sleek.
Over there.
Ooh, goods. Ooh, multi-key. Benches and even a cogitator torn from its proper place are stacked in the rough semblance of a barricade. How desperate are you to pull a cogitator? I guess it's okay. You have a medical kit. No. I am actually going to take this opportunity to take a quick break, everyone. The dog is getting a little excited in the background, and I want more coffee. So I'm going to take a quick break, and then we'll be back. Thank you guys for joining me. I really do appreciate it, and hopefully I will see you all on the other side. What do we want to? We'll just leave you with the glorious picture of my captain. Alrighty, we're back. Thank you guys for putting up with that. Anything we're missing? Oh, that's the fireplace. Okay.
Rise to the top or get left in the dust.
Well, that's reassuring. I can't see anything! The roar of flames rings in your ears, and the choking smoke makes you cough and gasp for air. You instinctively recoil from the scorching heat, wiping your face. A moment later, a hazy silhouette forms in the raging wall of fire. You are surrounded by ear-splitting noise and screaming, yet you distinctly hear the sound of footsteps. And then, you see the figure walk out of the fire toward you. It is Theodora von Valencius. What I missed, we just came back from my break, so I don't think you missed anything. Theodora. In quotes. I gotta check to see if other characters have quotes around their name. Yeah, you missed the break. Her expression is calm, terrifyingly so for someone whose body is engulfed in an inferno. One of her hands is resting on the hilt of her power sword, the other is raised in an inviting gesture. Are you lost, my heir? Argenta goes as still as a statue, then slowly raises her weapon. An apparition. A sorceress apparition. Trickery of the warp. Tricky of the warp? Wow. What am I, Golem? Sister, you will lower your weapon. Despite his commanding tone, Abelard does not sound too confident. He is staring at the rogue traitor, and you notice a muscle in his cheek twitching. Threatening the Lord Captain is outrageous. How did you get here? Trixies of the Warp. Yes. Yes. Trixies of the Warp. My precious. Anyway. How did you get here? I am a rogue trader, Citadel. I am wherever my will demands me to be. Would you prefer to be elsewhere at this time? Indubitably. But are you ready? You apparently missed something? What? Just the break. I don't think you missed anything. We came down the stairs. We're trying to meet up with the other heir. And on our way across this platform to get to hopefully the other heir on this side, this exploded. And then she came through the fire. Theodora watches you without blinking. Her snake-like gaze almost makes you forget about the fire searing you, leaving burns on your skin. I can lead you out of the flames, Citadel, show you a path, rid you of pain, and give you a weapon so that you may defeat your enemies. Decide. Your mouth begins to salivate. Each word Theodora speaks is like music to your ears. The entity that now dwells in the deepest recesses of your mind is pleading, begging, demanding that you give her an immediate answer, and that answer can be nothing other than exception. Do not listen to this abomination. Citadel, if there is naught but his light in your heart, if you are resolute in your faith, then step into the flames. The Emperor protects. His faithful will not be deterred by either darkness or deceitful promises, nor will the fire burn those who carry the torch of faith in their soul. To the void with you. We need to follow Lady Theodora before we suffocate in this furnace. The people, Abelard looked back at the coughing and confused people around you. Citadel, the survivors from the middle decks. We must help the crew. Lead them out. Find a way around. Over the roaring flames, you hear distant sounds, frightened voices, screams, muffled and distorted, as if there were a body of water between you and them. You shall not touch my lord, for I shall end your warpath. Then we'll miss our chance to meet up with Ed. Idra breaks off and starts coughing violently. Her knees buckle and she looks like she's about to fall. Citadel, what are you waiting for? What are we waiting for? So this is another interesting part of this game. You can be dogmatic, heretical, or iconoclast. So kind of a middle ground-ish, or trying to help people. And depending on where you sit, here, I'll just read it. Sometimes your character will have to make tough decisions based on their values, interests, goals. Such decisions affect their conversations. This can develop into 3 directions: dogmatic, ironclast, iconoclast, or heretical. Each includes 5 ranks. The higher the rank, the more zealously the character follows their convictions, and the more noticeably the world around them reacts to their actions and decisions. Promotion through the ranks of each of the 3 directions opens up access to new dialogue options, events, unique abilities, and also changes the attitude of others towards your character. Also, some items can only be equipped by characters with a certain convictions. No heresy, evil, fair enough. When one of the conviction branches reaches rank 3, Votari, it becomes the character's main focus. When that happens, the other 2 conviction branches cannot be raised above rank 2, Adherent. Your character's allies have convictions of their own as well. Only in Death does Duty end. We're not going to go quite Death Duty ending. I am going to go Iconoclast. Get the people off the bridge. I will not leave my people in harm's way. You look away and the illusion breaks. The unbearable heat instantly makes your skin burn, and the voices of the people are beyond the shroud of smoke grow stronger and hopeful. Once you and your companions rush back, barking orders and guiding the survivors. In your determination, you completely forget about Theodora, and when you turn your head, you see nothing but the billowing fire. And now the servo skull shows up.
Where did it go? The thing that was standing in front of us in the fire? I could have sworn.
To the same place all unholy visions go. Do you want to follow it, witch?
Nothing like a community coming together.
I always have a backup plan.
You want to follow it, witch.
I better myself through my service.
That's gonna be an expensive fix. Stop blowing holes in my ship!
Keep your wits about you.
Too late. We are too late. Or perhaps Edelthrad and his escort never made it here. Which would be even worse.
Nothing is more entertaining than a drunk psyker being yelled at by an angry battle lady.
Or they could be fighting on the bridge as we speak. Without us.
Only heresy I accept is my removal of the God Emperor so that I may usurp his throne. Theoretically, that would actually kill you if you tried to sit on his throne.
My lord, I beg your pardon for interrupting.
The people are asking for orders. You came back to save us. So now we will follow you through thick and thin.
I think the throne would just suck your psyche right out. I don't know if you'd explode, but you'd die.
To the bridge. If Edelthrad is there, then he requires immediate assistance. I say there is one thing that I find most troubling. The Lord Captain's Voxcasts. They are still coming in, even though it would make sense for Lady Theodora to be on the bridge right now, at the head of the counter-assault. I feel uneasy. What if the Lord Captain is besieged in her own chambers? With your permission, I suggest that we confirm for ourselves that she is not. We can use the same elevator that Lady Theodora and Mort headed for earlier.
So while you say that's just a theory, a heretical theory, the Sigillite would bear to disagree. Vox Skull, where'd you go, my friend? High octane promedium canister. Fire selector mods. To deal with the custodies, yeah. Which are like space marines that like slaughter everybody.
I always keep my options open.
Oh, your skin begins to tingle from static discharge. Everyone loves a good tingle. I think I said that the last time, and I think I regretted it then, too. You also have to deal with the first two. I don't know game theory's line, so unfortunately I cannot help you in stealing it. Sorry.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
Imperial Fists? Is that who we're talking about? Open Squezamy.
We should deal with this.
Reinforced thermoplast. And Mopo. More Promethium canisters.
See? Right there.
Ooh. Data conduit cable coil. It's literally just that's just a theory. A game theory. Thanks for watching. Nice. Or a food and film? Collect clothes. What are you? This clearly does not serve as stateroom. The generator's machines and crude wall paneling indicate that it is a maintenance module rather than an area for receiving guests. There's a door.
I always have a backup plan.
Ooh, shiny. Plasma conduits blaze with energy capable of powering a vast void ship. Can I turn it off? Have multiple channels: game theory, food theory, film theory, and don't forget style theory? And GT Live. Maybe I am just uncultured.
Keep your wits about you.
Guess it wouldn't surprise me. Captain's quarters. Technically they have 5 channels, wow. Ah, good coffee. I like my new mug. Oh. So it's kind of a secret panel-ish type thing almost.
I always keep my options open.
I want a bedroom like this. Hell, the Imperial Eagle and stuff would. Skull motif, I guess I could live without. Well, let's be honest. The bathroom is. I don't.
Is there money to be
Is this a bathroom? I mean, it's got a quote unquote tub. Is it a living room? Wine rack. Lots of bottles. Got a cameo in the wow, that's actually really cool. Got a cameo in the Five Nights from Freddy's movie. Blah. A bizarre fragment hung on a trophy board. The light smooth surface of the object is dotted with black dots and crumbling holes. There's gonna be a second one that's already in production. Whatever. Dogmatic follower. Collect. Sigh? Sigh what? We've got a dogmatic follower doohickey. You are the only dogmatic follower we have. This helmet grants the wearer immunity to enemy crit hits for the first 3 rounds of combat. The parlor organ seems to have been sitting idle for many years. The parlor organ.
I always have a backup plan.
Also, there's a portrait. That really looks stupid wrong on the sister.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
I don't think it looks that bad on the sister. Alright, maybe it does. She does kind of look like a Star Wars security officer. Creator even made Matt's cameo character named Ness because game theory back in the day postulated a theory that Ness from Earthbound is also Sans from Undertale. I know next to nothing about Undertale other than it was really popular and it was a lot of music. Goods. Theodora's Rosary. Loot before Rogue Trader's Cloak. Still can't get Sans battle theme out of my head. Like I said, I kind of avoided it, to be honest. I had a friend who was big into music, so I got some of it, but not my thing. Theodora von Valencia's body is sprawled on the large, blood-drenched desk. The arch-militant's corpse, still clutching a weapon, is slumped against one of the bulkheads.
Emperor, accept thy faithful souls.
Sister of Battle surveys the scene, her gaze lingering on the arch-militant's body.
Lord Captain, I didn't hear a thing. Not a whisper, not a breath. It was so loud. Why didn't I foresee this?
Lord Captain. Who would even dare? Unless that rat, Voidfear.
Abelard, stunned, takes a few steps forward and leans heavily on the edge of the desk. His eyes are locked on Theodore's body. Double suicide? I don't think so. Doubt it. Voidbeer wished humiliation and suffering upon Theodora, not a swift death.
It could have happened in the heat of battle. Not to mention that Mort was here, and he would have protected Lady Theodora to the last. How could Mort have failed her so terribly? The Arch-Militant was born on a death world. He had lightning-fast reflexes.
I can look at things in my own way. If you find something that might bear the imprint of the killer, just give it to me, and I'll try to see what secrets it holds.
Examine Theodora's body. Looking close to the body, the cause of death is apparent. What ended the rogue trader's life was an auto pistol shot, an extraordinarily accurate one at that. Theodora's face bears an expression of surprise, the last emotion she experienced in life. Something on the floor catches your eye, a heap of blood-splattered parchment and scrolls that must have fallen off the desk. As you lean down for a closer look, you notice something else, small shards of glass scattered on the floor. Indra, would you try touching Theodora? You might be able to see the killer through her eyes.
It doesn't work like that. I can try to read the memories of objects, but dead bodies are a different story. Something like that would require her soul. And after what we saw on the officer's deck, I won't risk searching for it in the warp.
Can't really blame her for that. Examine the Arch-Militant's body. An auto pistol shot went straight through Mort's forehead, spraying the floor and the furniture around with blood, brain matter, and shards of his skull. The safety on the Arch-Militant's weapon is off. The killer must have been a split second faster than he. Inspect the shards at the desk. It's difficult to say what exactly was broken. The object fell on the floor, and that is as much as you can ascertain. Excuse me. Upon closer examination, the shards appear iridescent, rather than completely transparent, as if they had been submerged in promethium. Inspect the papers. Reports, accounts, dispatches. You go over the scrolls until you stumble upon a document that is starkly different from the rest. It is a handwritten letter signed with the initials XC, and a seal with a symbol that is vaguely familiar to you. And sends a shiver down your spine. The author of this letter, addressed to Theodora von Valencia, signed it with the seal of one of the holy ordos of the Emperor's Inquisition, the secret police of the Imperium. that relentlessly hunts heretics, Xenos, and other enemies of humanity. Indrid, what do these shards tell you?
I see streaks of color, luminescence, blue lights, faces drawing closer. Lady Theodora and Conrad and what is that? Ah! Something dark, enormous. Oh, this glass thing was something foul, that's for sure. Tainted witchcraft.
You cannot tell if Argenta's remark is directed at the glass shards or Idra herself. Great. We'd best be on our way.
Yes, the crucible of battle calls to me once more.
No, wait! We must see if we can find anything.
Idira, you can't bring her back. Let her go.
You'd give up so easily, old man? I expected as much from the sister. It's not like she has a heart. But you? Oh no. I'll get to the bottom of this. I'll find the one responsible for murdering the Lord Captain. And when I do, that scum will regret the day they were born.
Fear leads to anger, anger leads to hate, hate leads to suffering? The murder scene looks like somebody caught the victims by surprise. No one had time to react to what was happening. Ooh. 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 That looks like a broom. Shiny. Yep. What is it with candles?
Is there money to be made?
Speaking of which, we better save. I is redneck at heart? Yeah.
Your demise is already calculated.
Crush them!
Can I? Yeah, I can. Cool. Heavily damaged. The servitor is heavily damaged. Its damage, hit chance, and wounds are greatly reduced. How do we want to do this? Cutthroat, 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 cutthroat. Okay. Everybody is happy, buddy. Oh. Actually, we're gonna put you there. Put you there. Put you here. I'm gonna leave you back there. Medium and light armors. Dodge chest, the higher the dodge penalty. Complete. Oh wow, you buried. Platypus!
Take care of this one.
No more platypus. I could have thought this through better. No parrying, you filthy casual? Something along those lines. Sounds about right.
It's as good as you never stood a chance.
Enemy status, yes. I've already, so I go here. Oh, that is glorious. We can get everybody.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Oh, that's because I'm using a shotgun. That explains a lot.
I'll do it.
Ow! That was slightly unexpected. Yeah, I electrocuted myself. Go away. Oh! Wasn't expecting that.
Aesthetically sound approach.
I mean, it's only your health? Meh. Everyone likes a good tingle.
At your beck and call.
I'll see to it personally. You should have thought twice before crossing me.
Sweep.
I refuse.
But not by much.
Well, that didn't work the way I'd hoped.
Doubt is for the weak. Faith without deeds is worthless.
But of course.
That worked out well. Grace of the Oblivious. The wearer gains +5 toughness if their intelligence is less than 35. It seems kind of insulting. Alright, you has a las pistol. You has an auto pistol. You get las pistol now. You has a las. Yous has a shotgun. Excuse me. Alright, who's gonna get this? The wearer gains +5 toughness. Deflection, armor, dodge reduction, petty, resolve. Here we go, toughness. Shrug off injuries. As long as the intelligence is below 35. Well, we do fit that criteria. intelligence also fits that criteria, so we're just gonna give it to you. Alright, time to level. Daring Breach. Okay. And then choose a talent. The warrior gains +1 damage deflection. Their parry. Defensive maneuvers. Defensive stance. If the warrior has not attacked this turn, they gain charge and slash do not affect this bonus. Damn, that's actually really kind of cool. But what I think we're gonna do is actually get dual weapon combat. Weapon skill and ballistic skill and costs 1 more AP, but it allows me to put more combat down, more weapons down, rounds down range. Do more damage. If I could read and speak, would be all the better. What do I want to do with you? Thick skin might be... Parry chances increased by 25% of the warrior's total armor. Why do I feel like the Fate God has a hand in this plot? Yeah, you kind of get that feeling, don't you? Now the operative triggers an exploit on an enemy, the operative gains +1 damage and armor penetration till the end of combat. It stacks. Exposed weakness also reduces enemies' toughness and willpower. Fresh target. When the operative attacks an enemy that is of full wounds, that attack deals more damage. Exposed weakness at 0% AP. Yeah, let's go with that. What are we at here? You're a soldier. Oh, rapid reload. Reload costs -2 AP, last minimum 1. The first reload in a combat does not cost AP. You're a soldier. You reload your weapons. Congratulations, it's a boy. Have anything else here to play with? Godwin Pattern Bolter. Esteemed Theodora, a change in circumstances has demanded your immediate assistance in our mutual case. Forthwith upon receiving this letter and performing the necessary preparations of the crew, you are to depart for the Raycard system. One of my agents, Interrogator Heinrichs von Kallux, operates there at the present time. Upon your arrival in the system, you will without delay make contact with him and offer any assistance required of you, after which you will provide him passage to the Fribordus system aboard your ship. On footfall, the interrogator will remove himself from your presence to await further instructions. Anticipating any questions you may have, I will stress that the nature of Interrogator von Kalox's activities on Rykad Minoris is of no concern to you. If required, Von Korax himself will disclose the details of his mission. May the Emperor's light be with you, XC. That sounded non-committal. There's a staff? No, where? There's some axes and a key. There's some staffs. There's a staff in storage. Yeah. But it does the less damage, I think? Or the same. Yeah, it's the same as the staff she's using. These keys, though, throw me for a loop all the time because they look kind of like stabs, but they're actually keys. The key was the stab, yeah. I've done that several times. I did it a bunch yesterday. To the bridge! Oh, this seems like a happy place. Goods. Low capacity tank.
That's how it's done.
The bridge looks shafted. It doesn't look ideal.
The first sacrifice opens the eye. The second sacrifice draws its gaze.
Ethelthrad, who is clutching at a bleeding wound in his chest, gives you a tormented look. Help has arrived. Too late to change the tide, I'm afraid. But if there is any honor in you, we can at least die with dignity and give our lives for the rogue traitor. Theodora von Valencia is dead. I found her and the arch-militant in her study. Elithrad's eyes widen. God, Emperor, preserve us. The rogue traitor is dead, the ship has lost her captain, and the house its head. Ethelthrad shudders and grabs his shoulder. As you watch, the sleeve of his jacket bursts open and two bone growths pierce through the fabric. No matter what ritual Conrad is performing there, the warp is too strong. I cannot withstand it. I feel my body changing with every second, the warp raging in the air. This is the end. We will perish in the warp, along with the warrant and all the destiny's heirs. The enemy of humanity has triumphed. Idra looks anxious and anxiously at Ethelthrad. Then she glances back at you. I've seen it before. We'd better get away from him. The changes are already accelerating. The ship can still be steered out of the warp, but we must first restore communication between the bridge and the navigator's sanctum. Ethelthrad stares at you and his eyes harden with cold resolve once more. Then we have no right to bow our heads. You can see Kunrad Vitvera clearly in the gloom of the bridge. The broken blade in his hand he is holding is stained with dark drops that seem to have a pearlescent glimmer to them. We are out of time, Ethelthrad bites his knuckle, desperately thinking. You see a wave ripple across the white Svettelthrad's eyes, and they begin to turn a sickly yellow. Voidver, you duplicitous cur. The rogue trader's death will be avenged. What? Theodore is dead? Vitvir stares at you in seemingly genuine bewilderment. No, that can't be. Not now. I still haven't... Ethelthrad lowers his head, then he sighs and locks eyes with you, his gaze cold, haughty, and fanatical. The ritual will not be complete. I will take care of it. And you, see to it the void ship breaks free from the warp. Watch over our realm, and farewell. Ethelthrad, don't!
Your ritual won't be finished, heretic!
2 arms!
Momentum. That could have gone better. So we got a bad guy down here. We got some bad guys there, a bad guy there, and one down there. Actually... By the Emperor's light you will be freed from your suffering? Yes, we're almost there. You go here. You go here. And you... I might as well put you there. They all move right kind of away. Actually, I am going to swap you two. Okay. Oh, let it begin. Yeah, we already did the enemy status codex entry. Thank you very much, good sir.
Who, if not me? Your end was inevitable. I'll make it happen. Another enemy down.
I forgot to use your special ability. Congratulations, me, you idiot. Oh well. It's not the first time, it won't be the last.
I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act. The enemies of the Emperor will be undone.
That worked really well. Oh, that's his body rolling down the stairs. What the hell is that sound? Ooh, firearms mastery. Soldier gains the ability to make a number of attacks equal to their weapon's rate of fire, using the weapon attack that normally costs the least HP. Okay. We're gonna hold off on that until next round. So I fought this guy yesterday, and he sucks souls to heal himself. That's why I am not focusing on... I'm not where I want to be. Oh well. Three-cell radius.
I will do my duty.
That was less than ideal.
For Von Valencia! At your back and forth. It will be done.
Ow. Ow! He hit me! Ow! Hey, ouch. Ouch! Go pick on someone else! This still works. So I can treat myself. What are we at health-wise? 15 of 26. That is over half.
It's as good as done. I'll see to it personally. I'll make it happen. Accept your lot. Who, if not me? It's as good as done. On it. I'll see to it personally.
Damn, this is going really well.
Rejoice in battle! I'll do it.
Reload! Analyze enemy.
Was it you? Or... Will do.
Come on, buddy. You can do this. Damn, that actually went really well. Why is my coffee always the thing that things decide to commit suicide in? Side of my face being used as a punching bag? I mean, my class is the one that's designed to be used as a punching bag, so unfortunately it's gonna happen. When I did this yesterday, it required, I think 2 or 3 med kits to get through. So I'm pretty okay with this particular turnout. Use a lid for your coffee? Coffee no have lid. We have to deal with it. 1 damage deflect. Warrior's armor. The warriors attack. They gain 1 stack of Epicenter of Slaughter until the end of combat. At the start of their turn, a warrior gains 1 temporary wound for each stack. Put a paper towel over it? Well, there's an idea. Usually I don't have to actually worry about it in my room. That kind of works. Good idea. I think thick skin. Anything that keeps me alive longer is better. What do we want to... Weapons skill is close quarters combat. Toughness is survivability. Weapons skill right now is at 40, excuse me. Toughness is also at 40. Strength is also at 40. It is connected to athletics. So that would go up by 5 as well. Toughness is in carousal. Ooh, we like carousal. Dialogue options is best options. That would increase demolition. Oh, plus we get commerce. Or no, these are just base pluses, I guess? What is this? Oh, the rosary is giving me that plus 10. Got it. Shadow of Torment. Let's go Toughness? Toughness, yes, let's go Toughness. What do we want from you? You already have thick skin. Additional agility bonus damage to enemies that have no allies in adjacent cells. If the warrior has less than 50% wounds. I don't really want to get down that far. You know, this Epicenter of Slaughter might be a great one, actually. Let's give you weapon skill. Well, I suppose we could give you... No, let's give you weapon skill. I want you to hit and hit like a train. Alright, operative lady. What do we want from you? And, it's hard to argue against the perception, not gonna lie. Although intelligence boosts every lore and tech use skill, which I was not seeing, as well as logic. Let's go perception. Although willpower is kind of tempting for you too. You have no recommended abilities. more Psyker abilities? No, just the one. Natural luck. When a Psyker uses divination psychic power on an ally without unnatural luck effect, the ally gains a natural luck effect. Unnatural luck. When the ally suffers a critical hit, it becomes a normal hit instead, and the unnatural luck effect is removed. That's kind of tempting. Combat Master. Gain 2 movement might be even better, though. Actually, the parry bonus. Let's go with that. Parry. Parry the platypus. Ballistic skill all the way, lady. Although a Jill is really tempting. Rock and run. After a soldier deals damage to 3 different enemies, the soldier gains more damage for their next attack in the current combat. Reach adjacent ally to serve deals more damage to enemies. Fired up. Whenever a soldier deals damage, their critical damage is increased by 1% until the end of combat. That's actually really tempting. Although increases 10%. That's survivability. Let's do survivability. The longer she stays alive, the better. Right? That's how this works. You can't do damage if you're dead. Goods.
Let us not dawdle.
Goods. Blade Shard. Gloves of Endurance. Mantle of Heroism. Collect. Equip. Whenever the wearer of these gloves gets an injury or falls unconscious in combat, their allies gain a +1 bonus to damage. Right now we're at... These are 3 to tech. We're at 38. Does anyone have 35? No, we are the highest tech users, so we should probably just keep those gloves. You are the most likely to end up in trouble, I think, because you're always on the front lines with me. And you cannot wear an iron classed because you're not iron classed. What are you? What are your mental states? Character? You are... that's me, iron classed. What are you? You're heretical, yeah. I was afraid of that. Well, then you're a psyker. You kind of have to be, so... You're iron class, though. Da-da-da-da. What does this do? Each heroic act used in battle increases the wearer's dodge by 20% until the end of combat. What does yours do? Fellowship for each enemy. Oh, actually that really doesn't matter. I don't have any fellowship-based abilities. I apologize, I just punched the hell out of my mic. And what the hell? I've got main character syndrome. I want the cool cape. You can get fellowship. Not that it really matters, because it's only in combat. Do you officers have fellowship? Need a fellowship, so I'll give that to an officer when an officer shows up.
I always keep my options open.
The heir is dead. He sacrificed himself to save the entire dynasty.
Old man, he was never going to make it. He was mutating right in front of us. You just ended his suffering sooner.
Keep your eye on the prize.
Ravor, Master Helmsman, System Status Report. By the Emperor. It's the Seneschal. Living and breathing. The white-haired man with sickly pale skin salutes you. Well, there's a tricky question. The whole place is so overgrown with foul wickedry, we'll be scrubbing it off the void screens for throne knows how long. How did you people survive in here? The man glances around the bridge. Must have been Providence. It better have been the Emperor's, not someone else's. When they barged in here, the ones with the Master of Whispers, some of the officers charged them, but it wasn't even a fight. I grabbed whoever I could and dragged them behind the cogitators, then I prayed for our rescue. That voice is kind of hard on my throat. Wow. Excuse me. We need to reestablish connection with the Navigator's Sanctum. It is our only chance of escaping the warp. Your words seem to knock the officers out of their stupor, and the air around you fills with voices and commands being issued. You hear someone sobbing, one of the survivors buckling under the stress. Admiral cuffs the crying officer without even looking. Restore the Vox channel to the Navigator's Sanctum. Ready the crew, prepare for translation to real space. Abelard pauses for a few seconds before turning to you. Citadel. You may call me superstitious, but translation is not a good time to disregard rules. You are the only one who speaks for House von Valentius. You may not be the Lord Captain, but you, more than anyone else, deserve to take her place in the ritual that is about to commence. He directs your attention upward to the throne that sits at the apex of the tall staircase. I am ready. Begin the ritual. The image before you is hazy, swaying in sorcerous currents, invisible to mortal eyes, as if whatever is beneath this thin shell of constantly changing while still remaining the same. It has taken on the guise of Theodora, but the false rogue trader's eyes reveal the entity's true, surreal nature. One of Theodore's eyes is engulfed in otherworldly fire. The other, a vessel of ancient evil, bores into you. A voice seeps directly into your brain without even reaching your ears, and this voice booms with all the horrors of the warp. Who are you to oppose destiny itself for the sake of lives that are not your own? So many threads stretch between you and other creatures of your world. Pitiful, worthless links, ready to shatter at the slightest touch. A muddled, erratic, pointless tangle. It resonates and merges with the voices that have already dug their foul roots into your consciousness. A moment later you realize that all these voices are the myriad manifestations of the same call that has falsely invaded your mind. You are to blame for Theodora's death. The vision lets out a cawing laugh. I am the beginning and the end, and all the courses in between. I am the voice of the truth that is destined to triumph, for this triumph is the terminal point of every twisted maze of fate. Your head begins to spin, and vicious viscous drops slither down your cheeks. You blink, and you are now no longer looking at Theodora. It is the traitor Vitvir, just as fluid and ephemeral as the previous apparition. The same terrifying voice seethes from his lips. The aspirant vowed to return with a trophy, a relic that could serve the edge of daybreak. That fate was assured and the steps chosen, and yet you broke the unbreakable when you took the aspirant's place. I see you. On the day when the final dawn rises over the Iron World, I see you by my side on that day, the day of my resurrection. The image is scattered by invisible sorceress winds, and you see Indra, her eyes aglow with the same sinister flame. Your image is woven into the tapestry of things to come. I am the will of the weaver of destinies, and today I will weave a new thread of elusive possibilities and fickle chances. Wow, this is not good for me. The thread that will lead you out of the maw of irreversibility. The thread that will help you find the keys to salvation. The thread that will guide you and the weapon of our return to me. A cavalcade of hazy glimpses of the future, of a future yet unknown, passes before your eyes. A flash of crimson, purple. The images replace one another in a violent kaleidoscope, without ever letting you get a proper look at them. Through the rippling mirage, you see a twisted image of Abelard, the loyal seneschal of the dynasty. The path is set. Child of the dawn, the thread is woven. Follow it, servant of mine. Ravar turns around and looks at you. He hesitates for a few moments, then addresses Abelard, who is standing next to you. Seneschal, the navigator's sanctum is silent. The Vox signal is stable, which means... Abelard nods absent-mindedly. The navigator gave his life battling the storm that nearly claimed the Von Valencia flagship. We will honor his memory along with that of all who have died this day. Ravor does not look away. He is giving you a hard stare, his white brows furrowed. Seneschal, will you tell us now? Who is that? Where is the Lord Captain?
As First Officer, it is my duty to inform you with the greatest regret and indelible sorrow that Lord Captain Theodora von Valancius is dead. May her memory never fade from the annals of the dynasty.
Takes time for Abelard to respond. Excuse me. You watch as he grits his teeth, unable to bring himself to say anything. Finally, he adjusts his blood-stained coat, straightens, and begins to speak.
By right of blood succession, and with the absence of other kin who could challenge this decision.
After waiting out the first wave of shocked cries, Abelard glances at you and continues.
It is hereby declared that the successor to Theodora von Valancius is her heir, the rightful inheritor of the warrant of trade, and the title of Rogue Trader. The official ascension ceremony will be held at a later time. In the interim... have you lost your tongues? Hail your lord. It is because of his toils that we all still live.
Abelard stops short and glares forcefully at the confused officers.
The deed is done, Master. In my apologies. I meant to say Lord Captain.
So turns to you. He looks at least half a decade older.
The treachery of the Master of Whispers was fruitless. But victory came at a great cost. Lord Captain Theodora von Valencius perished along with her heir, Edelthrad, and thousands of crew members. Yet hope remained, for the second in line to the rogue trader dynasty survived, and through the strength of his resolve, saved those who were counting on him for protection.
Excuse me. I agree, Tanya. There's a little too much going on, and it's all rather suspicious. And the void is all a part of it. I also love the chair that rotates. Is the warrant the name of our ship? So the way it works is rogue traders are a special existence in the Warhammer 40k universe. They are very independent of the control of the government. They are allowed to colonize planets, they are allowed to explore, they have vast territories under their command, they command fleets. I am not sure if they're like the only ones allowed to do this, even other than the military. And what gives them this right is the warrant of trade, which declares them to be a rogue trader. The warrant of trade is that giant manuscript that was unspooling in that one room when after we'd been knocked out. When the ship came to our defenses, that is the warrant. The warrant of trade is the artifact. The person who possesses it has the rights that it gives. I forget what we named our ship off the top of my head. Deep shadows of weariness can be seen on Abelard's face. Though the old officer's eyes are keen, they rake over you from head to toe. He frowns, mutters something, then nods to himself. Well, then, your lordship. You can't help but notice that the Seneschal does not know how to talk to you or where to begin. His hesitation brings an involuntary smirk to your face, as though someone else entirely is gloating at the old officer's confusion. Seeing you smile, Abelard pulls himself together. I'm going to say that she looked like a cruiser-type vessel. She is actually a frigate. Our 26,000 soul vessel is a frigate. She is not a destroyer. She is not a cruiser. She is not a battleship. She is a frigate. How does it make weird sense? I get the feeling that's probably the biggest ship most of these people own. Unless you're in the military. I mean, the other thing, too, is 26,000 souls call this frigate a home. That is enormous. Excuse me, that's like 10 times the size of a modern-day United States aircraft carrier. I think I was looking at it last night, and the current aircraft carriers that the United States are making are supposed to have 2,500 souls aboard, crew aboard. You must now hold your first officer's briefing in your new role as Lord Captain. For many of those who are about to join us on the bridge, this will also be their first briefing. we sustained massive losses among the senior and middle-ranking officers. Some posts have had to be filled by the deputies, while others go unfilled entirely. And now the deck clans are deciding who will take over the leaderless crews. I was under the impression that the biggest ship a trader had access to at least a cruiser classification listed vessel. It might be. I don't know a ton about the rogue trader side of the lore, as far as the specifics are concerned. I've also gotten the feeling from all the lore that I have been exposed to that the hereditary ship that the rogue trader had, the legacy of that ship means more than what the ship is. So it's entirely possible in my head that this ship was one of the first ships this rogue trader family ever had a hold of. Thus it became the flagship, and thus it remained the flagship. I could be wrong about that, but I get the feeling tradition means a ton in these families. You need to look this up? Please let us know what you find. I would be curious. How did we come to lose so many officers? It appears the heretics were deliberately targeting the vessel's command. They knew exactly whom they were looking for and where they could be found, which is unsurprising given that their informant on board was our own Master of Whispers. Abelard grimaces. What is the agenda for this meeting? Reports on the condition of the ship and crew. The Lord Captain is not usually drawn away from her important affairs to attend such routine briefings, but this is a unique situation. I am still receiving updates from across the ship, and they are not encouraging. Getting this bird to fly could take a gargantuan effort. Even so, far as you personally negotiating with the authorities of the system we are currently in. So prepare to hear a bevy of complaints and excuses. Your Lordship. Take this opportunity to get a good look at the officers who work 6 decks away from the bridge, and they in turn will have the honor of beholding the vestige of their Lord Captain. In practice, rogue traders have access to ship classes up to and including Grand Cruisers. Okay. These are surprisingly prevalent amongst the wealthier rogue trader fleets. They are also known to use ship hulls not typically used by the Imperial Navy. That makes sense. Such as the Hazaroth class privateer. Huh. Good to know. So maybe these weren't particularly wealthy. I don't know much about the sector we're in, so it's entirely possible that we're still getting our feet under us, as it were. Have you succeeded in tracking down Vitvar? Abelard grits his teeth. No, Lord Captain. In all the commotion, his trail went cold. Our people are still on the hunt for him and any mutineers who may still be skulking in the ship's many corridors. But, frankly, I would not be surprised to hear that we are now 1 shuttle short. I'm afraid that it will be some time before he answers for all that he has wrought. So this is about as far I got through this meeting, and that was about as far as I got yesterday when I played. A whole 7 hours to get where we are right now in 4.5. Analysis paralysis is real, man. But anyway, so I don't know the state of anything. You've learned most of what I have learned at this point. So, I don't know what the state of the Valencia holdings are beyond this ship that is now beaten to hell and has burn marks in the red carpet. Wait, Abelard. There is an altogether more pressing problem. I do not wish to be the rogue trader. That is not something I'm going to say. I'm ready to start the briefing. Summon the officers. Can I rotate? I can rotate this. Sweet! I can't move the camera, but I can rotate it. Okay. With a gesture, Abelard relays the order and the adjuncts at the far end of the chamber. Magnificent. At a gesture, Abelard relays the order to the adjuncts at the far end of the magnificent chamber. I can read. Consumables. You have found a consumable. Okay. A dozen pairs of eyes bore into you. The expressions reveal restraint, joy, curiosity, and weariness. Wariness? Attention officers, you've been granted an honor. Lord Captain Citadel von Valencius will personally conduct today's briefing. Our most gracious Lord Captain is ready to hear your reports. Perhaps you would introduce those present, Abelard. As you wish, your lordship. Abelard points to a tall, slender woman whose body seems to contain as many implants as it does flesh. Vigdis Suri Ota of the Ptolemy line. Our new Vox Master. Okay, so it's a communications officer, I guess? It is an honor to serve you, your lordship. The Vox Master offers a deep bow. Aboard this vessel you have at your command thousands of crew members and hundreds of officers and section chiefs. I am responsible for receiving, processing, and sending all communications between you and them, as well as external sources. I am your eyes and mouth, Lord Captain. Beside her is Ravor, the Master Helmsman. He steers our ship along the course set by the Lord Captain, and monitors the void around us to ensure that we do not stray into an asteroid field or a pirate trap. The bearded man with pale, almost transparent skin, large dark circles under his eyes, and a dour expression that seems hardwired into his face, gives a sullen nod. Hail, Lord Captain. This here ship's as good as home to me, so rest assured she's in safe hands. I'll die before I let her come to any grief. My character also has a beard. Silent Poppies? I hope I'm saying your name right, buddy. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, I got to about this part yesterday, realized I didn't have the beard selector, and that there was one. Last night after I stopped streaming, excuse me, and then said, nope, we're going to restart for a beard. It's pretty much the same character, except for I have a beard now. It's important. Welcome, welcome. I restarted like 4 times before I got a setup that I like. Nice. There's a lot to this game, surprisingly. Like, a lot of little nuanced stuff that if you don't know what you're doing, getting into it, you'll miss. Settled on a crime lord that uses a sniper rifle. Nice. We're going Admiral, Admiral background, the thought being that, you know, admirals are, or it's Imperial Navy, excuse me, officer. Imperial Navy officer. And the thought being, you know, on a ship there isn't as much room to shoot around, so he's a soldier. Though I am kind of double-specking into guns, too. That's where I want to go, at least. Even playing through the game, my next playthrough is going to be with a more bullets per minute style character. Fair enough. There's a lot of fun in just DACA downrange. Plus the guns and the weapons in general in this game, the sound design is really good, and the way people explode when they get hit by some weapons is really 40k. And lastly, our High Factorum Jaris Dunrock, who oversees supplies, procurement, and the general material well-being of the ship. Dressed in an embroidered jacket, the heavy-set man with oiled hair offers an obsequious, a smile and bows. Bolters definitely be making people blood fountains. They should be, and they do, which I appreciate. I want a bolter pistol for my character. I'm not, no, Squirrel. I do not do ooh here. I do not speak ooh-ooies. Ooh-anese? Ooh-anese? No. It is an honor, your lordship. You may trust me with all matters concerning your comfort. Everything will be done to the highest standard. In the second row, we have the 3 officers charged with overseeing the ship's vital functions. The Master of Ordnance is responsible for the artillery aboard. The Infernus Master, whose crew works to prevent and extinguish fire on the ship. And lastly, the Drive Master, servant of the Omnissiah. Can I just say, the Infernus Master, whose crew works to prevent and extinguish fires? If they didn't use candles every goddamn flat surface, there wouldn't be that much fire to put out. The Ooh Emperor? It's probably heresy with Slanesh doesn't care. Felundes? What language would they use? You guys. The 3 officers salute you. The Infernus Master does so with confidence, while the Master of Ordnance betrays nervousness. The Drive Master offers a salute resembling a dance, involving the complicated manipulation of all the tech priests' mechadendrites. I didn't realize that those, the tentacle robotic limbs actually had a name. Philandroids are a thing in the 40k? Yeah, aren't they the feline-based abhuman race, if we're going to use proper terminology? Is that everyone? Unfortunately, our choir master, the esteemed Zachariah Wise, head of the Astropath section, is unable to join us. He is in charge of our communications with distant star systems. Master Wise has been in a trance for some time now, attempting to contact other planets in the Von Valisius Protectorate and inform them of Lady Theodora's passing, and Kunrad Vitvari's treachery. I will deliver a report to your lordship on the Astropath's progress as soon as it is possible to do so. Robot tentacles are called mechadendrites, except on Imperial pleasure worlds where they're called Mandy. God damn it, Squirrel. Ugh. All others present or are adjuncts, secretaries, and deputies. They are here to make a record of proceedings. I wish to hear the Infernus Master's report. Yes, Lord Captain. The tall young man bows his head in deference. I can report that all fires across all decks have now been extinguished. The preliminary damage assessment in terms of material losses and crew casualties has been completed. The results have been submitted to the Seneschal and the High Factorum. The post passed to him after the previous Infernus Master and his next 3 deputies expired in the line of duty. Abelard remarks in a low-pitched voice for your ears only. The lad is managing well so far. He can take the heat, so to speak. High Factorum, what have you to report? We are toiling day and night to compile a full account of the losses. The task will require next to no involvement from your lordship. I will personally ensure that all damaged components are given into the tech priest's hands for attention and that all lost supplies are replaced. There is only one resource that I cannot replenish single-handedly, and that is people. We have lost more than 2,000 crew members, and unfortunately this number is not confined to the scum of the lower decks, which are easily replaced, but also includes trained professionals. We will be able to make up our losses on the nearest planet, Rakad Minoris. However, the planet, the whole system in fact, belongs to the Winterscale Rogue Trader dynasty. We cannot simply begin recruiting on the planet without first coming to an understanding with the governor. In that respect, I am powerless. Negotiations at this level are a matter for the Rogue Trader. Especially true given Calogus Winterscale's penchant for attacking first and asking questions later, and the kind of thick-skulled thugs he usually installs as governors on his planets. Rumbles Abelard, frowning. Easy fix to replace manufacturing crew members. Initiate extra booze rations for the lower decks and start up a training school. I don't think 40K has any drugs that age people to reasonable use level fast. I know they can do accelerated growth in VATs and special facilities, but I don't think just popping out kids and then fast aging them to usable age is... Children yearn for the assembly line. God damn it, Squirrel. Even if children yearn for the assembly line, I can't make a baby an officer. They don't have drugs, but warp sorcery has proven itself pretty good at turning people into dried out old husks. There's a stage between those two ends that we want them at. We don't want dried out husk. We don't want crawling baby. Sure you can. Have you seen the way they do? God damn it, Squirrel. I question the sanity of Squirrel. I question a lot of things about Squirrel. Drive Master, I will hear from you now. A voice distorted by a Vox retranslator emerges from under the tech priest's scarlet hood. Lord Captain, the foes that set upon this noble void ship destroyed the repositories of hundreds of machine spirits. The great warp engine entrusted into my charge is unharmed, thank the Omnisire, but its spirit mourns its dead brethren. We have not yet identified a prayer protocol capable of assuaging its sorrow and anger. With great sorrow, I must also report that the Engine Seer, Prime Overseer, and spiritual authority of all tech priests on board fell in battle. The Magos was betrayed by the little flesh that remained part of him. A most terrible loss. There is no one among my comrades aboard whose experience and comprehension of the sacred protocols equals that of the fallen Magos. We require a replacement, and as soon as possible. So send extra lube and good music to the engine room. God damn it, Squirrel. God damn it, Squirrel. Would someone care to translate the esteemed Drive Master's words? The ship is shattered and is shaken from the warp encounter. Basically. Your ship is staggered. What do you do to mentally stabilize it? That's the word I'm looking for. Voxmaster Vigdis. The ship's most senior tech priest, most senior both in rank and experience, is dead. If we do not find a replacement, we will be unable to resolve the problems problems with the warp engine, answers the Vox Master instantly, without even thinking. This is not the first time she has acted as an interpreter between the ship's various inhabitants. I scout you down, nothing seems to matter? Well, don't worry, Slaanesh has got your back. Turns your monochrome existence into an explosive rapture of excess. Contact your local chaos cult to find out more today. Well said, Silent Poppies, well said. That was really well done, buddy. Oh, Master Helmsman, deliver your status report. Right you are, Lord Captain. To cut a long story short, the outlook is bleak. The ship's sound, more or less, but without our engineer Prime or Navigator, who fell in battle, we have no way out of the system. If we try to set so much as a toe inside the warp, I don't know what'll happen first, our warp drive being torn to pieces or all of us melting into the bulkheads. Your Lordship, if you will allow me to interject. When we arrived in the system, my crew followed standard protocols and conducted a count of all the available communication channels in the region. One of them was a novice Nobilite, an ancient organization of noble mutant families whose genes allow them to safely guide warp-capable void ships through the immaterial. Interesting. The station maintains complete Vox silence, but even its presence here inspires hope. To have located a navigator in the very same system is an incredible stroke of luck, a true blessing from the God Emperor. Can't we just eyeball it? A sharp bolt of pain lances through your skull as if in response to what you just heard. You understand that it's not the God Emperor you should thank for such good fortune. The words of the demon that appeared before you during the translation to real space echo in your mind. I am the will of the Weaver of Destinies, and today I will weave a new thread of elusive possibilities, a fickle chance, the thread that will lead you out of the maw of irreversibility, the thread that will help you find the keys to salvation. Hey, Baruch. Master Helmsman, if I were you, I'd grab this chance with both hands, or else you'll soon be eyeing up asteroids to use as your new residence. In slightly less shitty news, we can go around and around the system till our heads are swimming, as long as the promethium and supplies last. Excuse me. And if any thick-ass grok shit lowlives come sniffing around, we'll be able to take them out, so don't you worry about that score. I'm doing okay, Baruch. Glad you're doing good. Master of Ordnance, do you have anything to report? Master of Ordnance gives you a gloomy look. No, my job's simple. Maintain the arsenal and fire when I'm told, where I'm told. But just ask anyone. We've got no able crew. No Lord Captain. Master of Ordnance, you forget yourself. So what? Comes the officer's hostile and bitter reply. It is as if a dam has burst inside and all his pent-up emotions are rushing out of him. The ship's in ruins, every second officer's dead, and now we've got a green Lord Captain who's supposed to lead us to void knows where? Silence! The bridge's magnificent glass panels seem to tremble under the force of Abelard's roar. Enforcer, seize this mutineer. Oh, now I can read about grenades. Or consumable items. Grenades, stimulants, medkits, and other consumables can be placed in your quick access slot. Just double click on them. Each consumable item has a certain number of uses, which is indicated in the item's description. As with most actions in combat, using consumable items spends the character's action points. Okay. think the camera got a little off-centered there, buddy. I think he's being detained. Hello? There we go. Yeah. Totally. We broke it. we broke a lot of things, let's be honest here. Abelard grunts. If only one officer out of the whole lot has fallen to pieces, then that's not bad at all. Your lordship, I do humbly apologize on behalf of the entire crew. What would you have us do with the Master of Ordnance? The former Master of Ordnance, I should say. Besides, find a replacement, that is. We already have one lined up. Execute him. Iconoclast, I think is where we're gonna go. Fire him out of a cannon. He was the Master of Ordnance after all. We aren't orcs. That's not how this works. Stand down, release him. I have no intention of punishing a man for a moment of weakness, not after the terrible attack we have endured. Albert stares unblinkingly at the Master of Ordnance. Cease your sniveling. You disgrace yourself and your entire clan. Enough. The hysterics are over. Let us resume. Pan smack sound effects. Yeah. Master of Ordnance stands up, wiping the blood from his broken nose. His face is the picture of shock. What just happened seems to have dawned on him, and only now, and the knowledge of the fate he so narrowly escaped. To summarize, we have sustained serious losses in crew members, and we require a new engine seer prime and a navigator. Is this all that is preventing us from continuing the voyage? Precisely, Lord Captain. But bear in mind that this will not be the end of our trials. The ship's systems must be properly inspected for major damage, which can only be carried out at Footfall Station, home to the only dockyard in the sector. But we will never reach Footfall without first solving these three immediate problems. What can you tell me about the system in which we currently find ourselves? I cede to the Vox Master at this point, Mistress Tolamum. We are in the Rackard star system, and our voyage here was undertaken at the orders of your lordship's predecessor. There are 3 inhabited bodies in this system, and our attempts to send Vox messages have produced confounding results. Snark's cleared out the snack cupboard. I should know, I checked it myself. Ah, Squirrel, it's good to see you paying attention to the crucial things. I approve this message of discipline. Punishment fitting the situation for sure. You guys are ruthless. Damn. Continue. The Novice Nobilite station has not simply failed to answer, it seems to be maintaining total Vox silence. However, we did receive a distress signal from the prison planetoid in the system. And Rykad Minoris itself is also not responding to our hails. But what is most alarming is that our augurs have intercepted signals from the surface that seem to indicate ongoing hostilities on the planet. They stole my yummies! To be fair, it's not a chaos cultist, I promise. Sure, Silent, sure. That's what they all say. Situation is not very encouraging. But without a navigator, a tech priest, and new crew members, we won't be able to travel anywhere. Therefore, We must go to the planet and the Novice Nobilite station and find out what in the void is going on. Thank you all for your reports. Dismissed. Assembled officers salute you as one. Your Lordship, there's one other thing, a confidential matter of the utmost importance. Lady Theodora Abelard, I always want to call him Albert. Abelard hesitates. Your eternal esteemed predecessor brought the ship here to this system for a reason. She was given a secret commission. You perhaps are wondering who has the authority to commission a rogue trader to do anything. And I shall tell you, the Lord Inquisitor, the hand of the Emperor, the chief architect of his will in the Kronos expanse. Alucard? I can see thinking Alucard too. I came across a strange handwritten letter on Theodora's desk. It was signed XC. You are referring to the contents of this note, I presume. Yes, quite right. XC, Xavier Calcazar. Lady Theodora was to seek out the Lord Inquisitor's right-hand man, one Henrix von Kalox, an interrogator, excuse me. Too many eyes. You understand. All I know is that he is somewhere in the system, that we must find him and offer him whatever assistance he requires, and then deliver him to Footfall in the Feribundus system? Finding him without any more information to go on will be difficult indeed. But an Inquisitor is an important individual. The authorities in the system, either the Navis Nobilite or the governor of Raikad Minoris, may know something. That is all of it, your lordship. You have a great deal of work ahead of you, but it is a mere taste of the daily burden of a rogue trader. Soon you must take up the reins of the Von Valencia Protectorate. Abelard gives you another scrutinizing look, as if trying to gauge how long you will hold up under the mountain of problems. His face softens slightly, and it seems he's about to offer some words of encouragement. Idrad, Sister Argentia, explain yourselves. Sister of Battle grimly nods towards Indrad. The Psyker is suffering some ailment, or dark madness. She insists on seeing the rogue trader. I judged that it would be unwise to leave her unsupervised. For a brief moment, Sister Argentia's voice sounds hesitant. I was also hoping to approach you with a personal request, but it can wait. Speak with me when you have time, rogue trader. Indrad's glazed eyes rove over those assembled. One word bursts from her lips. Daybreak. Indra, come to your senses. Damn it. Indra presses her fingers to her temples in desperation. Your lordship, here's the thing. I was trying to see the immediate future, and it hit me so hard, my head is still spinning. Something very strange is heading our way, and I can't make out what it is, no matter how hard I try. A single word is all I can make out. Daybreak. Or maybe it's dawn? It is ringing, and ringing like an echo, like a bell. But if it's daybreak, then why is it so dark? We cannot extract any information of value from a single word. Can you tell us anything else, Mistress Talas? No, not yet anyway. The voices are going berserk, all shouting at once. I can't make sense of any of it. As soon as I know or sense anything, I'll report it. Alright? Lord Captain, if you want me to take a closer look at your future, find me on the bridge. and we can talk. Lady Theodora was well served by my whispers on many occasions, and I'm sure you would benefit from them as well. The Psyker's bitten lip stretches into a wary smile. I was trying to see the immediate future, and then it hit me so hard. Was it the door? Nice one, Squirrel. Nice one. Oh, that was good. If there's nothing else of value to report, I declare this briefing concluded. It is time to get to work. I like being bowed to. I can get used to this. Also, I don't really mind Lord being in my title. I've got a lovely throne. I will say, if nothing else, Warhammer 40k knows how to build a ship's bridge. It ain't anything like it's supposed to be for actually going into outer space, but it is a damn beautiful sight. That said, one breach and the whole bridge is gone. But then that's half the fun. Excuse me. Alright. Vox Master. Does it come back around? Oh, it doesn't. Do you copy? Finish cleaning and return to the docking station. A thin, pale woman stands out among the rest of the crew. There is a thick bundle of cables coming out of the back of her skull and disappearing under her ceremonial garment. And you see the grate of a quietly humming Vox where her mouth should be. The woman sees you and bows her head in a respectful greeting. How may I serve you, Lord Captain? Connect me to the vessel's main channel. I wish to bolster the morale of my crew. Woo! We succeeded! It's done, Lord Captain. You address the crew with a rousing speech and hear your voice roll through the ship, reaching even the normally quiet corners of the vessel. When the broadcast ends, you hear a distant shout of approval. Remind me who you are. Vox Master Octavius Vigdus Suri Ota of the Tolman dynasty, the current Vox Master serving aboard your vessel. In accordance with the Seneschal's orders, I assumed this duty immediately upon the demise of the esteemed Vox Master Septimus, who was my grandfather. We'll get there. Well, actually, why don't we go there right now? Why do you look so strange? My appearance comes from my heritage, generation after generation of people who spent their entire lives in the depths of this void ship. Neither we nor our ancestors have ever left our home, but the same can be said about many denizens of the Imperium's million worlds. We are used to the silence of the cosmos and the voices of the ship. There are thousands of us, but we dwell far from the Lord Captain's upper decks and remain unseen. We are the Voidborn. Where does the word Voidborn come from? Although I'm sure it's quite evident. Because we are children born of the void between the stars. Be it the womb of a traveling vessel, or orbital station, or a forgotten asteroid station. Low-gravity voyages through the warp, and the countless dangers of space travel. Everything others hate and dread is second nature to us. Tell me about the lives of the Voidborn and my crew. To us, the groans, creaks, and murmurs of the ship sound the way babbling brooks and singing birds do to world dwellers. We hear the ship breathe, know what it is feeling and thinking. We are a part of the ship just like it is a part of us. We perform numerous functions, and there are many officers among our numbers. Some maintain order and prevent mutiny. Others serve as shepherds and support the crew. And some devote themselves to mending the body and spirit of the vessel. Yes, that's how I want to feel. You know, it would be really cool to a certain extent. It's also kind of terrifying, though, to think about the fact that there's this ship with people whose great-great-grandparents have never left. I mean, this ship is probably thousands of years old at this point. It's like a floating city. The big battleships are even older, true. Most of the Voidborn are members of the large Void ship dynasties that bear responsibility for a certain aspect of the ship's life. For 300 years, the main branch of the Ptoleman dynasty has produced the ship's Vox Masters. And most of our subordinates come from the candidate houses of the dynasty. How do you find life on the ship? Life has been quite generous to me, Lord Captain. I am the Vox Master, and only the best in the dynasty can become one. By virtue of my skills and position, no one has ever denied me anything. Our family claims the spacious section for its demesne. I also enjoy long walks through the narrow and dimly lit corridors of the ship, listening to the sounds of her activity, falling asleep and waking up to the chanting of hymns, and admiring the stars beyond, of course. Like, for example, the Gloriana class are so ancient that they cannot even be built anymore. Fair. How do others on the ship treat you? We look, speak, and move differently from the inhabitants of the planetary worlds. Our way of life, traditions, and quirks frighten those people, just like the darkness of the cosmos. Many believe us to be the bringers of ill fortune, and alas, it is the Voidborn who get blamed for terrible warp phenomena during longer voyages. Vigdris hesitates before continuing. Several years ago, an unfortunate warp jump caused all the food on board to spoil. 15 days later, a hungry and furious crew nearly massacred everyone in the lower decks, blaming us for the misfortune, and hoping to restock the larders with our flesh. I would have been killed during the mutiny had Idra Talas not shown up in the right place at the right time. She came to my rescue, and the scoundrels' fear of her was even greater than their fear of the Voidborn. Looks like you're close friends with Idra. Webs of tiny wrinkles appear at the corners of Idra's eyes, the only hint that the Vox Master is smiling. The Voidborn seldom make friends, especially among the captain's entourage, but you see, many consider Indra to be different. I'm different too. We have spent plenty of time in each other's company, discussing regicide, a human tabletop game played across the Imperium of Man, similar to the ancient Terran game of chess. Over a glass of Amasek, a potent alcoholic drink of varying quality, widely available across the Imperium. This is why the lower deck should just be submitted to servitorization. If you want an idea of how the process goes, look up Vox in the Void and Abomination on YouTube. I have nightmares on some of the things that I read about servitization and some of the thoughts, and it's woo. The one that sticks in my mind is during the process where they lobotomize the guy, and the line in the book goes something to the effect of, "And he thought in human speech no longer." Or those were the last human thoughts, or human speech. Those were the thoughts of human. Something about it being his last time he ever thought like that again. Thought in human speech. Anyway, it's just terrifying. Except Indra changed after one incident, and we started to drift apart. The death of Lord Captain Theodora made her withdraw even more. I do not know if Indra considers me her friend now, but we used to be very, very close. It is good I can still look after her in my own way. The best part about servitors is sometimes they don't get fully lobotomized, and it does go quite right, so the person is still mentally there, yeah. Sure, we'll call that the best part. Oh. Oh. Anyway, moving on. Interpreting the Vox Master's emotions based on half a face and a Vox modulator voice is no easy task, but you manage to catch the undercurrent in Vigdis's words. The Vox Master is not merely saddened by her rift with Indra, she is devastated by it. Have you ever left the ship? Oh, I did once, and it was dreadful. It felt like the massive blue dome overhead could shatter at any moment and fall, and my bones would be crushed by the gravity. Vigdra twitches her shoulders, trying to ward off the flood of memories. The ship is my home, Lord Captain, and I would not trade it even for the bounty of 100 worlds. One of the Voxmaster's duties. I am the ears and the voice of this void ship. I supervise several dozen officers and 3 times that number of support personnel. We receive, send, encrypt, and decode all incoming and outgoing messages through the ship's internal and external channels. And we also ensure clean communications with the optimal efficiency of the crew's Voxcasters. That's a side effect of spacers and of Voidborn, yep. If you ever want to know what worries and concerns your crew are harboring, what your subjects are whispering about in local networks after their watches, or what their leaders are clamoring about over shortwave Vox transmissions, just come and see me. I will satisfy your curiosity. They can't handle very well, yeah. Have the Vox spirits bought you anything interesting lately? Forgive me, Lord Captain, I have no information that would be of interest to you at the moment. That will be all for now. I live to serve, Lord Captain. I am going to go horse with this game at this rate. Master Helmsman so-and-so. Bridge officer. Your lordship. Your lordship. Yes, let's get a better view. The tall man before you appears to be woven from tendons and muscles. Blue veins snake under his white, almost dove-colored skin, and his scalp and chin are covered in cropped white hair. His neck and shoulders are wrapped in wires that hint at the presence of neural connectors under his uniform. The officer's face seems to be twisted in a perpetual grimace of annoyance and anger, but he greets you with a respectful nod. Lord Cap, Master Helmsman Ravor, at your service. Remind me, who are you? I am the Master Helmsman, Lord Captain. I stand at the wheel of this here tub, I mean your vessel, and bark commands at the idiots who tend to its related systems. In layman's terms, I am the one who stops us from running into an asteroid or a disruptive gravitational wave when we're traveling through the void. Do you control the ship in real space? I wish that was my only job. I have to steer her through the warp, too, but most of the credit for that goes to the navigator. The warp's a nightmare, always tossing up something new. All my years at the helm, they count for nothing in there. My part's small enough, I just monitor our systems, follow the charted route, and don't kick up a fuss when our orders come in from the navigator's sanctum. Tough. Very true, Tanya. Very tough. Real space. Now that's where I keep my eyes peeled. Gravitational anomalies, void currents, hard radiation, that kind of shit shows up everywhere. Thank the Emperor, the augurs on this vessel are holding up. And so far we've been able to spot if something bad's coming our way. Who are these idiots you're in charge of? There are too many to list them all. Tech priests from the Engineerium, voidsmen from the auger decks, the work-shy fools on the bridge. I'd have every last one of them flogged. They all need a wake-up call. They need to be whipped into shape, or else this ship'll be going nowhere. Or even worse, it'll go somewhere we don't want it to. That's enough for now. Right ye are, Lord Captain. You are a Voidborn, are you not? That I am. Born into a helmsman clan in the bowels of a Chartist vessel. Studied the family trade until I was 15. Then my entire clan was butchered in a mutiny by lower hold scum. They spared the young'uns, of course. They did. Of course they did. Kids with implanted connectors make great navigational servitors. But I was having none of it. They weren't going to make a servitor out of me. So I escaped into the crawlways. And then I spent months picking them off. No one after the other. Rover stops abruptly. You got me talking up a storm. Anyway, yes, I'm a Voidborn. Finish your story, Rover. Rover stays silent for a few seconds. Not much to tell. I gutted everyone I could get to, and then I fled upward to the middle decks. That's where the auger operators took me under their wing. They have apprentice helmsmen of their own up there, you see. Nobody asked me any questions, so I stayed. Grew up, trained, got smarter, then ended up a junior helmsman. A dozen years later, Don Rock spotted me and lured me away, cheeky blighter. Good job, Hensley. Yeah, no kidding. Used to be an officer in the Imperial Navy. I can say this with certainty. Best helmsmen come from the Voidborn. I'm glad to have you at the helm of my ship. Rover freezes, tensely staring you in the eye and clearly trying to discern if your words are meant as mockery. After a moment's pause, a muscle in his face twitches, then another. His cheeks spasm, his mouth twitches. And you realize that Rover is unsuccessfully trying to remember how to smile. Thank you, Lord Captain. I won't let you down. I can see you're not a gregarious sort. Twitch, and which makes the grimace on his face even uglier. I've done something to displease the Lord Captain. On the contrary, you're the first person on the bridge who's not tripping over themselves to lick my boots. The helmsman perpetually twisted mouth twitches as if he's trying to smile. It looks sinister rather than friendly. Oh yeah? Well, I'm pleasantly surprised myself that you aren't having me flogged for insubordination. Will wonders never cease? Driver points at the cables around himself. Connecting wires. Once they go into the control panel, I become one with the ship. Except the bloody cogs messed up the wires, stimulus injectors, and connectors when they implanted them. They twisted the wires the wrong way and burned something in my noggin. Anyway, I can't sleep. It just doesn't happen anymore. It's been 30 years of non-stop stimulants and a splitting headache. So you'll forgive me if I'm not all smiles, Lord Captain. Yeah, that's a that's a shit end of the stick. What can you tell me about the other officers? Good for nothing wasters. That's what they are. Each and every one. Take Don Rock, that highborn weasel. He fawns over the officers, but some of the deals he makes would get him burned alive. He drags other people into his schemes so they can take the full fall for him, too. One of my junior helmsmen was ferrying goods from Footfall for him. Got caught by the Seneschal and ended up in the Void Hatch. Donrock couldn't care less. Voxmaster, another Ptolemy like the last one, Void rest him, is no better. She cut off half the Vox channels the day she took up her post. Said the Vox systems were damaged and the Ignorum had no contact with other modules. But how am I supposed to steer the ship? Collect the cogs reports with the power of my mind? First Officer Wesser, and I can't stand him. Like every naval officer I've ever met, he doesn't know a thing about controlling a vessel in the void, but he puffs himself up all the same and throws his weight around. Me and him have had to have a few words Me and him had to have words a few times before he left me alone. Oh! That is a butchery of the English language, though I do appreciate the fact that it is his style of talking. Think the Emperor Lady Theodora trusted me more than the Seneschal when it came to helming a void ship. Then there's that woman, what's her name? Tlass? Lady Theodora brought her along wherever she went, and look at what happened to her. I wouldn't be surprised if it turns out it was that witch that delivered her to an early grave, just like countless souls before. I don't see why anyone would want that walking calamity on their ship, but some would disagree. They say she's friends with young Ptolemy, you know, or at least she used to be. Tell me, do you like anyone at all? Worm is notorious for failing English. Flinging English around, fair enough. An exhaustive answer. You got a better one, Lord Captain. Well, I must take my leave. Lord Captain, Rever acknowledges you with a nod and turns away. So he wasn't born on this ship, he got dragged to it.
Rogue trader.
Sister Argentia looks tired. There are dark circles around her eyes. Her hair is somewhat disheveled and she moves like she's a little on edge. You said you have a personal request for me.
I indeed have a request, Rogue trader.
The accursed servants of chaos who assaulted the ship took the lives of your loyal crew members and they orphaned many children, including the progeny of the brave officers who defended their post until the bitter end. I don't know what customary practices there are for cases like this in Von Valencia's territory, but in the world where I'm familiar with, the children of such brave souls could expect to receive some special consideration. Perhaps the road trader could meet with the orphans? I will meet with them. No formalities needed. These are the children of the people who gave their lives for the Von Valencia dynasty. My consideration is the least that they deserve. I will pass on your instructions. Thank you for taking my request to heart. The lower decks. The motley group of adolescents do not take their eyes off you, gazing at you as if you were a creature straight from a fairy tale. The sister has been keeping an eye on these pups. Abelard glances at the gathered children. It is hardly the Scholar Pagurium in here, but we have provided the orphans on our ship with adequate care and instruction. I feel like the resident sister needs sleep. There's a lot of people in the world of Warhammer 40k that need sleep. But when you refer to resident battle sister, are you referring to yourself? The terrible tiny sister of battle? Argenta is standing to the side of the group. At your approach, she perks up and announces, her voice ringing. Brave ones, the master of this ship has appeared before you, the one who guides it through the darkness of the universe by the Emperor's will. Greet your Lord Captain, the rogue trader of House Von Valencius. Oh, the white-haired maiden? Yeah, she probably does too. I, the rogue trader and Lord Captain of the ship, speak to you now. Your parents gave their lives for a just cause and brought honor to the Von Valencius banner and those of the Imperium. I am proud of them, and I believe that you will become their worthy heirs. Teenagers hang on your every word with bated breath. Only a few at the far end of the row seem sullen and not particularly impressed with your speech. Doink. There we go. Now it took. One of the scowling visitors with a thin scar across his face tosses his head back and says bitterly, "So what? Why should we care? Our friends and parents died in their dozens for you noble lot, and you just give us speeches?" Argenta quickly turns to the boy, a fury of emotions flash in her dark eyes, like she wants to both calm him and scold him for the impudence. I can understand why he feels that way. Yeah, I can too. If you have things to say them without fear. I will listen. The boy smiles grimly. It doesn't matter what we say. It won't bring our parents back, and it won't change our fates either. We'll keep slaving away on this ship until we drop and die like our folks, or worse. I understand your grief and dismay. Your parents died. It's not an easy thing to go through, but they gave their lives for the truth, for the good of the whole ship, for the Imperium. Do not speak of their honorable fate with anger and disdain. It's tempting. Let's go with that one. Heard the rogue trader. His words carry the wisdom of the Imperium. It's hard to say whether or not your words have left an impression on the boy, but he nods slowly. Then he catches himself and gives you an awkward bow. Abelard gives a sign, and servants immediately emerge carrying packaged treats with Von Valencia emblazoned on the wrappers. It appears that the seneschal came prepared for any contingency. I don't like that move. That seems... I don't know. Petty. Argenta rubs her temple pensively. She smiles and offers a few more words of encouragement and then leaves the bay. She's still down there. Let's go talk to her again. All is well on the bridge, Lord Captain.
Greetings.
Even in stillness, Sister Argentia radiates energy, with her dark eyes shining and a slight blush to her cheeks. She is reciting a prayer and looks at you only once she has spoken the final line. It's kind of weird seeing a battle sister being a adopted mother/cat herder to a group of young'uns. It doesn't really bug me. I mean, she is a battle sister, of course, but the Sisters of Battle are known for like caring for the wounded and stuff as well. They're very... They embody a more maternal version of the warrior monk. I feel. At least that's how I would describe it. So it makes total sense that she would start trying to indoctrinate any children she saw, especially those without a parent to interfere. More wholesome than I expected? Yeah, it does seem more wholesome until you put it the way I just put it. But then indoctrination is the name of the game in the Warhammer 40k universe. Tell me about the Adeptus Sororitas.
Gladly, there are none more faithful to the God Emperor than my sisters. We fight against his enemies by the will of the Holy Ecclesiarchy. We... I beg your pardon, rogue trader. Here I am, talking about what every lesser noble in the Imperium knows. So what exactly are you interested in hearing about?
They say the Adeptus Sororitas are the fiercest in the faith among the warriors of the Imperium. Is that true?
It is. The Sisters of Battle are a fire lit by the God Emperor. They are the echo of his voice that travels through the dark expanses of the universe. We bring his wrath to heretics, mutants, and other enemies of humanity. We protect the faithful from the unholy and unhallowed. Sometimes with words, more often than not with a bolter.
She's a little too happy with the word bolter. Are all sisters truly as faultless as you say?
Even the novices of the Adeptus Sororitas are drawn from among the most worthy. Those who have taken the vows and become a full-fledged sister are the best of the best. tested by trials of body and spirit. Yes, there have been cases when a sister stumbled or showed weakness, but do not expect to hear a story of depravity or downfall from me.
Fair enough. A Dreadnought sister, that is a weird thought, Tanya. I don't know if that's possible. I don't know if the augmentations that a Space Marine goes through are required in order for them to withstand the use of Dreadnought parts or whatever. I mean, a Dreadnought is created when a Space Marine is all but dead. The casket that the Space Marine is put in is then plugged into the Dreadnought body, and the Dreadnought does stuff. I kind of want to see a now that you've said it, I kind of want to see a Sororitas Dreadnought. I think that'd be awesome. I don't know if it's actually possible. It is really interesting. Yeah, I kind of want to see it now. Now that you brought it up, never crossed my mind until now. It really sounds interesting and kind of fun. I don't know if it's possible, though, which would be sad if it's not, but maybe someone will make it someday. The idea of a Dreadnought, one of these giant metal death machines showing love and compassion to a child, is just fascinating.
Each such occurrence is a great tragedy for us all. Light cannot bear the smallest speck of darkness within. And thus those who have trespassed or shown weakness of spirit are given a chance at redemption. They are called Sisters Repentia, and may the enemy tremble before her, for nothing can stop a sister of battle who yearns to be cleansed of fault and weakness.
So there are sisters that have fallen. Somewhat. A Dreadnought trying to be trying to carefully dote on a child is... yeah, it's an interesting mental image. It kind of, like, harkens back to, BioShock, with the big daddies and the little sisters. Almost.
Wearing nothing but robes, no armor, eviscerator in hand, those sisters who have once faltered find repentance on the battlefield. Their lives are seldom long, but a death in the name of purgation is a better fate than to live with a shadow in one's soul.
Oh yeah, that's just great and happy. What order are you from?
Once I had completed my novitiate, I was sent to the Calixian branch of the Order of Our Martyred Lady, assigned to the Order's Pronatus. The Order's mission is vital and noble. The Sisters Pronatus protect great relics of the Imperium. We guard them, preserve them, escort them when they are brought onto the battlefield or presented for pilgrims to venerate. And we seek out the relics that have been lost. Neither a coven of heretics nor the most wicked death world can deter Sisters Pronatus when their goal is to return a piece of the great legacy of the Imperium into the hands of the faithful.
You said you belonged to the Calixian branch of your order. What brought you to the Kronos Expanse?
The Order sent me to Footfall. My undertaking was to assist the local priesthood of Drusians in caring for a sacred reliquary that had been there since the time of Pastor Mr. Wayne, the station's founder.
Followers of the cult of Saint Drusius, a legendary hero of the Angavian Crusade, who founded the Calixus sector for the Imperium of Man. So they are seekers? Seekers and protectors, it sounds like. Are there any other members of the Adeptus Sororitas in the Kronos Expanse?
None that I'm aware of, but the Sisterhood's orders are many, and can operate independently of one another, sending their sisters wherever their presence is needed as deemed by the Ecclesiarchy. Perhaps somewhere in the Lord Inquisitor's retinue, may his path be blessed, my sisters perform their duty as we speak. I wish it were so. Even a single evening spent in joint prayer and training would bring me joy.
Yeah, Lily has no chance. I have no more questions.
Should any more arise, keeping them to yourself would be imprudent. It is a virtue to take an interest in holiness.
Tell me about yourself.
About me? I am the Emperor's daughter and his servant. What else is there to tell about me?
How did you end up on Theodora's ship?
I first came here when I found myself in need of passage from Footfall to a remote planet. But I imagine what interests you is not that first journey, but rather what brought me aboard prior to the pirate attack. That story is complicated. It just so happened that I made a mistake. In a moment of laxity, I was ambushed by the accursed followers of the archenemy. I was badly wounded. Lady Theodora came to my aid and brought me aboard her ship, while her crew attended to me in my weakened state. It all happened not too long ago. I'd barely recovered from my wounds when the pirates struck. Truly, the servants of evil know no rest. There is no place where we can be safe from their machinations.
Arch enemy, a malignant metaphysical force composed. Oh, it's chaos. They're talking about chaos. Okay, never mind. What happened to the people who wounded you? Did Theodora's men eliminate them?
Sadly, they did not. Lady Theodora was in a hurry and chose not to stay on the planet. Her people took me to a ship while I was unconscious, and when I came to my senses, we were already flying away. How I pray to come face to face with those heretics once more, and it's bound to happen someday.
You mentioned making a mistake?
It happens even to the best of us. My mistakes are my burden to bear. I'll find a way to atone for them.
Where did this happen?
On one of the recently discovered planets in the Expanse. No one suspected that it had already been tainted by the filth of heresy. Had I known it beforehand, of course I would have been on my guard.
Okay, so they're talking about the Kronos Expanse. Poorly explored region of the frontier of the Imperium, full of fearsome Xenos treasure, heathen worlds, and the echoes of ancient doom. We could go to that planet and deal with the Chaos Worshippers.
The path to that planet was lost. All the knowledge is gone, along with the previous navigator. It would take immense effort and resources to rediscover the route. The heir to the von Valanci's protectorate must have plenty of other issues to deal with right now. Perhaps later, when the skies above our heads have cleared.
What was it like traveling on Theodora's ship?
I hadn't been here that long. Just one journey from Footfall, and the other journey, the majority of which I spent in the confines of the Medbay. I can't tell you much about the first voyage. I was more focused on prayers and ruminations than on the people around me, or the journey itself. During the last journey, Seneschal Viserion stood out for me. He came by several times to ask about my health. He's an honorable man and a loyal servant of the Imperium. I think he is as meticulous in his inspections of the logistics systems as he is in his inquiries about the health of the occasional sister of battle aboard the ship.
I don't know if I trust the Seneschal. I'm hesitant. He showed up at the perfect time to help us out. And I don't know how I believe about that. He also had a weird reaction when he saw the demon posing as Theodora. But I could be wrong.
But not all of Theodora's people have earned my trust. You know who I'm talking about. There is no place for Adira Tlas among the God Emperor's faithful. I'm surprised she wasn't in league with the pirates. And I'm equally surprised by how deep heresy and treason run in this place. I'm glad we all made it through that dark hour. May the day that follows be bright. As you wish.
What is it that's keeping you in my retinue? I like that word too, retinue. Retinue should make a comeback.
This ship was targeted by heretical pirates, which means that my presence here and the assistance I provide to you are my sacred duty. Sooner or later, I will likely have to return to Footfall to protect its reliquary. But for now, I wish to remain a part of the Rogue Trader's crew.
Jetta is honestly one of the more open people who isn't a guardsman or maybe space marine. So guardsmen are the normal soldiers. As far as open is concerned, I guess she is relatively open with stuff. She might be of use to me. I enjoy your company, Argenta. I hope you remain in the crew and that the ship becomes your home.
Those are very courteous words, Rogue Trader. Thank you, both for your words and your hospitality.
Oops. I clicked the wrong button. Allow. Can I allow you? I'm sorry, Silent. I clicked the wrong button. I did not mean to block that term. It is a sex word. So Argenta is certainly good at getting people to open up. Just blows them right open. Really. Just hate Argenta, so sabotage. I like her voice. It is very soothing. She gives you another somewhat puzzled look. Thanks for the conversation. Until next time. There's Idris. High Factorum. I think we're gonna stop here real quick, and I'm going to get some more coffee and the water. My throat's getting a little sore. And then we'll be right back. Thank you guys for joining me, and hopefully I'll see you all on Factotum. Is that what it is? I thought it was Factorum. Factotum. Thanks for the catch, Silent. Anyway, I'm going to take a real quick break, and we'll be right back. So, hopefully I'll see you all on the other side. Alright, I'm back. Thank you guys for putting up with that. And we will cover the coffee to keep the amount of drowners to a minimum. Okay. Where were we? Poor servitors. He's pulling levers. There's a wall there. Oh, Indra. Tall, middle-aged woman stares straight ahead, her eyes vacant as she rubs the implant at her temples. Her collar is undone, and one of the clasps is on the verge of falling off. Sensing your presence, Indra turns her head toward you and offers you a crooked smile, even as her eyes look right through you. About your abilities.
What are you talking about, Lord Captain?
You're Psyker. Psykers are only granted the right to live with the Emperor's blessing. Have you ever been to Terra?
Look, Lady Theodora couldn't care less if some eggheads measured my brains or not. It's not about the seal on your forehead, get it? It's about what's in your gut, if it's rotten or not. My gut's stronger than the adamantine on this here ship. And my implants are better than the ones they put in you on your Terra. If they weren't, I wouldn't have lived as long as I have.
Terra, where the corpse emperor resides. I mean, all hair Terra. I heart Terra. Nice, Silent. Where'd you come from?
Lyra, an outlying world in the Heathen Stars region. In the Coronis expanse, the deeper you go, the less visible the Astronomicon gets, and the less people know about the Imperium. The arrival of a rogue trader is the best thing that can happen to a world like that. The very best.
Tell me about Lyra.
It's an out-of-the-way planetoid between two faint stars. On Lyra, a dozen local tyrants fight over 5 measly continents. But they use everything they can to win, from poison to psychers. I haven't been there in many years, but there's nothing for me to miss. Trust me.
Sounds like a great place.
But here on the ship is a different story altogether. I saw more wonders in my first year serving Lady von Valancius than I'd seen in my whole life on Lyra. Like my first journey through the warp, I was in bed for 3 days. I felt like supernovas were exploding in my head. I only found out later that I'd gotten off easy. Just through the bulkhead in the bay next to mine, a whole team turned into... Look at me rambling on, Lord Captain. Pay no attention.
Probably more affordable than San Fran. Probably. Hell, probably more affordable than most of the United States. You never finished your story.
It wasn't like it was a very fun trip, Lord Captain. But look, if you want to be entertained, I'm the woman for the job. I'll entertain you with one of the stories from my collection, no problem. But if you want to hear about the time I melted everyone in the bay next door, well, I just don't really want to go into the details on that one, alright?
Melted everyone in the bay next door. Little Ark of the Covenant going on here. What did you do before you came to be on the ship?
Oh, I embroidered wall hangings in honor of our national heroes. I did the same thing I do here, Lord Captain. Divining. Our rulers prized the ability to see into the future. Every psyker that could be found was worth a small fortune on Lyra.
That's gotta be awkward moving in there afterwards. Being like, what happened to the people who used to live here? Oh, I accidentally melted them in my mind when I wasn't paying attention. Don't worry, here's some cookies. Welcome to the neighborhood. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
There's no such thing as a peaceful life on Lyra. People like me were especially sought after. They'd pick psychers up wherever they found them, buy kids off their parents, even just abduct them. Take me, for instance. I got taken from my street gang. The older kids sold me when they noticed there was something off about me. The ruling dynasties had schools where they trained us and beat us black and blue. And then they packed us off to serve. Some of us held on for a long time, but others didn't last. Not everyone's as smart and talented as me, you know. Some people crossed the line and were out of commission before their time.
It looks at you expectantly, then as though clarifying, indicate the head exploding and laughs. Oh, great. I can understand that thought, Tanya. Argenta, where are you? I'm going to hide behind you now. Yep. Yeah, I can understand that, Tanya. Silent. Don't worry. Don't worry, though I won't melt you. I'm different now. There's a chaos demon. I won't melt you. I'll just turn into an abomination and beat the hell out of you. Great. I could have chosen a better phrase than beat the hell out of you. How'd you end up in the rogue trader's service?
Theodora von Valancius paid a visit to the ruler I was serving at the time. I don't know what the visit was for, and it's no business of mine anyway. I can still remember the way the voices in my head changed when I looked at her. They were practically screaming. She had so much behind her, and plenty ahead of her too. As I gawped at her, all of a sudden I heard a whisper. A hint, a suggestion, nothing more. But I know the difference between idle chatter and a real threat. I seized my chance and approached Theodora. I managed to whisper a couple of words in her ear before the wardens dragged me away. They beat me and locked me up. No wonder. It wasn't my place to converse with outsiders. And then Theodora's people came for me. They broke down the wall, butchered the guards. Also, I could tell them my warning in full. So I said the rest, but I didn't want to go back to my old life. And so I entered the service of the Von Valancius dynasty.
Have you been off the ship?
A few times. Not many. And if I think about it, why would I want to? I've got everything I need here. All the whispers I hear are familiar ones. They almost feel like family. And if I want to hear about the nightmares off the ship, I can, after some Amisec. But don't go getting the wrong idea. If I have to, I'll follow you to the edge of the galaxy.
Family, yeah, I know, right? That's a little concerning.
Of course, Lord Captain.
What's it like being a psyker?
Lord Captain, forgive me. But it would be like talking to a person born blind about colors. I could spend hours explaining, but it wouldn't make any sense to you. Every psyker feels their connection with the warp in their own way. One person might see spots and shadows out of the corner of their eye. Another feels fingers running down their spine. As for me, I've got a door in my head. One that's open just a crack. There's no way to close it, no matter how hard I try. I've just had to get used to the whispers from the other side. When I need to use it for work, I listen in more closely. But I usually just try not to notice it.
How do you live with this whispering in your head?
Training, habit, and a little Amasec and a couple other things you can get on the lower decks. If you put all those together, it makes things bearable. Sometimes I even wonder if I'm imagining half the voices I hear. You know, when life on board gets a little boring. Better than listening to the living, anyhow.
That's what I want. I want a high-as-a-kite psyker. What could possibly go wrong? You know where else I saw a door in someone's head? Movie Insidious. And we all know how that ended. I don't think I've actually seen that one. What happened if your door burst? What would happen if your door burst open?
Well, if the door opens, that means somebody's planning to come in, right? But screw them. They're not coming through. Trust me. I know how to keep my valuable head locked up tight.
It didn't end well. I imagine it didn't end well. Aren't you afraid of losing control?
Only losers who are afraid of their own gift lose control. Or idiots who never figure out what they are before it's too late. Or little kids who want to play around with their shiny new toy. If you don't know the limits of your abilities, or you're always bouncing around in your own head, that's a recipe for disaster.
She's a ticking time bomb that you just hope doesn't blow up in your lap. And you just off pressure it in a certain direction from time to time. Can you see my future?
Alright. That's what I'm here for after all. So, I'm just going to lean on that door in my head a little more, prick up my ears, and listen to what the warp's got to say about you. If you'll allow it, I can listen right now.
Sure.
All right, let's hear what they're whispering about you.
Ender's rubs her hands together and suddenly freezes with a vacant smile on her face. Her head slightly tilted. You feel goosebumps appear on your skin and your collar begins to waver ever so slightly, as if moving by a breeze from a half-opened door.
Seek not on firm ground, but in a golden hall suspended in the void. There waits a child without kin, but with a name blind to truth. She draws the brush across the canvas and does not notice that her palette is full not of paint, but of blood. And with each smear, this well does not deplete, but fills and fills up to the brim. One thing is clear. When this vessel overflows, none will remain unstained. Among the blind men and false prophets, a red-robed sage seeks the answer to a question. He does not know that it is not the answer he must seek, but the question that will draw everything into focus. Will you help him, rogue trader? But mark that sometimes ignorance is sweeter than oblivion. A chained hound chases after glimmers of the aurora, but sparks in the scent of oil confound his nose. The chain trails after him. What will happen if you pick it up? Will you become his master? Or merely another beast in the pack of his true lord? The glow of dawn bursts forth from its prison. Dungeon walls cannot contain the dark essence wallowing in the dust. A naive cub pushes his nose into a familiar hand, one that holds death in twisted glass. Cherish it or cast it off as a burden. The sword of change has already been raised. What is one more life to it? I'm sorry, Lord Captain. The voices are going wild. I can't make out a thing. I'll try to rein them in, somehow. But for now...
Oh, great. Did you know Theodora von Valencia well?
None of the officers knew the Lord Captain well. Not even Abelard, and she was always closer to him than anyone else. She told me from the off that if I ever listened to anything in the warp about her without her permission, I'd be going out through the airlock. I'm not an idiot, so I never stuck my nose where it didn't belong. Only when I was asked. It's hard to wrap my head around the fact that she's gone. Lady von Valancius gave me everything I have. She opened the stars to me and the paths between them. I still think I can hear her voice.
That's not good. Things are strained between you and Argenta, isn't it?
The little sister is afflicted with her own set of voices. Ones that whisper to her about corruption and heresy. The silly girl doesn't realize that if she wants to find the source, she needs to start by looking in her own head.
Got any new stories?
You bet I do, Lord Captain. Okay, so we went to Footfall once. Well, I mean, Lord Captain Theodora went to Footfall a lot. But on that occasion, she took me with her for some reason. My day had gotten off to a bad start. My head had been yammering since I woke up, but there was nothing else for it. I had to go. We arrived at the place. And what a place! All the gentlemen and ladies dressed to kill, showing off their encrusted implants, all clustered around little tables. Well, turned out it was a gaming den. And not just any gaming den, but one run by somebody with deep pockets for people with just as much cash to splash. You should have seen it. People gambling away planets in a game of regicide. Anyway, so the Lord Captain wanted me to help her beat some guy. So I tell her, the chips won't land in your favor. You'll get a bad hand. Don't sit down at that table, your ladyship. But did she listen? Of course she didn't. If there's one thing she never lacked, it's stubbornness. So they sat down and the cards were dealt. I'm hovering around like I'm not involved, but I'm keeping my eye on things. And everything in my head keeps getting louder and louder. Anyway, it's a good thing I realized in time that my mind wasn't going haywire over a losing hand, but something else. I made some excuse to drag the Lord Captain up from the table and took her away from that place. And a few minutes later, the room where we'd been... It turned out some wise guy had the same bright idea to bring a pet psyker along with him. One of those ones who just scuttle around in Footfall's underbelly. And the psyker just freaked out, I guess. After all the commotion, people went to see what happened in the room. And they'd all gone for each other's throats. Literally. With teeth. And I think they completely detached that asteroid from Footfall and pushed it off into open space so it would head off toward the local star.
Oh, it's a happy story. What awaits me in my future?
All right, let's hear what they're whispering about you. I'm sorry, Lord Captain. The voices are going wild. Of course. Always at your service. Whenever you need me.
High factum. Factum? Factotum? The corpulent man in lavish clothes bows before you, not without difficulty. A serval skull whirls over his shoulder while the fingers of his augmented hand drum against the shelf of papers he is holding. Sheaf of papers he is holding. And he regards you with attentive interest, though the lens on his magnifying implant, through the lens of his magnifying implant. Greetings, your lordship. Jarvis Dunrock at your service. Was that everyone? Oh, no. No, we still got him, and we've got the Sorashant, or whatever, second-in-command guy. What do you do on my ship? As the High Factor, my duties encompass anything that might enrich you and your protectorate. I see to it that suppliers deliver all shipments on time, that our planets do not weasel out of their promises, and that all servants remember that the Emperor's grace can only be earned through toil for the good of the Von Valencia dynasty. I also make arrangements to ensure that our hold receives less than thorough inspections by port customs officers, and I find buyers for whatever you wish to sell. How'd you come to be in service of Von Valencia dynasty? I come from Dargonus, your lordship. I have been a subject of your dynasty since birth, and have always strived to be of use to the great rogue traitor. Alas, it was not my fate to be the primary heir of my family, due to me being 15th in line for the title, so I decided not to stand in the way of those behind me in case they attempted to shorten the waiting list at my expense. I am stumbling all over this. Wow. Jars lets out an almost kindly chuckle. While my brothers and sisters scheme against one another, I studied the exact sciences and mastered bookkeeping. The greatest art of the Adeptus Administratum. I must admit that the accumulation of wealth, something one can control, is far more exciting than hunting, carousing, and the other traditional amusements of my noble peers. What's it like working with Theodora? Oh, now that's a tricky question, your lordship. Do you ask it of everyone, knowing they risk losing their head should they let slip a careless remark about your predecessor? I shall put it thus. Working with Lady Theodora was never boring, and always profitable. The Imperium has billions of subjects, but very few do what they love, and what they are best suited to. I would say Lady Theodora was one of the fortunate ones. She was a model rogue traitor, and she surrounded herself with those who excelled at and loved their work. Hers was a rare talent indeed. What do you think of your fellow crew members? Keeping tabs on your subordinates. A wise move. Tell me who interests you, and I will endeavor to be honest as possible. Seneschal. Lady Theodora managed to do what even the Imperial Navy could not. Teach Master Warsinian to carry out orders that he fundamentally disagreed with. I do not know what methods she used, but the result is impressive. Having said that, there is something else you need to know, Lord Captain. Your Seneschal is capable of being something far greater than a mere conduit for your will. He possesses the cunning and experience to run the Protectorate passively whenever Lady Theodora was away. And that really is saying something. Keep an eye on that old officer, I say. Or, alternatively, turn him into a faithful ally. Conrad Wittveer, the former Master of Whispers. I hope I never see him set foot aboard this vessel again, not even as a servitor, although he would be able to do at least some good that way. Someone has to clean the latrines, after all. The Factum's bloated face grows stern. He gave us all quite the fright on that ill-fated day, Lord Captain, and still, to speak candidly, I never enjoyed Master Vigveer's company, but I believed him to be a man who knew how to do his job. Regretfully, I was mistaken. It turned out Conrad lacked the most important quality of a Master of Whispers, an unwavering loyalty to the rogue traitor, and his failing came to light in the most deplorable manner. What do you think of the Voxmaster? Ah yes, the Voidborn. You know, in my family we used such creatures as quarry whenever we went hunting. Mutants are the bane of humanity, an unseen tumor that threatens to end us all. But I digress. In the brief time Ptolemy has spent in post as Voxmaster, I have not noticed any significant flaws in her character, or anything that would make me question her professional qualities. Needless to say, she is very diligent, as is any Voidborn seeking to earn their master's affection. I believe you can trust in her skills and loyalty. Tell me about the people who buy our plunder. Of course, Captain. Who interests you exactly? We most often deal with the followers of Saint Drusus, the Explorators, the Cosbolic Mission, or Emperor forgive us, the Fellowship of the Void. Saint Drusus acquire. What does the followers of Saint Drusus acquire from us? The Drusians. I know I'm saying that wrong, but whatever. Still hope to bring Kronos, the Kronos Expanse, into the warm embrace of the faith, just as their flock hopes to receive the aid of the Drusian mercenaries. Each crate of food, shipment of clothes, or box of medicine marked with your seal is a sign the rogue trader himself believes in the sect's future success. Reverend Hieronymus is the first among the Drusians, and is most often seen in Footfall's grand atrium. A gloomy fellow, but some almost believe him to be a saint. Explorators. Members of the Explorator Cognizant Fleet, which has been roaming the Kronos Expanse for a good while now. Omnissiah knows what they are hoping to find, but their acolytes regularly show up on inhabited worlds, seeking bits of sacred knowledge, tracking down mechanical relics, and sniffing out Xeno artifacts. If truth be told, supposedly they want to save the ignorant rabble from corruption. Tech priest named Opticon 22 does business with us on the fleet's behalf. He can be found at the docks on Footfall. Kabbalistic Mission. Master of the Cold Trade, immoral criminals, masters of the cold trade, immoral criminals, and notorious crooks to the last man. The mission is but one branch of this mafia gang that has taken root in the Calixius sector. You can do business with them as long as you take the necessary precautions. They are led by Vladim Tokara, who recently appointed himself Liege of Footfall. Of course, he is a trusted ally of rogue trader Windscale, but he will not refuse you after another of the Emperor's anointed. If you wish to talk to Vlad, we're just going with Vlad. Look for him in the League's palace on Footfall. What is the Fellowship of the Void? Emits a laughter-like gargle. A pompous name, is it not? In truth, they are a gang of pirates who are forever squabbling over loot and territory. However, some of their little flotillas need supplies, or can take awkward cargo off our hands without asking questions. Of course, there is also always a risk that these scoundrels will change their mind and attempt to board us instead, but so far our macro cannons have managed to keep them in line. They say Riza Calaverus speaks on the Fellowship's behalf. The Adeptus Amuscus on Footfall is rumored to be her favorite haunt. Why are we giving away our spoils to these people in the first place? To profit from them, of course. Most of the things you will find during expeditions are complete junk to one such as yourself. The less fortunate and affluent servants of the Emperor think them treasures, especially when they are bestowed by the great rogue trader himself. Excuse me. Dursian fanatics and pirate cutthroats, Kabbalistic dealers and explorators, none will refuse our help in these dark and trying times. And there may come a time when we shall be the ones requiring aid, and it would be beneficial to have allies willing to provide it. Enough of the questions. I shall greet you later. Looks like I can hire outside help. Abelard.
Lord Captain.
Our service surveys you briskly but meticulously, as though he is inspecting you for shortcomings. Then he offers a courteous nod. Let's talk about things that may be useful to me as the rogue trader.
A noble aspiration, Lord Captain. I am ready to acquaint you with all the particulars that interest you.
Outline the situation of the Cronus Expanse for me. What do I need to know and keep in mind?
This is a topic for an official briefing, not a casual conversation. But I will try to answer succinctly. And if you permit, in my own words. The Cronus Expanse is considerably removed from the heart of the Imperium. This means that local warp routes become useless within months. Established pathways are regularly subject to attacks from all kinds of rabble. And in the only major port, the Imperium's frigates find themselves moored alongside pirate vessels. Until recently, the Cronus Expanse could hardly have been called a region of the Imperium. The situation has changed with the arrival of the Lord Inquisitor, but not by much. This place operates under its own rules, you see. More radical, so to speak. But ones that allow for a non-standard approach where there is a promise of victory. The Cronus Expanse is considered rogue trader territory for a reason. Only rogue traders have sufficient military might, audacity, and the rights granted them by the warrant to survive the leap into the unexplored part of the Expanse, and in the event of a successful outcome, to hold on to whatever they manage to capture on the frontier.
Who are the main players I need to be aware of in the Cronus Expanse?
In the first instance, you should treat official representatives of the Imperium with respect. The Expanse may be on the fringes, but it still numbers among the territories of the Golden Throne. The arrival of the Lord Inquisitor has turned the Cronus Expanse into a less wild and uncontrolled region, to the regret of some individuals who had grown inured to the local lawlessness. Rogue traders such as yourself are also servants of the Imperium. They have been accorded special rights and powers. They wield immense authority within their territory, and they enjoy absolute respect in other parts of the Expanse. The most powerful of them are Kalagos Winterscale and Incendia Bastal Chorda. Tread carefully when dealing with either of them.
Chorda.
If we are to speak of unclaimed territory, which is what Footfall is, among the scum that dwells on that handful of asteroids, there are 3 factions that wield considerable influence in the sector. The first is the Kazbala Commission, organized crime in its most primitive form. It holds sway over the Liege of Footfall, and has links to rogue trader Winterscale. The second faction is an offshoot of our shining ecclesiarchy, followers of St. Drusus. They are actively building their forces, and hold influence over rogue trader Chorda. And finally, the third faction, the Explorators, a wing of the Adeptus Mechanicus. They are willing to die and kill for the secrets of the ancient technological heresies that are hidden among the stars of the Cronus Expanse.
Huh. Previous Master of Whispers, what can you tell me about his betrayal? What do you think he'll do next?
You know, Lord Captain, I am no admirer of fine art. But when we next find ourselves in a civilized port, with time to spare, I will promptly find an artist and commission a portrait of the individual to whom you refer, with a hole between the eyes. Conrad Voigtveer. That he committed his treachery and escaped with his life was an unforgivable oversight.
Tell me how you really feel.
We both served Lord Captain Theodora for many years, and we never saw eye to eye. He was brash. He was never afraid of assuming responsibility, and he willingly took on difficult tasks. I am loath to admit it, but the Von Velatius Protectorate continues to reap the fruits of his labors to this day. his service always garnered my respect. But everything else about him made me want to wring the neck of that two-faced snake. If you are taking comfort in the thought that we will hear no more of Conrad, prepare to be disappointed. You thwarted his plans, his meticulously plotted and nurtured treachery. He is sure to attempt to strike at you, and he will use his contacts and knowledge of the Protectorate to do so. The only question, Lord Captain, is whether you will be able to anticipate his next steps.
Sounds about right.
As you wish, Lord Captain.
Like to know about my seneschal.
As you wish, Lord Captain. What would you like to know?
Tell me about yourself. What were you before you became the seneschal?
I used to be an officer in the Navis Imperialis. No. Used to be is not quite right. It was not simply a job. It was my calling. The essence of my life. I was proud to serve Lord Captain Theodora, but in my heart and mind, I am still an officer of the Imperium.
Battle fleets of the Imperium of Man, also known as the Navis Imperialis. I like that name. We'll go with name.
I met Lord Captain Theodora on a mission where the Imperial Navy was providing reinforcement to the rogue traders' army on one of the frontier worlds. Our acquaintance was not easy. Working with people outside the Navy hierarchy has never been my strong suit. It was to my great surprise then, that after the mission's completion, I received a referral to leave my service in the Navy and join the rogue traders' personal council.
This is surprising.
It was a difficult choice for me. But I saw in the offer a chance to serve the interests of humanity even more effectively than in the Navis Imperialis. You do not need me to tell you just how remarkable a person Lord Captain Theodora was. I recognized her at once as a true leader and formidable creative force. One who had built a protectorate amidst the dangers and wildness of the Expanse.
Leaving the Imperial Navy is far from easy. Why were you permitted to quit your post?
You could say there was no one among the naval command who was willing to impede the wishes of the rogue trader. To do so would be to risk their own position and their relationship with Theodora. Well, the Lord Captain possessed certain contacts in the Imperial Navy. Contacts which she used to request help during the conflict on the border world. And which enabled her to make me an offer that resulted in my joining her retinue. The Navis Imperialis is an ancient institution with its own mandates and muster lists. On occasion, in the heat of an official briefing, or an informal discussion, I violated those rules, determined to press my point. It is challenging to choose the words to accurately express my opinion on a situation or the actions of others that do not sound overly scathing or confrontational. Many in command were inclined to view my manner of speaking as unbefitting a person of my rank.
When you talk about Theodora, I'm beginning to think you were in love with her.
What? Lord Captain, any allegations of improper feelings or unsanctioned relations are utterly baseless and bordering on the insulting. Utterly baseless.
You're not convincing anyone with that statement, buddy. Do you have family?
I am a widower. I am a father of 4.
Wow.
And if my information is not outdated, a grandfather of 11. My family lives on Dargonus. None of my children express any eagerness or aptitude for serving aboard ship. And I would hardly have insisted that they follow in my footsteps. Of course.
You may call me by my first name if you wish.
I thank you for the honor, but I must decline. As a former military officer, I believe in the importance of order in all things, including the chain of command. You are the Lord Captain, my direct superior. I am not prepared to address you in any way other than as regulation dictates.
Until next time, Seneschal.
Lord Captain.
thought... There it is, yeah. 2 captain's quarters. Ooh, shiny. Coat of arms of House von Victus is crowned with the text of the oath of rogue traders, the Emperor's faithful servants. This hefty tome contains schematics of the flagship of House von Valencia, in addition to a plethora of notes, copies of reports, and other documents. This majestic portrait, painted by a skilled artisan, greets guests who have been granted permission to enter the Lord Captain's quarters. The position of the pieces on the board suggest that this game of regicide was interrupted. The winner was never determined. The glittering of the displayed weapons is mesmerizing. You have never seen many of these articles before. This fine sculpture made from a strange metal seems to absorb any rays of light that falls upon it. Interesting. Liturgies of the faithful to his word and name. The text below this solemn heading looks noticeably faded. It appears that the prayer book has been kept open on this page for a very long time. That's a prayer book? Damn. I assume this is the same as it was when we came through the first time. Yes, it does appear to be. I assume this is the same as it was. Yes, it does appear to be. Bookshelves are packed with ancient books, piles of paper, and tomes, many of which look rather worn. Goods. Ooh. Blast Wave. Heirloom Auto Pistol. Wrath of Saint Drusus. Hey, the Wrath of Saint Drusus is part of is from the commune or whatever. The light glittering off the polished skull of some unknown Xenos makes it seem like the bony face is mocking you. That's one hell of a desk. The ticking of this clock is too quiet for its bulky size. What is this? Shrine of Remembrance. So are these like people who played the alpha and beta? Or is this credits? Or it's not credits, at least not all of its credits. Or I feel sorry for the kid who was named Boo7373. So this is like a storage container for some of your more delicate items. Legendary gear or what have you. Okay. What do you tell us? The long dead eyes of this fierce monster forever capture the fear and pain in its final moments. The water's calming murmurs and the warm steam feel inexplicably deceptive. A moment of weakness and rest promises nothing but danger. What? Is there a room back here? Am I not skilled enough to see it? Anyway. Beyond the stained glass, the distant stars glimmer in the darkness of endless space, filling you with an odd sense of dread. Goods. His chagrin is irrelevant. Vitvir's mistake cost me too much. Years of work, tremendous resources, all wasted. He has failed at what he was supposed to be irreplaceable at, uncovering spies. And this one was a senior officer. I'm not about to discard him. Conrad has served me for too long for his removal to go painlessly from the Protectorate. Besides, he is no fool. He could not have seriously expected to become the next in the Von Valencia line when his skills and talents as Master of Whispers are so valuable. Let his disinheritance serve as a humiliating but instructive lesson for him, which he may yet learn. Well, that didn't go well. The final transactions with the Charitist are complete. The fiery reckoning is now fully equipped. The object has been loaded aboard with its containment intact and placed in the forebay to ensure maximum contact with the target. Coordinates sent and received by the bridge. Target estimates time of arrival in the systems. The fiery reckoning is crewed by a servitor. Chances of the ship returning are minimal. Estimated cracked data slate. Inventory. Blast wave. We might want to give her blast wave, actually. Heirloom auto pistol. Probably should just put that in storage. Las pistols is best pistols. Actually, bolter pistol is best pistol. Agreed. Yeah, no, no, I agree. I meant out of what I have, las pistol is best pistol. Nothing brings joy like explosive ordnance. Very true. Sorry, the unspoken part of that was out of what I am carrying. Las pistol is best pistol. We shall put heirloom pistol in vault. Oh yeah, I never checked to see if that should go to someone. 317. She doesn't have... Okay. We don't want to give you... You're a psyker. You should... The Chainsword is slightly better than the Wrath. Well, I think it's finally time we move on. And by move on, I mean figure out how to fly this sucker, because this is something I have not done. Okay, the events of Warhammer 40k rotated to take place in a vast region of space known as the Cronus Expanse. The sector, is comprised of numerous star systems, many of which you will get a chance to visit. You will find yourself scouring the void in search of routes leading to new uncharted systems, discovering more routes as you explore the expanse. What you see before you is a map of one such system. Each star system contains objects you can interact with. Such objects are marked as points of interest. Move your ship to a point of interest. Then click left mouse button on it to initiate the event or open the planet view. Oh, there I am. Oh, cool. Unidentified void ship. The guild. Oh yes, uncharted system, where you can meet natives and introduce them to our foreign species translation programs. Why am I pulling out a bolter? Turns out you don't have to translate the dead. There's no speak to dead in this universe. What is this, Boulder's Gate? Scan is Rylock Majoris. Begin scan. Boulder's Gate. The expansion I didn't know I needed. Nice. Nice. Boulder's Gate. The Goblin Camp has no idea what's coming. Oh, that would suck. Just walk into the... Space Marine walks into the Goblin Camp. That just sounds like a lot of fun. Why is everyone running away? Vox crackles to life, and Master Helmsman Revor addresses you. What does the Absolute do when facing a legion of Primaris Space Marines? Yeah, there's that too. I mean, it's hard to know how much of an effect magic would have, because it's similar to Psyker powers, but it is also kind of this different thing. But at the same time, you could have a lot of fun with that. What we have here, Lord Captain, is It is not very noticeable, but there's a void ship sitting in the local asteroid field. Sure, it's quiet, like it's huddled up in there on purpose. It's not like I'm surprised. The thing is more scrap heap than ship at this point. Somebody sure went to town on it. We are registering critical damage to the hull and depressurization of several compartments. Oh, there's an incoming transmission now. The mind flayers look up only to see a bunch of drop pods. Yeah, or exterminatus. I could see the Warhammer 40k world going, there is too much blasphemy on this planet. Just burn it and start over. Hear us. The Vox transmission hisses and abruptly cuts up to static. Do not require assistance. Pete, do not require assistance. Copy? Vox relay is a different voice. Keep following. They'll pass us by, won't they? Or protects. The absolute virus bombing. Yep. Lord Captain, I am told our agents cannot determine the allegiance of the vessel. To be brief, there is an unidentified and badly damaged vessel within an asteroid field near the Raikati Phila colony that is refusing help, which, not to put too fine a point on it, has not yet been offered to them. Can we establish communication? Let the vessel identify itself. Yes, Lord Captain. The connection is established. Unknown vessel, we are receiving you. Identify yourself. I repeat, identify yourself. For a brief moment, the Vox only hisses and snaps. Then several voices at once start shouting over another. Don't tell him. We are done for. This is Thunderfang. We are... One of the voices falters uncertainly, and is replaced by another. A merchant vessel. Do you copy? We are a private vessel. A merchant vessel? Of course they are. Damn my stupid head. Where did I hear this name before? Thunderfang? Damage report on the unknown vessel. Telemetry shows multiple hull breaches, most likely caused by the guns of a combat ship. Several compartments are leaking air. The bridge has been almost completely obliterated. 2 of the engines are critically damaged. Somebody gave them a thrashing so solid they barely managed to limp away. What'd you miss? We're in space? Thunderfang, why can we not identify your ship? You can make out horse and furious whispering, even over the crackling of the static. Why? I don't know. What if? Certainly not. The whispering dies, and a clear, youthful voice cuts through the static. Our vessel's badly damaged. Damage is preventing the correct identification. We assure you, merchant vessel. Certified merchant vessel. Thunderfang does not require aid. What happened to you? Vox responds by bursting into a cacophony of sounds, words, and emotions. Someone chuckles bitterly, another swears with some foul expletives, and yet another hisses, furiously demanding that the others shut up. You manage to make out little from all the noise. We were just flying, minding our own business, straight out of the blue, and opened fire. Miracle we can get away. Emperor protect. And then more fire. Who? Void only knows. Roasted our tail, bombed everything. Our folks are left without our help. We need to get to them. Thunderfang, stop playing games and explain again what you forgot in the area. And this time I highly recommend the truth. Happy now? What have you done, idiot? It is too late now. The Vox channel is again filled with angry whispering. Several voices. The whispers and static are drowned out by a clear and slightly frightened voice. Do you copy? We are from the Fellow of the Void. We did not come here to loot, only on a different business. To help our out of jail. Do not hurt. Less. We already had our chronos cleaned. How about strike a deal? Our hold is full of goods. In case you are unaware, Lord Captain, the Fellowship of the Void is a disorderly assembly of several dozen pirate factions in the Chronos Expanse. They consider themselves above regular heretics solely because they sometimes have Vox Connect conversations with those whom they are about to board. Were it up to me, I would make them eat a salvo from the macro cannons to shake the scum loose from the decks. They certainly deserve it. The honeyed voice of the High Factum interrupts the translation with a polite cough. I would wait on destroying the vessel, if I were you. Although the morale aspects of their livelihood do cause some awkward questions, the Fellowship of the Void remains a major supplier of goods to the local market. Perhaps you will find dealing with them acceptable, especially when jumping to warp is impossible. He has a point. He does, yeah. Prepare for commercial exchange. They have a flamer. I have 10 of these. Profit factor. Does this cost me something? See the skull. You mean this? The one in the circle. Okay, yes. But is that unlocking it? Because there's also this locked bridge. Although I guess then the medkit would be allowed. So maybe the profit factors initiative the relative value of the rogue trader's warrant of trade and what opportunities and resources it can call upon. That doesn't sound like a currency, though. Whereas range attacks decrease the target's dodge by 5%, it doesn't stack. Accept. So yeah, I bought it and this didn't change. Weird. God damn. 10 is the maximum thing you can buy. You say that, but this isn't available. Because apparently I haven't unlocked Tier 1? The cape was 6, yeah, but this is 10. And this is 9. Because you haven't unlocked the tier, I guess. Apparently, I guess. Show tradable. Cargo. Trade. Okay. So I had weapons. Okay. So this is cargo. Heretic trophies, great. Oh well, we got what we wanted. Lord Citadel reporting. The heralds of the Navis Nobilite continue to maintain Vox silence, perhaps due to Uras 5 being off limits to visitors. We intercepted signals from the beacons drifting in the station's orbit. The demands are clear. We are told to turn the ship around immediately. We have also detected an accumulation of space debris near the station's dock. Presumably it was the remains of interplanetary shuttles. Perhaps the esteemed Novus Nobilite House requires aid, and therefore cannot respond to our Vox transmissions. Order the Augur crew to scan. Yes, Lord Captain. The Vox remains silent for a while, but then you hear static and Vigzic's measured voice. The officers of the Augur crew performed a full scan of the station, and the information is imprecise. They note wave distortions of unclear genesis that are throwing off most of the readings. We were able to ascertain that the reactor core of the station is still active, but many compartments are unpowered and some fully depressurized. The signs of biological activity are largely present in the central module, which means the station has not been abandoned. So the question remains, why are the esteemed navigators, heralds, ignoring us? Contact the station again. I will negotiate personally. I'm sorry, Lord Captain. The station does not reply even after an official greeting by a rogue trader and the declaration of your intent to negotiate in person. No one dares give me orders. So, do we push it? You wouldn't? I don't know if we can acquire permission. Lord Captain, only the navigators are blessed with the gift of steering ships through the Immaterium. Anyone else would succumb to the same nightmarish influences it projects on the crew and the vessel. To attempt traversing warp space without a guide is fool's errand. Forgive me for intruding, Lord Captain, but I feel it is my duty to remind you that the Novus Nobilite are highly respected citizens of the Imperium, humanity's guides through the warp. The power of the station and status of the highborn navigator houses is akin to that of your protectorate. To aid them in their hour of need is to acquire an influential ally. I don't have a choice. Order the crew to commence docking with the station. Affirmative, Lord Captain. We do not know what is happening at the station, so you will have to look for the esteemed navigators blind. Dock safely, and may the God Emperor light your path. Hull integrity. Or do I just have to click on it again? I'm confused. Click on it again. Got it. That could have been a little clearer. Oh well. Not a big deal. Well, that doesn't bode well. This looks familiar, actually. Looks like home.
Pathetic worm. You dare to argue with your master?
It was not you whom I swore to serve within these walls. My lips are sealed.
Confess. What was the old man's last command? What are you planning?
Give up, Keeper. You have lost this battle. Again.
We're getting nowhere with these ones, sir. Permission to execute them.
Wretches, you will be consigned to oblivion for your transgressions against House Orselio. Mortal Emperor, deliver your servants from peril. Prayers will not help you, servant of the damned. In the name of House Imperial, I command you to execute the infidels. Not a step further. Master, we have some strange guests on the station. Tall man stops you with a gesture when you approach. Blood is trickling down the pearly scales of his weary face. And not just his own blood. Two jet black, unblinking eyes are watching your every move. And the third one, the mark of a navigator's fate, is menacingly pulsing behind the lowered lid of the middle of his forehead. Step back, or I'll unleash the horrors of the Seal of Souls upon you. Emperor, be my witness. Abelard, if you would be so kind. The Seneschal takes a deep breath. Before you stands his lordship the rogue trader Citadel von Valentius, heir to the greatest protectorate in the Coronis expanse and bearer of the sacred warrant of trade. Allow me to point out that Nobilite custom requires the Lord Navigator to introduce himself first, but given the unusual circumstances of the station, his lordship the rogue trader is willing to turn a blind eye to your hostility, but just this once. In that case, I shall turn a blind eye to your unceremonious invasion, but just this once. There's a dangerous glint in the man's dark, shrouded eyes. Very well, allow me to introduce myself. Before you stands Felic Christopher Auguste, keeper of this place. So you did not arrive to offer support to the traders? This is great news. Having said that, you must understand that Irissa 5 is a holy sanctum for House Orselio, and the path to it is only revealed to a select few. It pains me to say you are not on the guest list. I don't want him. He is not coming with me. I don't want him. Provide me with a navigator and I'll immediately depart the station. I don't think that's possible. Ursian 5 is an observation station. We do not sign contracts and do not provide navigators. We delve into the depths of infinity and chart the movements of the warp storms. And besides, Fleck gestures at the disorder around him. You have chosen an inopportune time for negotiations. I'm looking for the Lord Inquisitor's interrogator. Do you know anything about his present location? The Lord Inquisitor's interrogator? I think I would know of such important individual decided to visit. What is happening on the station? Where did all these corpses come from? Betrayal. A most banal thing in the life of the Nobilite. Don't you think? I was stabbed in the back by my closest friend, Theobald Orselio, the second keeper of Unsig 3. Urons 3. Really? I said 3. Wow. Urons 5, and my mentor. On his instructions, my people sabotaged the generators, blew up the shuttles, and brutally massacred the loyal servants of my mistress. Most unfavorable, they dared to take her prisoner. Greedy scum. I swear by the throne's light, their souls will perish in the darkness of the void. Felic falls silent for a few moments and then furiously slams the end of his staff into the floor. The madmen have captured Lady Cassia and are now torturing her upstairs while we are idly chatting down here. Help me rescue her and be gone, but waste no more of my precious time. Or be gone, but waste no more of my precious time. What kind of help are you talking about? Would never ask you for such a favor under different circumstances, and yet Flick's takes his hand away from his ribcage and notices blood and winces in pain. Yet Lady Cassius's well-being is above all. I haven't got many people left, and my wounds are too deep for me to act with precision and swiftness. But you may actually succeed. In order to ascend to the mistress's chambers, you will need to remake a holy relic sanctified with the blood of Lady Orselio herself. This is the control rod of the elevator machine spirit. I have one part, and the other part was lost during the mutiny. But even this relic will be of no use unless the elevator mechanism is powered. Why should I help you? You came to the station for a reason. House Orselio will not be able to help you until this current crisis is resolved. But if you aid us now, I promise we will reach an agreement that you will find satisfactory, be it riches, influence, or the powers of our navigators. Fellick, who names their kid Fellick? Yeah, I know. How do I remake the control rod? I have a phylactery containing the mistress's blood. It needs to be taken to the laboratory, which is located behind one of the reliquary doors. The most ancient of secured mechanisms will help to rebuild. Sacred mechanisms will help you to rebuild the rod. The tech priests ceaselessly performed the rites of appeasement so that the machine spirit would serve the house in its time of need. The faithful hour is now upon us. Dude, just has a bottle of someone's blood seems normal. I know, right? I mean, this is 40k though. Anything's possible to be normal in 40k. So how am I supposed to power the elevator? The station's main cogitator is situated in the guard room. Just enter the correct command sequence and the sacred mechanism will do the rest. If it's so simple, why don't you do it? I never said the feat would be easy to accomplish. The path to the laboratory and the guard room is blocked by the very same madmen who took over the station. They will not negotiate and are not afraid of displeasing the Navis Nobilite or incurring the Emperor's wrath. They bow only to the brute strength, something which I currently happen to lack. I guess that makes sense. So, what have you decided? Descendant of the Von Valicians line. God dang it, this amount of talking. Woes of your house upset the balance of power in this part of this galaxy. I will help you, if not for the sake of profit, but for the good of the Imperium. The rogue traders will aid houses. Aid will cost the house. I will rescue your mistress, but in return I require the house or Celia sign a contract with my protectorate. Ply sounds curtain-tired. So be it. Hurry, the mistress's safety is all that matters, but should you fail, our arrangement is finished. Do I guess... Are we safe coming?
Yes. Taught me how.
By the force far beyond. Corpses are mauled by a force far beyond any mortal capacity. The forces are twisted in pain, and the hands are fused with impressive weapons. Tools, scissors, and cutlery. How do I know if I pass?
Success is the only outcome I accept.
Athletic test succeeded. Awareness test succeeded.
Just as I planned.
If the witch is talking about the enemies of humanity who set upon this abode of the noble navigators, then our weapons will soon dispel their wicked misery. Some keys and some other stuff. Shards of crystalline darkness. Oh, great. Flex bodyguards. Turn to void ship. On. Battery's power is out. Oh, okay. So I have to get through here. Got it.
I'll learn from this mistake.
You failed a 90%. God damn it. When Fleck gives people bottles of blood, you are like, cool, let's help people. When I give people bottles of blood, they're like, eek, call the cops. What gives? Hey, you're not wrong.
Ugh, damn it.
When in doubt, save. You know, the only thing I can say is because you don't have a third eye, maybe that makes a difference. At least I've never met you, Silent,
The
so
premonition runs true.
you might have a third eye, but I would assume you don't have a third eye, which might make all the difference when it comes to whether or not when you hand someone blood it becomes a big deal. I will say, if someone with a third eye hands me blood, I'm not going to start yelling cops for a very long time. I'm going to make sure I'm out of earshot, around the corner, and very far away. And then I'll probably just walk to the police station myself, sit down in a chair, and explain the situation, because I want as many people with guns around me to protect me from the guy who just handed me blood with a third eye. With any luck, he's some weird vampire variant.
I always get the job done.
Oh, God.
Pay attention.
Pause. Why is the game paused? Oh, that's why the game paused. Someone hands you a bottle of blood, suplex them. There are traps. Oh, cool, I can pause. There are traps up ahead. Order your character to disable it. If a character enters a trap area or fails the test to disarm it, the trap will trigger, dealing damage and inflicting injuries on all characters within this area of effect. Sometimes you'll also see trap markers with a red area. Thought I heard the dog. And a connected dotted line. This dotted line leads to the mechanism that controls the trap. Hover your cursor over the mechanism. If the cursor changes to a trap icon, the trap can be disarmed by interacting with the mechanism. Click left mouse button on the mechanism to attempt a disarm test. If you have your entire party selected, the character with the highest relevant skill score will go to disarm the trap. If the trap is marked with a red area around it, the dotted line... Without a dotted line, simply approach the trap and click on it to attempt a disarm test. Different skills are used to disarm different types of traps. Let's try that again. I want the experience from disarming that damn thing, and it would have told me about it anyway, if I'd approached it differently. I'll save scum and I'll use any excuse I can anyway. Disarming traps is easy. Hey, servitor, get over here. You're not wrong.
I won't let it define me.
%95 chance, and I've failed it twice in 4 attempts. We're sitting at 50% here, ladies and gentlemen. This makes no bloody sense at all. 90%.
That's how it's done.
Attention to detail is the key to success.
Excuse me, got it.
Duty prevails.
(955) athletics check to crouch. It's a little more complicated than just crouch. And it's a 90% chance. I thought it was 95, but it's actually 90 apparently. Medicine.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
Lady Navigator statue looks pristine and new.
Is there money to be made?
Stand firm! We must not let the miscreants defile House Orselio. Fire at will for House Orselio.
I'll make an example out of you.
You dare cross the faithful?
I don't think we're gonna have a chance to do anything, really.
They who discern the future on the battlefield.
Fudge, that was not what I wanted.
What an unfortunate turn of fate.
It works. Not what I wanted. That worked brilliantly, though. I cannot deny that. Well, poo.
I am ready for whatever comes.
God damn it. Home from work. How goes the romp on the dark future? Were there any war? Oh, and a Primarch romance, an elder farseer. That would be a story. I'm not where I want to be. Oh well. That is the story? Oh.
I'll make it happen.
Rupert Gilliman is a thing. Rupert Gilliman? Robot girly man. Yeah. Well. Would I really be that surprised? That's it. You guys have done more damage to your own squad commander than I have.
It will be done.
Gilliman is back, and while not stated, it is hinted that they have a thing. Wow. I mean, all power to you, buddy. I'll get behind this. I mean, who am I to call out a Primarch?
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury.
Okay, now I've done more damage.
God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart. My faith shields me.
There is movement in the Empyrean. Farewell.
Well, that was shocking. Ow! You shot me!
Stop!
How did you shoot me?
High momentum.
In official works, hinted or is the fandom making something out that might not be there? That is a good question, Squirrel. I don't know. I've actually never read any of the books.
Who if not me? I'll see to it personally.
You need to talk, Citadel. That pistol is more a danger to you than it is to them.
Why did I not foresee this?
Citadel having a pistol?
I've
World
seen
may
worse
never
battles
know.
than this in my time. Victory is imminent.
I mean, I'm not the best shot in the world in real life. I'd like to think I'm better than that.
Guided by faith.
Fandom has taken and run with it. Oh, well, there's that.
Anything else?
Be calm.
Oh. The warp is getting fuzzy. Pain cleanses the body. Sure, we can go there. For example, people forgot that people can be friends even to the point of being willing to die for each other. Nay, they must be barking no other reason. In official, it's hinted, not stated, there's romantic feelings on... Jesus, I can never remember her name. But Gilliman being a Primarch, of course. It's unrequited if it is there. So is it Gilliman that's having the feelings? Is that what I'm hearing? And she just doesn't... No, it's the elder female that may have developed romantic feelings. Oh, okay. Lusting after Gilliman? Can you imagine an offspring between a Primarch and an elder? I don't know if I want to imagine that anymore now that I think about it.
I don't need luck. I have strategy.
You're gonna want luck, buddy, because you can't hit the broadside of a goddamn barn. Like I said. Not that Adelard is any better, but, you know, it's a thing. I just broke him. Oh, I ended his turn. Damn it!
Rejoice in battle! Eradicated.
Citadel time. I know. Thank you, Jameson. I know. It's only hinted and not stated. An elder feels things more deeply than humans, so her expressing her loyalty and faith in Gilliman could be being misinterpreted. And the fandom has just run with it. I mean, the fandom will run with it. Basically, Eldar see humans as barely intelligible monkeys. Yeah, there's that. Ooh, las guns. Ooh, what is this? Scrappy auto pistol. Sword. Collect all. Confirm. Black chest. Confirm. The library is full of treatises by the most distinguished scholars of the Imperium, from Astra Militarum tacticians to Adeptus Mechanicus. Intercepted conversation between security offers. Tremendous honor. Yes, but this premonition will transfer the entire squad to the children's personal guard. By the God, Emperor, you are a strapping lad. You will probably make it for a cycle or three. It has worn down better men than me. What even is the point if your brains turn into mush? I may rip out my eyes like Amos did. At best, I'll just go bonkers like that little shit stain that kept stealing our Oh, what happened to that one? Threw himself out of a depressurized chamber because some voices told him to. Calm down. Keeper Fellick said the squad will not have to serve the child for long. He even gave us a little leeway. Unlike that fish-eyed, be quiet, he might hear you. Well, you know what I mean. He almost busted our heads because someone forgot to check the chattering unit. We haven't let us in a single outsider in over 10 years, but Keeper Theobald keeps finding things to fret over. Imagine the shrieking if he finds out Keeper Fellick didn't make us inspect the hangar after Lord Winterscale's most recent visit. Throne forbid, I'm trying to steer clear of the squabbles among the highborn. Excuse me, some of Keeper Fellick's orders make little sense. Like the last time he commanded that we cut off communications with Recod Minoris for a while. Why would he do that? It looks like he grew tired of the Winterscale Scion's visits. Well, it's always a pleasure to aid Keeper Fellick. That's right, and the Highborn have grown tired of each other. Let them deal with it. What could go wrong? Certainly not a full-scale war. Lutus Maximus. A good majordomo attempts to nurture only the finest of flowers in the garden that is their master's life. Therefore, new seeds for the garden must be weeded out with the utmost care, so that the garden's trees may yield the sweetest fruit. The lessons below will help you separate the precious seeds from the vile thorns to cultivate the perfect garden for any lady navigator. Lesson 1. A faithful servant always makes sure their mistress's room and garments are clean. Lesson 2. A faithful servant will never offer their mistress the same dress presented earlier in the cycle. Lesson 3. A faithful servant offers their mistress a glass of fresh water upon waking. Lesson 4. A faithful servant tests each dish and every drink before serving it to their mistress. Lesson 5. A faithful servant will have mastered the art of styling their mistress's hair. The total time that 5 servants can spend on arranging their mistress's coif should not exceed 3 revolutions of the chronometer. Lesson 6. A faithful servant lives for their mistress, and gladly gives their life for her as well. Lesson 7. A faithful servant. What I missed times 4. We boarded the station. We met a techno priest. No, we did not meet a techno priest. It's a navigator. We got into a firefight with a gang of morons. Yeah. Agreed with all of that except for the techno priest.
I always keep my options open.
Data Crypt H40KO. Okay. What's a data crypt? Oh, that's the vial of blood. What did he do? Keep it around his neck? Ours is not the reason why. Ours is just to do or die. Mechanicus always look like a navigator. No, the Mechanicus do not look like navigators. I disagree with that statement. The Mechanicus are the ones that don't look human. Navigators are just 3-eyed. There's a big difference. Their attire, yes. Oh, maybe? Everyone's wearing robes all the time anyway. It's hard to know. Oh. Light versus medium. Mesh. He's got more armor anyway. And I'm wearing that anyway. Lasgun. If a lasgun is better than the bolter, I'm going to be having issues. Good. And the navigators specifically wear red. Not all navigators wear red. It would appear, because I think the nav I just looked at was wearing purple.
Just as I planned.
Statue of the famous Clixian sculptor and chronicler Zacharias Verman the Magnificent, the 23rd year of this millennial original. Artwork, got it. Pistol. I like pistols. Flak chest and a las gun. I don't like pistols. They're a thing. They make do. Ooh, shinies. Books. What are you? Mutated flesh sample. Not sure how I feel.
This ocular implant was a worthwhile investment.
Meteorite chunk. Can you eat it? Yeah, that was what went through my head first, too. Ooh, what are you? Ripper auto pistol. Damn, son. There's a game out there where you eat mutated flesh. I forget what it was, what game it was, but there's a game out there. There's probably a couple, actually, now that I think about it. And that was the first thing when I saw mutated flesh was, am I supposed to eat this? I don't want to eat this. Okay, can anyone use the flamer? She can use the flamer. What is the shotgun ranged weapon armor penetration? What was I looking at? That was what I was looking at. The Ripper auto pistol. Oh yeah, you're using a shotgun. It's not going to be better than the shotgun. So las weapons seem to do less armor pen. Which would actually make sense. I stand corrected. And there goes that theory. Oh, that's right. I'm using a scrap auto pistol, so maybe it's better than... Okay. So now I have a las rifle. I can't hit the broadside of a barn with it, but I have a las rifle. Las weapons tend to have longer range and are good against enemies with high dodge. Good to know. I suppose there's less time for the bullet to travel, because that matters, but we'll go with it. This is less...
I always get the job done.
But we succeeded. Most of these unfortunate souls took their own lives by slicing their guts wide open. Treachery most foul. What's behind door number 1?
Let us not dawdle.
Never doubt me.
Why would I, sister? What are you? Navigator flesh sample. Litho sticks. Vat meal cakes.
Spare witch. Every voice that sounds in your mind is a whisper of the archenemy.
It's good to see us all getting along so well. Ow! What are you? Hollowed finger bone charms. Las weapons can't punch through armor. No, Las weapons are relatively standard issue. I was just observing based on what I could see from the game itself. That wasn't based on any specific lore, Tanya. I was noticing that the Ripper auto pistol has more armor penetration than the Las pistol. But if I look at the Scrappy auto pistol, it has less. So it has to, I think, have to do with the Ripper auto pistol rather than the actual type of ammo.
Keep your wits about you.
Oh?
Sometimes you consult the appropriate treaties on Tactica Imperialis and weigh every step. Sometimes, though, you just fire your biggest cannon and save the day. Oh, field medicine at its finest.
You keep failing.
Your seneschal is always there for you.
Failure is just a temporary setback.
Okay, I'm done.
I always have a backup plan.
Did you hear the screams? Move. Sir, are you alright? We can't hear anything. Now I see you are in league with them. Is this an insurrection? Yes, indeed. Death to the traitors. I know you are all traitors. Traitors, all of you. They told me. They whispered. Hey, who are you? What I've noticed is Laz has longer range, better versus dodge, lower fire rate. Whereas traditional projectile weapons have higher rates of fire, more consistent damage range. Both seems fairly equal in terms of armor penetration, however. Should also mention projectile weapons seem to have slightly lower damage values per shot on average. Fair enough. Guess he shot himself? That seems to be what it looked like. Kind of hard to say, to be honest. A lot of doors back here. There's another crypt key doohickey. 40 KO versus OK. I have a feeling I'm gonna have to figure out which one to use. Research notes, info. Keeper Theobald graciously agreed to provide samples of his skin growths so we could study the influence of the rebellious immaterium on the flesh of the novice Nobilite. Just as we thought, navigators are positively resistant to the relentless currents of the warp. The God Emperor truly does shield some people against corruption and misery. But let us get back to the study of the mortal flesh. Another servant will be carried in shortly. I must ready the organ extraction equipment. Adamantine dust and black water. This was the worst idea that could have entered my mind. God Emperor be praised. I am lucky to still have my head on my shoulders after this reckless experiment. Nevertheless, we did make an important discovery. The adamantine seems to protect the frail flesh of the lowborn to a degree. Having said that, not even the curator can handle its temper. So we should probably introduce a more complex compound into the formula. All of the data related to the experiments were recorded on data crypt K040H. I will get back to them later once I am done with experiment K41OK. Data crypt. So this is the experiment. I have mentioned that the chunk of meteorite found by Keeper Felix subjects is completely useless. Although its shining granules could be used to make new paints for the child. Yes, I think I'm going to do exactly that. So I'm assuming that's the meteor chunk he's referring to. We've got a couple of these datas that he's talking about. Alright.
Nothing's impossible for this old officer.
Noble silk gloves. +5 to persuasion. Persuasion. 35, 30, 30. What do these do? Yes. Whenever the wearer of these gloves gets injured or falls unconscious in combat, their allies get 1 bonus damage. I get the feeling you're the most likely to have that issue, so we'll just give you the gloves.
Rise to the top.
Don't mind me, Sister Argenta. I'm just taking this person's stuff and totally not looting it. I'm just requisitioning it for use for the Emperor, yeah. That's how the Inquisition works.
Success is the only outcome I accept. Is there money to be made? Just as I planned.
Damn. Wide awake pack? Supercharged plasma accumulator. Magnus class rechargeable battery. Corpse starch rations, there you go. Consecrated scrolls. That meal cakes. Maglock scabbards. Filtration plugs. Carapace chest plate. Corpse starch. Just like Mom used to make. I hope Mom didn't make corpse starch. That would make her part of the corpse cults. Logness. Longlass? Longlass? It's a pistol. It's a rifle. I'll shut up now. Armor penetration. There is no dodge penalty in this. Rafu? Raifu? This is incoming damage. Beautiful. You. It's actually better than her bolter. But it doesn't have burst fire. It's a sniper rifle. Snooper rifle, yeah. What do you have for, like, combat ability with a sucker? Actually, we should probably... Well, I want to give it to you. Anyway, collect. Burst rifle is way better than sniper rifle unless you build for it. Yeah. That would be my understanding. Plasma shock generator. Wide awake pack. Shipment of Leho sticks. Tranquilizer injectors. Filtration plugs. Leho. Yo. Armored body glove. You can wear this. You should probably wear this. Oh, okay, so that is what changed. There is something that changed. I'm not built for it. He can't hit the broadside of a barn on a good day.
Always keep your eye on the prize. Keep your wits about you.
For some reason, the archenemy's twisted influence has found its way into the station. Ooh, his tongue cut off, just like the rest of the lesser servants of House Ovale. Oh! Sniper to the good sister?
Let us not dawdle.
So, here's my concern with that. Oops, that's the wrong button. So, the way the game works... Tongues are for losers. I'm not going there. The way the game works, you can't use range... You can only use specific range weapons in melee. So, the sister cannot use her bolter when someone is right here. As long as there's a space between her and everyone else, she can use her bolter. Even if it's not her target, there has to be that one space. Otherwise, I think they get a free action against her. Or she just might not do it even. I don't know. The shotgun pistols and shotguns are the exception to that. So in the sister's case, because she's a soldier, more geared towards ballistic combat, shown by the fact she has a 50 in it, she has a shotgun, which means that if someone is right in her face, she can go boom. And I am not about to get rid of her sprayer of a gun. Fire if you're adjacent, it's way... Why dash is so nice. Good to know. The other thing too is the burst fire is a very big deal. If it weren't for the burst fire, I'd swap them out in a heartbeat. But burst fire is just such a good... Things I've learned from playing this game is mobility is so good. Good to know. I avoided playing the game because I didn't want any spoilers. Like, I'm fine with tactics and stuff, but I didn't want to, like, figure out any of the story or anything. Let's charge dash any other mobility features. Good to know. Tongues are for noobs.
Rise to the top or get left in the dust.
Awaken the cogitator spirit. Oh, so this is the guard post. Cogitator's vid screen is covered in cracks and stained with dried blood. The buttons, switches, and levers are ripped out of the control panel with exceptional cruelty and scratched around the sacred mechanism. Scattered around the sacred mechanism that now sparks and hisses in agony, still refusing to perish. Awaken the cogitator. You turn a few of the remaining dials and pull the activation lever. Cracked vid screen of the sacred engine flickers. The cogitator's insides emit creaks and groans, and the lumens oscillate at random. It takes a while, but eventually the machine spirits do grant you access to the cogitator systems. To be fair, I'm not even that far in this game yet either. I'm only level 17. Wow. Which means you've just unlocked the second tier of archetypes, I believe is what they're called. Request station data on the station's navigators. Location main hall, status alive. Theobald Orson, location upper chambers, status alive. Kalamira Olsolia, location upper chambers, status deceased. Alexis Osolia, lower levels, deceased. Rasmus Estevan, unknown, status deceased. The child, location, upper chambers, biometric parameters, rapid heartbeat, elevated body temperature, stress level exceeds the permissible limit, status unknown, error, attention, calming procedures advised, attention, upper chambers inaccessible, error, the chamber control rod is not present. If the rod has been misplaced, immediately contact a station keeper or the Navis Libratorium custodian. Examine the logs. The archive data stored on the cogitator's local data crypt is partially corrupted, but you can still manage to access the residual logs for experimentation. Data repository sanctified by the Adeptus Mechanicus to be used in conjunction with a cogitator. Vox report, blah. The Vox recording hisses for some time before you hear the voice. This is Officer A282. Do you copy? Several generators overheated on the lower levels. Chamber A to D are unpowered. The tech priest crew sent to investigate the problem is not responding. Requesting back, the officer's speech is interrupted by shouting, and the recording abruptly ends. Officer H123 speaking. 200 servants have perished due to explosive decompression of the living quarters. We've located traces of mechanical interference. Primary cause is officer sabotage. Crew 5, 6, and 9 are cut off from the main compartment. We have enough oxygen for 20 minutes. May the Emperor save our souls. Senior station officers, this is Captain speaking. We attempted to contact the Winter Scale Scion for help, but something is jamming the signal. We never received a reply and cannot be sure it was even sent in the first place. The rescue team is not coming. We are on our own, so remain vigilant. Anyone could be a traitor, you hear me? Anyone. If you are in doubt, shoot to kill. Following Vox recordings are too badly distorted to make out even a single word. Entries of the incident log. Data classified. Originator classified. The servants close to the child have started butchering one another again. An order came from above to have their remains reprocessed. The negotiations with the Winter's Scales were a success. A new batch of servants will arrive in 10 moons. Escort them to the laboratory at once. It is imperative that we increase the new retainer's resistance to the child's powers. The negotiations... Data expunged. Station's docking log. Identity confirmed. Regent Aronto Orsilio. Date of visit classified. Reason for visit classified. Date of departure classified. That's helpful. Examine the security and life support logs. The yellow lights above the control panel flicker to life, and a single repeating message streams down the vid screen. Warning, damage in technical compartments A12, B3, D8, and H24 detected. Warning, living quarters L10, L16, L28 depressurized. Warning, unable to access the station's docking system. Warning, energy regulation system unknown error. The station will transfer over to emergency power. Immediate evacuation of the facilities advised. Warning. View the encrypted data. Something buzzes. In the cogitator's metallic guts. Several red lumens light up above the vid screen. Requires access level security captain or above. Current access level senior security officer. List of available commands. Dialogue. Awaken the cogitator. Examine the logs. View encrypted data. Succeed! Booyah! Easily bypass the restrictions imposed on the sacred machine. The cogitator's overloaded processor whirls unhappily, excuse me. Most encrypted data has been wiped. You find traces of purge protocol. Recovery is impossible, but a list of the most recent commands having been embedded in the machine spirit's consciousness now flitters across the screen in a single creeping line. Child, delete, pick, flow, disable access code, annual station controls, delete active shuttle structure purge command log. Warning, excessive number of warnings, alerts detected. Purging log. Yeah, that sounds about right. Exploring the archives for a while longer yields a surviving excerpt from the guard captain's report mentioning that the security system had recently been reconfigured without his knowledge. His comment reads, only the keepers of the station have access to the life support systems, but Keeper Theobald had not left the child's side, and neither had I. Could it be that switch to the main chamber controls. Open all doors on the level. But your assumption is incorrect. It fills with static just as the monitor. Moments later, you can barely make out the inscription amidst data corruption. Error. Oh, that's a lot of help. Call Raxus Minor. You cannot carry out your command despite the eager compliance of the machine spirits. One thing is certain, the problem lies not with the cogitator's mechanism. Elevator. Activate the elevator. Processing query confirmed. Passage has been opened. Woo! What did I do? Woo! Passage has been opened.
I always have a backup plan.
Warp Seer's goggles. Bonus to warp lore. Excuse me. Warp lore 30, 30, 30, 30. So it actually really doesn't matter. It's better than nothing. Okay. Where is Medicaid? 40. Where's your Medicaid? Your Medicaid is 30.
Is there money to be made?
Oh. Okay. I think I just missed something. Oh well.
I always keep my options open.
What's on my face? It's a thingy. It's Warp Seer's goggles. Black water, unidentified acid, Biogle. Something tells me I'm going to have to do an experiment. Caustic stench of reagents sears your nose and broken glasses crunch under your feet. Somebody wanted to destroy the laboratory or find something. Biological gel. Oh, biogel. Thank you, Jameson. Gib soda. OH. So that was a thing we were looking for. Another flesh sample. Mutated flesh sample versus a regular flesh sample. Baking soda. God dang. Nice one, Squirrel. Originally, I thought it was Jameson who had replied with baking soda, and I'm like, that has to be Squirrel. That can't be Jameson. Yeah, it's Squirrel. When I read the name again.
I always get the job done.
Synthetic, amniotic fluid pools across the floor. Barely discernible traces stretch to the side opposite the entrance. Where's Peter Pan? What are you, not the mama? Is that where we're at? Lady Cassius's medic.
Keep your wits about you.
Medicaid. They all just lost their minds. Please don't kill me. Tome. Another gosh darn damn tome. More and more servants are being influenced by the immaterium, and it has nothing to do with the child's more frequent tantrums. We've discovered that the corrupted flesh of the mutated reacts most unusually to the crystals when purchased from the Winter Scale dynasty. Crystals repurchased. I strongly recommend finally grinding the reagent to catalyze the reaction. Do not use acid under any circumstances. Trust me, you will not like having to tend to the burns for the next dozen turns in a row. This calls for something more basic. Oh, and one more thing. The tech priests blessed the data crypt okay for the calculated number of chrono turns, which means it is no longer necessary to remain near the device while waiting for the reaction to start. I used acid under every circumstance. Got it. Mutated flash reacts with the crystal. Grind the reagent to crystallize the reaction. Catalyze the reaction. No acid use of base. Okay. Makes the reaction function without monitoring KO malfunctions. The data on KO malfunctioned over the course of our research. I should remind the technomats to deliver this sacred mechanism into Magnus Doctus's capable hands. Okay, we got another tome. Part 12, Part 13. He agreed to provide samples of his skin growths. Flesh sample. Biogel, black water. Actually, the answer is just drink the acid. No, it's a different kind of acid. This seems like something I'd want and see what the hell it does, cause it's bad enough that it's a pile of science nonsense with no saying what the result is. It's even worse that it's in the 40k. I know, right? I mean, at least in other universes, the worst that happens is someone dies. It's not the worst that happens here. Adamantite, collect, close. I got a transducer. Remake the control rod. What is this transducer? Oh. Transducer, close.
Let's not waste time with pleasantries.
Oh, you son of a poo. Experiment section of child's influence on the psycho-emotional state of various representatives of the Imperium. Lowborn male. Test subjects exhibits signs of acute stress. The majority perished of blood loss within a day of being placed in the laboratory chamber due to the inability to halt the discharge of ocular secretions, tears, and the body's subsequent replacement of these secretions with the convictive tissue of its internal environment. The individuals with the greatest resistance to the sacred child's resonance died several chronoturns later. Extensive wounds in the abdomen, presumably inflicted by a jagged piece of metal. Death was caused by strangulation and the subject's own intestines. The subject's final shouts exhibited concerns over abdominal tentacles and void worms, hallucinations prescribed to their own internal organs. Lowborn female. Test subject died within an hour of entering the laboratory adjacent to the child's chamber. Most had their tongues bitten off and their jaw badly dislocated. Some test subjects lacked the physical strength to separate it from the rest of the skull. Cause of death, severe head injuries caused by impacting the walls or the floor. Okay. 3. Subgroup. A paralyzed patient who lost the ability to speak due to the shock caused by a manufactorum accident. Male. The test subject noted a tingling sensation in the deteriorated tissue during Regent Eronto Orcilius's visit to the child. The test subject smiled and started humming, most likely trying to carry some plebeian tune, and then attempted to address the servant who brought him food. A lengthy conversation was prohibited due to the servant's lack of a tongue. Experiment 4, subgroup, a defective offspring of Lord P. Orsolio, pronounced unfit for studying the high art of navigation owing to the mutation of tissues required for installation of the obligatory augmentations that merge one's consciousness with the vessel. Additionally, they displayed an overall feebleness of mind. Female. Test subject mirrored the child's actions for 3 days. On the 4th day, the child became upset after hearing the news about the untimely demise of Amos Santarelli, an officer of her personal guard. As a result, one of the test subjects peeled away several layers of tissue from her face and died from the resulting massive heart attack. The last surviving subject was executed for attempting to contact the child. Wow! Seems like a happy place to work. You sounds about right. Tissue flask. Reagent, catalyst, data crypt connector, reagent. Alright, so the data crypt connector, we want to use so here's a question. Load game, quick save. So there's several quick saves. Okay, that's what I wanted to know. Transducer. Alright. Info. Oh, okay. Kemothor graciously agreed to provide samples of his skin gross. But let us get back to the stuff. Flesh sample. Mutated flesh sample. Adamantine dust and black water. This was the worst idea that could have entered my mind. I'm surprised it's been 8 hours and 30 minutes. Has it really been that long? It has been, damn. We should wrap this up. Adamantine dust and black water. This was the worst idea, so don't use that. All hail the fraud emperor. Lucky still alive, the adamantine seems to protect the frail flesh of the lowborn to a degree. Having said that, not even the can handle its temper. So we should probably introduce a more complex compound into the formula. All the data related to the experiment were recorded on Data Crypt OH. I will get back to them later, once I'm done with the experiment. I've mentioned that the chunk of meteor I found by Keeper subject is completely useless. So this is completely useless. So we want the psi crystal. Navigator flesh sample. Do I just have the rod now? Yeah, control rod. Okay, apparently I found the other half somewhere. Transducer.
This is intriguing.
Crystal dust, there we go. Navigators. Data crystal. want crystal dust. Discover that the corrupt flesh of the mutated reacts most unusually to the crystals. Finally grinding the reagent. Do not use acid. Over the course of research, I recommend, so we don't use KO, we use OK. We discover that the corrupted flesh, it's mutated, not corrupted. Flesh of the mutated reacts most unusually, so it is the mutated flesh. Graciously agreed to provide samples of his skin growths. Let us get back to the study of moral flesh. To dust and black water. All of the data related to the experiment were recorded on OH. I'm done with the experiment, okay. I mentioned the chunk of meteorite found is worthless. So we have okay, so don't use KO. There is no comment about I wonder if I don't have all of them yet. The other question is if I go here, can I grab this to inventory? No, I cannot. Great. Tissue flask, clothes. Catalyst. What could go wrong? Okay. Something tells me that's good. What could go wrong? All right, so I haven't done anything at all. I haven't even used the translucer. Okay. I think. Why don't we level up our characters and call it a night? I'm getting tired. My brain will work better in the morning. Endurance. You already have this feat. Sworn enemy. The warrior makes a target, gaining plus 10 toughness bonus, % armor, and plus 2 strength damage on melee attacks against that target. If the target attacks the warrior during this round, the warrior gains AP once per round. Reckless Strike. The warrior's next melee attack gains plus 5 strength bonus, armor penetration, And 2 strength bonus damage and ignores WS bonus. Weapon skill bonus. Will the target's parry. Every enemy who survives the attack enhanced by this ability will attack the warrior in return, including creatures with ranged weapons. Ouch. Gathers all their strength for a crushing strike. The next melee attack pushes the enemy away. Warrior gains the slash ability with agility bonus bleh for this round. Slash cannot be used on the same round as charge. Slash, the warrior dashes through an enemy that to the cell on the enemy's opposite side and makes a melee attack with 50% reduced damage. So it's a movement ability. Weren't you, Silent Poppies, talking about movement abilities? And how good they were? Carouse, Athletics, Coercion, Medicaid. You are my highest Medicaid, which is kind of concerning. Prepared to feel the wrath of all the danger blessed by Jesus Emperor himself. Reckless Strike seems kind of tempting, especially against like an oh my god enemy. 1 round cooldown. During this round, what's the cooldown? 1 enemy within 12 cells. Sworn enemy might be the better one though. You feel better? Well, that's good. Once per round. Have fun watching the corpse on a guy looks about as lively. Ketomine addict. I don't know what that is. Especially after literally shitting your guts out. No comment. Let's go with this. This actually increases my armor and damage. On melee attacks against a target. You go away. There's a drug that's been gaining a lot of popularity of late. Oh, I'm not familiar with it. What we get? Well, I'm leveling up, if that's what you're talking about. Carousal. 10 to carousal or athletics. Joke is that people who are addicted to it will just stand hunched over without moving for literal hours. Oh, ugh. That sounds like fun. Not. Ability to traverse difficult terrain. Let's go with that. Sworn enemy seems like a good one for him too. What is your athletics? Although, holy hell, your carousal. Let's go with your athletics. Oh, it tells you. Nice. Let's go with your carousal. Fresh target. Whenever operative attacks an enemy that has full wounds, that attack deals more damage to that enemy. Per bonus. Perception. Okay. What is your perception? Your perception is not 50. Oh, that I actually kind of like. Your electric attacks zip around, so that should hit multiple. We just got done talking about this. Low intention. Oh, well, Let's go with perception. All right, soldier lady. Ballistic skill or agility. Let's go with ballistic skill. Dash. Movement within 3 cells. Controlled shot. Soldier gives a sign that they are about to open fire. The soldier and their allies will automatically dodge the soldier's next attack. That's tempting. Yeah. That way I can spray down an area without having to worry about hitting my own guys. Probably the best options. Really? Rapid fire is stupid strong. What's rapid fire? Soldier's Nest burst attack will have its rate of fire doubled, but deal 25% less damage. We'll find out a random. That is tempting. So yeah. Weapons capable of bursting. Yeah, no, we're gonna finish leveling her up and then we're gonna call it a night. No, we're done. Thank you, Jameson. Alright. That is where we will end it. We'll start tomorrow with trying to piece together this confounded machine. Should sleep anyway. I should sleep too. I need to get some food before I can sleep. Thank you guys for joining me. I really do appreciate it. It means a lot. I can't say that enough. Discord is always open, you guys. We'd love to have you. Links in the About Me page, or feel free to ask the bot. We will be back here tomorrow. So yeah, look forward to that. And yeah. No rest for the wicked? Well, theoretically I'm not wicked, so we're good. So get some sleep. Appreciate it, bud. Yeah. Thank you guys so much again. Stay safe, everyone. Be careful. And if I don't see you sooner, I'll see you later.